Okay, we have 5 minutes. Okay, good.
Is it worth the point now? I've got 1 bar on this one.
Are you coming down?
Go.
Ready, set, go.
Normally I'd go to the job today. I'll go out here. On this, but this.
Yeah.
So the first flight out in the morning.
No, you're okay with that, right?
I enjoy looking out windows.
Yeah.
I always like a window seat.
Yeah.
That's it. I always look a window.
Do you know, I was in Spain and the planes go so fast. I was in
What's
Spain
that Bollywood
last weekend,
film?
flying
Yeah.
back my
They're not Bollywood films.
and
Slumdog
flying over
Millionaire.
the
That
UK,
sounds like
clear, see loads.
very
Very
big. Ramen. Ramen.
I think we're on the M4.
Yeah.
Exactly sick. And then next year, it's silks. Like flying on the M1. airport to her place, Miller's Airport.
Try
Yes.
Big nets of that. And then they're all just dots of planes going, and they don't look like they're moving. But you zoom right in, and then it's like, it's just a plane. You think, that's how quick that's moving. That's trucking along. Yeah, it blow your face off. Yeah. It would push you over.
Oh yeah.
Turn you inside out.
Drag you in.
Yeah.
Steady boy, steady.
Doing this when they land.
Yeah.
And I love
Ready, set, go.
And I even asked when I was on the first time, I even asked like the stewardess, am I on the right plane? Because it seems kind of big, and she's no.
Wow.
But there was that look in her eye. Way before the traffic. Massive break. If anything, you could tell that he was living that's the thing for you.
Engines are good. The size of the engine is jets are bigger like a fuselage than some places.
I mean, how much do you think about 10 plus 8?
Yeah, I think that.
But yeah, like, look at that. It's just like, look at that dude down
At the
there.
end,
That's similar seats to what I have. On my massive comfort.
Yeah, exactly. I think the commentary
I just said that.
Phil was
More we
talking-
say,
Phil was saying about
so it's a fixed. Oh,
Let's explain that. Then we go then into any size. Yeah, Phil was quite keen on you guys out with the weatherman explaining how condensation works.
Just off and on for 5 minutes around weather, but watch this educational video for 5 minutes while we wait for the session to go.
because it's 8 a.m.
Welcome to the world of TV.
Yes, exactly.
And then the head. I'm not getting a...
Ready, set, go.
Yeah, because pilots on planes like that don't bloody fly it.
No.
It's all auto thrust and autopilot, and it just do the
bang.
do the speed.
Right.
Then they have alternative to this, which just
And morning, everybody. Welcome to Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. It's the British Rental Kart Championship. Anthony Jordan here and myself, James Auld. We're going to be bringing all the action to you live today. Anthony, we've obviously got a little bit of a delay to the proceedings this morning, down to some condensation on the track. Temperatures very cold early in the morning, and yet they're rising like crazy now. It's going to be a much warmer day. Obviously, great news for everybody, particularly for you in the pits. However, a little bit of condensation on the track that Formula Fast have to deal with. So they're out there drying it as we speak, aren't they?
They are drying it as we speak with some fantastic new equipment that the circuit has invested in, which is amazing. But like you say, bang on the head there. Condensation been an absolute pain for the circuit here. Water on the circuit, like you say, last night very cold in the minus. all of a sudden this morning it's warmed up. We're in plus digits, and we'll be going up to probably even double digits later on. So it certainly will shake things up, and that should make the racing a little bit interesting as well, because you'll have drivers who won't be used to the conditions now having to deal with those conditions, and then you get a bit of a topsy-turvy grid.
Absolutely, but they're really making progress, because all the new equipment for the drying, they think it's going to be about 5 minutes. If I just check out the window, well, the carts are all lined up, they're all running, and obviously the drivers will be down soon. That notwithstanding, we've seen some amazing racing yesterday, didn't we? And the feature of the beginning 5 races of the third round, we now have the final 5 races of the third round. It seemed to be, whatever happened, you had a massive battle over second place. The winner was fairly clear, but the second place battle was right down the wire every time.
Always good, wasn't it? Always good. Definitely a nail biter. And watching them, if you weren't watching them, I'd say recommend going back and watching that, but not right now, because you're here to watch the racing that you're about to see. So do that at the end of the day. But yeah, certainly very exciting. Always a nice close battle. And another thing that happened yesterday that we weren't used to was new names fighting at the front. Names that we had recognised being at the back, but then you had the familiars at the front as well. Real shake-up.
Yeah, absolutely. Being an internet, there's various ones, particularly Brits, it has to be said, coming to the fore. Names we wouldn't think that we'd be talking about a lot. Suddenly we're talking about a lot because they're running at the front. The likes of Christopher Ball is a golden example of that. People who've been racing here over a number of years and been building up, such as, say, Carl Stevens would be an example of this. We've been talking about him in the past, running at the back. Last year we were talking about running in the middle, and yet yesterday he qualified second twice. You know, so it's the sort of thing we're starting to see. Needless to say, we're just going to have more of that today. It's going to make qualifying for the semi-final harder, and I'm thinking around the 30th place cutoff, because of course we have 100 drivers in competition. There are 30 placed in the semi-final. So as the drivers go through the heat races scoring points, out of those 100, it's the top 30 going forward. But getting into it's hard. I think people could be like, say, 3 or 4 points away from qualifying, but be in the 40s of positions. So it's going to be very difficult to get in the semi-final. But equally, you get suddenly one great result and you might be in. Suddenly get one bad result, you might be out. So it's going to be a very difficult morning, I think, for people.
Yeah, 100%. I had a brief scan through the live points that we had this morning, and I've got to say, it's nail-bitingly close all the way through that top 30. I'm talking like there is 3 points between someone who's in 28th and someone who's like right at the front. There are so many drivers with maximum points as well. So you've got the drivers who are definitely getting through, but then you've got the drivers who have been, oh, I've had that third, I've had that second. Is that going to be enough? And it actually might not be, and that's incredible.
This is what's going to make it difficult, because people, you've got to win this thing, you've got to get into the final. Just to reiterate for anyone who's just joined the live stream, didn't watch too much yesterday. 100 drivers are in competition. They have 4 heat races each in 4 rounds, and they're competing to score points. The top 30 go through. The semi-final is the right to continue scoring, isn't it? And so you've got to make that semi-final, and the top 10 of that then go through the final on points, not necessarily on position, so it's on points. Now, of course, from that, some people say Eliana De Vos, who had 3 wins yesterday, he's on 30 points now with a maximum 40 available. He really is thinking about the final straight away. He's almost bypassing those semis, if you like. He knows he's going to be through the semis. He's thinking about his points in the final. But there are a lot of people who are just barely trying to make the semis. It does sound as though we're about to get underway, though, Anthony. So
it does indeed.
You're going to be in the pit lane and hopefully getting some great interviews, as you got some fantastic ones yesterday. And we'll see what happens. It sounds like they're getting underway.
It does indeed.
So from us, we will be paying attention to the track now, and we'll see what happens as we get the first heat of the day, but it's actually heat number 6 of this round, the third round. So with you in a moment. 2024 live here in Milton Keynes at Formula Fast, and the karts are now on the track. This is heat number 6 of the 3rd round, and this features a star entry on this one. We've got Dante Dillon, we've got Lewis Manley, we've got Adam Davis, Bobby McGeer, Michael Rayner, Sam Shaw, Seb Miller, Ben Frankham, Harrison Kirkham and Adam Sheargold. This is going to be a tough one. We've got Anthony Jordan down there in the pit lane. He's going to be paying close attention to pit stops. It's going to be very important. The drivers are checking out the track. The track has been dried and they're on their warm-up laps now. It looks as though they're going to be beginning the qualifying. They may give them an extra lap or two just to double check that everything's dry enough for competition. The karts are coming through. Then we're still on the revised layout. It's a little bit of a warm-up session, this one. We're not really looking at times as of yet as the karts come around. They are about to start their qualifying though, I can confirm that. So the karts are on track at the moment. We're looking at a good turn of speed by Michael Rayner and Sam Shaw as well. Just really testing out the conditions. There was moisture on the track this morning because of some early morning warming, and the karts are now on their qualifier. Seb Miller's out there. He's currently quickest in that sort of pre-qualifying lap warm-up, if you like, and around they go. There's in fact the times have been completed. I did not see a checker flag out there, but they've certainly been completed. It is, I want to confirm now, the grid has been decided. It's Seb Miller from Lewis Manley, Harrison Kirkham is in 3rd, Dante Dillon 4th, Ben Frankham 5th, Bobby McGeer is 6th, Adam Sheargold 7th, Adam Davis is in 8th, Sam Shaw 9th and Michael Rayner in 10th. So Anthony, if you were able to see that qualifying, we've got Seb Miller from Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley, of course, is out for the win every time. He wants to make it just straight through the semi-finals and the final, but now he's got Seb Miller to contend with.
Yeah, this is a thing that I think he wasn't really expecting, but you know, Lewis has got this under control, I reckon. He'll have to do it on the pit stop maybe, or even just focus and get that overtake on the track. But for right now, he's got a little bit of pressure, but I think he's got it in the bag.
And one of the pre-race favourites, Dante Dillon, is down in 4th place just because the quality of the competition. There's Seb Miller up at the front there. He's got Lewis Manley right behind him. Lewis Manley, very much a local driver here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. He normally contests the track championship here. He's in the red suit. There's Harrison Kirkham in 3rd place. We saw him have trouble yesterday. Some great races and also a bit of a sticky one later on in the evening, and then after that it is of course Dante Dillon. So here comes Seb Miller. He's leading them round and he's got the hairpin and then through a turn into the start line, and we're racing here at Formula Fast now as they enter the revised area. As Seb Miller comes to that hairpin, he needs to get it turned in nicely. He does. There's Seb Miller, one of the Bradley Shepherd Racing team drivers. He's got the blue helmet on there and he's trying to break away from Lewis Manley, and ask that is going to be because Manley is coming with Harrison Kirkham and with Dante Dillon. So there they are as they stream through. Dante Dillon there in the 4th place, and at the rear there, that was Michael Rayner we saw in the black suit, and they're completing this opening lap now. Bit of a lead, it has to be said, for Seb Miller. He's got a number of kart lengths there as they come past you, Anthony. Seb Miller is trying to check out, and that's something when you're talking about away from Lewis Manley.
Yeah, no, exactly that. He's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, and that's just focus on his race, break that gap away, you know, really put the pressure on Manley just to think, you know, you've really got to think about what you're going to do here strategy-wise, because, again, we were talking about it earlier on, there are so many points up for grabs and there are so many drivers who have just got enough to scrape through. Lewis has had 2 wins so far out of 2. He's got another 2 races today, but he needs to keep that good results coming in. 2nd is going to be good. We've got the number 12 into the pit lane now. It's a good stop on gate number 1, comes into gate number 2, all fine and dandy, leaves the pit lane. No drama there whatsoever for Sam Shaw.
Yeah, Sam Shaw made an early pit stop yesterday, if I remember right, and it really played well for him. He was moving through the pack. There's Sam Shaw on screen now. He's working his way round in the red suit there. That's Sam Shaw. He was 15th overall in this event last year, so he could still play a major part. 15th would mean being halfway up the results in the semi-finals. But meantime, there's
into the
Seb
pits.
Miller in the pits.
Yeah, it's Adam Sheargold. Once again, early pit stop for Adam Sheargold. Again, he likes this strategy. 2 green lights. He's back out ahead of Sam Shaw.
Yes, a strong showing yesterday from Adam Sheargold. We've seen things from him in the past, and Sheargold has come out crucially from his point of view ahead of Sam Shaw. Now, these two will be making those early pit stops so that they can get some clear space, put the lap times in, and hopefully leapfrog those drivers in front of them. There's a big gap from where they've exited between Adam Davis back to Michael Rayner there. So Adam Davis, of course, was injured yesterday. He wasn't injured in an incident. He just strained his arm earlier in the week, and that got worse. He actually was on the phone to physiotherapists, getting all kinds of medication, was Adam Davis, just to try and stay in competition, which is quite a commitment, it has to be said, Anthony, because it seems to be paying off. He's holding station there. He's at the back of this group who've yet to hit. In fact, there's another one in.
There is indeed one in the pit lane. This is Bobby McGear, and again, a driver who struggled with double stacking yesterday. Had a much better one the second day, and today, absolutely superb. 2 green lights, comes out ahead of Adam Sheargold.
Yeah, he's just able to cut Adam Sheargold off. He's done just enough to stay in front. Great driving there by Bobby McGear. We saw he was very fast yesterday, all day long, but struggled initially with the strategy of it, not used to the pit stops, and this time it's worked in Bobby McGear's favour. Now, he, of the pit stoppers, is leading those who've been in the pits. That's currently 8th place. He's got Adam Sheargold right behind him, and right behind that is Sam Shaw. So we'll keep a watching eye. They're coming past you as one now, Anthony. Those who've made the pit stop, headed up by Bobby McGear. This is either going to work brilliantly or fail massively. We'll see what happens. Seb Miller continues in the lead. They're followed by Lewis Manley. It's a quartet up at the front there of Seb Miller, Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham, with Dante Dillon now closer than he was early on. But
and
in the pits, it's Kirkham.
Yep, it is indeed Kirkham in the pit lane, and gate number 1, it's a good stop. Oh, it's a slow getaway, but he gets the green light, so that's not too bad. Goes into gate number 2, it's going to be tight here. He's got plenty of space against everyone behind.
And Kirkham comes out significantly far ahead of the McGear, Sheargold and Shaw battle. Well, that's very interesting, Anthony, because what we needed was a reference point, and that reference point has just been provided by Harrison Kirkham. That gives an idea of how far behind the leaders that battling 3 would be if the leaders pitted. One of the leaders did pit, it was Harrison Kirkham. It has to be said, pitting from behind Seb Miller and Lewis Manley rather than choosing to go with them was a bit of an inspired move by Harrison Kirkham.
It certainly was, and again, I think just feeling like he wanted to try a different strategy, although he's found himself battling with Michael Rayner here as well. Now, obviously, Harrison Kirkham qualified ahead of Michael Rayner. Rayner has not pitted yet either, so this is a battle for position, and that might cause him to suffer a little bit.
Well, we'll see what happens. One person who is not suffering a little bit is actually Dante Dillon. Now, Dante Dillon is the fastest on the track, and it's no surprise because he's closing in on Lewis Manley ahead of him, and he seems to be sort of pulling into that gap that was vacated by Harrison Kirkham. Now, the leader continues to be Seb Miller. There he is on screen. There's Lewis Manley second, and that gap behind Lewis Manley seems to be getting smaller with Dante Dillon in the red suit there in pursuit. Dante Dillon in the red suit with the dark helmet. We're looking at Lewis Manley now, second place, and there comes Dante Dillon. This is Dillon's chance. We can assume if everyone made a pit stop now. Is the one in with you? Yes, there is.
There is indeed. It is the number 8. This is Ben Frankham in the pit lane now. Gate number 1 is good. He now makes his way into gate number 2. A little early on the brakes, but gets on the power early, and he's going to come out very close to Bobby McGear.
Yes, some front-running performances by Frankham yesterday, and he's come out crucially ahead of McGear. McGear's trying down the inside, but he can't make it work. And Ben Frankham has taken that position. This is now a 4-way fight over 7th place, headed by Ben Frankham. Now, the other drivers who have yet to pit, they will be considering this group of 4, because if they come out of the pits in the middle of that, they'll probably get freight trained by all of them, and what they hoped would be a lead position of this group could easily blast, because there would be nowhere to slot in. If one of them passed it, they'd all get you as you came out the pit. So this is important for any of those drivers remaining to pit, of how they would come out. They'll have a visual reference point across the track. I was talking to Russell Endine during the practice on Friday. We saw Russell Endine win earlier yesterday. In fact, he won twice. And he says, as he's going towards that start line, he's looking across. He can see a doorway, and he's taking a reference there. However, all the drivers now have screens available around the track. They are on the track, but also looking at screens on the track. I remember there was some discussion last year about screens on steering wheels, but at this point here they can see a screen. There's another screen around the exit of the what is now the new revised layout, but usually the snail section. They can see a screen. About this point here, the drivers are able to see a screen. We may see them, one or two of them looking across. It's out of view of the camera, but it's there. Back down the back straight now, they are facing a screen on this gantry here. They can see some stats if they need it as they head into the hairpin. Meanwhile, that group comes past you, Anthony, and they are closing in on Michael Rayner. Michael Rayner has yet to pit, but he may have this fall bearing down on him anytime soon.
Certainly so. He'll have those. Well, no, he won't have blue flags, will he? Because he's battling for position here. Yeah. I'm keeping a very close eye here on Harrison Kirkham, the driver who pitted early from that lead group, and I've got to say, he's been setting purple sectors. He might put a dent in these top three if they don't decide to pit soon.
I think you're right, because Harrison Kirkham is now listed as the fastest in this race. No one in this race this morning has been faster than Harrison Kirkham. And it was his last lap, was also very quick indeed. He's continuing to set quicker laps. Now, Harrison Kirkham, there he is on screen now. He pitted out of the lead quartet. He was in third place, following Lewis Manley, following Seb Miller. And with this sort of performance, he may find that he's alongside Lewis Manley when Manley comes out of the pits after making his own stop, and even possibly ahead. So Harrison Kirkham, this strategy of an early pit stop, he's used to get out of that pack, give himself a clear space in front so he can drive his race
into
at
the
his
pits.
pace.
Into the pits now is Michael Rayner. Slow get away from gate 1, but it is a green light. Early stop on gate 2, gets the green light on the way out, jumps in his seat there, but gets 2 green lights and he's out back on track.
Yeah, Michael Rayner, he is actually a second-year driver. He was in this competition last year. 83rd position overall. There's Michael Rayner there, the number 10, in the dark grey suit. He was in this event last year. Now, Michael Rayner, he's driving his own race really at the back there. The important thing for Rayner at this stage, of course, was to keep getting those pit stops right. We've seen so many instances yesterday, Anthony, where people blundered on the pit stop. So Rayner, 83rd in the competition last year, obviously looking to try and get in the top half if he can on results. By making a clear pit stop, although he's come out in 10th place, if anyone else gets a yellow light in front, the pace of Rayner is such that they would automatically fall behind them if they should pick up a penalty, Anthony, and we've seen a lot of those yesterday.
Yeah, we did indeed. Now this here could cause one of these top 3 to decide to pit early, because right now they're closing in. Blue flags will come out for Rayner here as the race leaders approach right to his rear bumper now. Are we going to see one of these top 3 pit this time around? 1, 2, 3 go through, no one comes in. That's a surprise. Blue flag comes out, and look at that. Rayner gives the space. That's beautiful. Yeah,
Rayner really is a sportsman, and he's waved them through. He's seen the 3 leaders coming. He's out of the way. He knows he's not in contention in their battle, so points them through, jumps out of the way. He continues in his 10th place, but he may find his 9th if anyone gets a yellow light in the pit lane. Now, why am I talking about yellow lights in the pit lane? What happens is, if you're new to the BRKC, you didn't see much of it yesterday. Each driver in this race has to come into the pits. They make 1 pit stop, but they actually stop twice within that pit stop. They stop at the beginning of the pit lane, they stop at the end of the pit lane. They get a red light when they stop, and it has to be green when they move again. They're in a box. They have to leave that box with a green light above them. If they jump it, that light goes yellow and they have a penalty. That penalty is to come in and do the pit stop again. Now, Michael Rayner, by keeping it clean, if one of the other drivers has a penalty, they will come out certainly behind him. So we'll keep an eye out for that. And into the pits comes Lewis Manley, second place.
Let's have a look then where he'll come out in pace with Kirkham. Gets the green light on light number 1. Kirkham coming round the bowl now. 2 green lights for Manley. Comes out ahead of Kirkham.
Yeah, Kirkham shakes his head. He realises he hasn't done enough. He's going to pull up onto the bumper of Lewis Manley as Manley enters the revised section. There is Lewis Manley in the red. There is Kirkham in the orange and black and white behind him. Now, this is putting Kirkham exactly where he was when he pulled out and into the pits. So Kirkham, despite being the fastest on the track, and he continues to lower that time, it wasn't quite enough to make the difference to leapfrog Manley. Now, that then begs the question, Kirkham all over the back of Manley. If Seb Miller pitted and if Dancy Dillon pitted, or in the pits.
Yep, this is the number 13 into the pits. This is Adam Davis. Green light on gate 1. Comes into gate 2, looking good. 2 green lights. He heads out at the back of the field.
Yeah, Adam Davis driving with the injured arm. He strained it during the week. It was something to do about lifting some weights, and I don't mean from a weight training point of view. He was lifting weights in a practice session here at Formula Fast, and I think he sort of tweaked a muscle a little bit, and the carts get weighted up for competition. Every driver has to get out of that cart and make a weigh-in. Their body weight plus additional weights have to equal 90 kilos, and Adam Davis, bit awkward there as he's got a bit of a strained arm.
So I just want to come in quickly here, very quickly, James. We're currently watching Manley and Harrison Kirkham on your screens. My biggest question is has Dante Dillon done enough staying out there with your race leader Sebastian Miller? Judging by that graphic, I think he has. That's a new fastest lap of the race, and I reckon he's done enough to leapfrog Manley and Kirkham here and potentially finish in second place.
Well, out of this race, currently Dante Dillon is the closest to that magical sub-32-second lap time. That's a pretty quick lap around this revised layout. It's been getting faster as they've been going along. The revised layout is for the second and third round of heat races, just to spice things up a bit. We will be reverting back to the regular snail layout in that far end. Everyone watching will see what I mean when we revert to that. But what you're talking about basically, Anthony, as we look at Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham on screen, is that if he pits, Dante Dillon might come out in the middle of this scrap. He will be on the inside. He won't have momentum, but he will be on the inside and might be able to shut him off. That could mean Dillon leapfrogs from fourth right the way into second place if he can close in a little bit closer on the benchmark that is Seb Miller. We've really got to take the idea that when these pit stops cycle through, we're looking now at the big battle in the mid-pack there. But from a Seb Miller, Dante Dillon point of view, there is a gap between them of a second. When they pit and come out, Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham should probably slot into that gap, and that is really what we're waiting for to see what happens with the what really in real time is a first and fourth place with Manley and Kirkham slotting into that gap. So there's Adam Davis just going out of view now. We should be getting the leaders any second. There's the big battle there. That is Ben Franken, Bobby McGeer, Sam Shaw and Adam Sheargold, with Adam Davis closing in on them. That's now looking at the back of Adam Sheargold there, going down. There's Adam Davis just coming into view with the yellow helmet, black suit. Now, this is the front of that almighty battle. They're battling over fifth place, which is the position behind the Lewis Manley Harrison Kirkham battle. Just clicking into view down the bottom of the screen there was the leader, Seb Miller and Dante Dillon, but that mighty battle. Seb Miller's just set a new quick lap, but it's been beaten by Dante Dillon. Dillon continues to set the pace there as this gap is ever so gradually shrinking. Anthony, I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think that Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham might slot into that gap, smaller though it is getting.
I don't think they will at all. I think they're going to miss the gap here. The pace that Manley and Kirkham are putting in right now is not matching the pace of Miller and Dillon at the moment. They are going so much faster. I reckon if both Dillon and Miller decided to pit in the next couple of laps, they would come out ahead of Manley and Kirkham. And I'm looking at the body language from Harrison Kirkham here. He was putting his hand up to the team at the sidelines there saying, what's going on? We're not going fast. What do I do?
Absolutely. It's Harrison Kirkham will be looking for some information or confirmation, and if Seb Miller and Dante Dillon are actually faster than this pair we're looking at now of Manley and Kirkham. Now, Manley and Kirkham were on schedule to slot in the middle in between Miller and Dillon, but the faster that Miller and Dillon go and the longer they stay out, the more likely, instead of being second and third these two are, they'll actually be third and fourth. So Dante Dillon now, strategically, will probably want to be staying out as long as possible. Pretty big shout out to Michael Rayner behind them. Rayner, having waved them through earlier on, is actually staying. There you can see him there, just in the background, the grey suit. He's actually staying with the flying Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham. Both are race winners here at Formula Fast. So Michael Rayner doing a sterling job at the back there, albeit a lap down. So there's Lewis Manley. We've seen an incredible close-up there as he's chased down by Harrison Kirkham. Can they increase their speed? No, it's still Dante Dillon faster, and Dante Dillon is running 0.2 of a second faster on best lap time than that driver there in the red suit, Lewis Manley. So Dante Dillon is doing exactly what he needs to, and on that basis, Anthony, the best thing Dante Dillon could do now is stay out.
Into the pits. He's come in. Right, this is crucial now. Where's he going to come out with the two of Manley and Kirkham. Gets a green light on gate 1. Gate 2 gets another green light. He's well ahead. Look at that.
He's made it massively, so the longer he was staying out, the faster he was going, and the more chance he had to come out ahead. As it happens, he's come out way ahead. I mean, Anthony, even though he was going faster, he's still got a bigger lead than I think it would have seemed at the time.
Yeah, definitely that, and that's also going to mean that Manley might have his worst result so far this weekend. Now, race leaders in, Sebastian Miller, gate 1 is green, gate number 2 is green. He's going to come out where from Dante Dillon? He's come out ahead. That's it, it's signed, sealed and done.
Absolutely, Seb Miller's done it exactly right. He's timed it to perfection. That's a very late stop, and that's what he needed to do. He was out there setting the lap times. He's been in the lead right from the start. He pitted and came out just in front of Dante Dillon, but Dillon's pace has paid off, because not only has he leapfrogged Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham, he's also a bit closer to Seb Miller than he was. And Seb Miller came out. He came out with a significant lead over Dante Dillon, but it's only a kart length now, because Dillon had the momentum as Seb Miller was coming out of the pits. He had the momentum into the revised section. So Dante Dillon, a strong second place. He's converted that 4th into 2nd, and to do so, he's had to outdrive Lewis Manley and Harrison Kirkham, which, when you consider Lewis Manley is a multi-time race winner, more than 20 wins in BRKC heat and semi-final races, Lewis Manley. So Dante Dillon has put on possibly the drive of the race. There's no doubt in the winner there, but Seb Miller had it pretty much sorted from the get-go. It's Dante Dillon who's had to do the work, and in turn he's made up 2 places. This is good news for Dante Dillon's chances of making a semi-final, and from his point of view, possibly even a spot in the final itself. There's less than a minute to go, Anthony, and it's been a very interesting race from a strategic point of view, particularly with Dillon.
Yeah, exactly that. At play here, really focusing on your lap times. I think that's been the biggest one. Strategy really come into play in this race, and unfortunately it's just not worked out for 2 of our drivers, Kirkham and Manley, who did their level best here to really push with those early pit stops. They've had clear track the entire time, but their pace just wasn't able to match these top 2 that you can see on your screen. There you can see Manley, and that's quite a substantial gap from what they had in the early stages of this race.
Absolutely, and there is Seb Miller down the backstretch being chased by Dante Dillon. Lewis Manley's going defensive against Harrison Kirkham, but Seb Miller, he's won heat races here. He's been a semi-finalist in the BRKC before. He's also been a semi-finalist in the equivalent championship, the French rental car championship, and the Swedish. So Seb Miller, he really knows how to put himself into positions of semi-finals, and winning races like this, exactly how to do it. He's adding to his tally of wins here in the BRKC. There he is, Seb Miller, down the backstretch there. Dante Dillon, he doesn't really go in for the international events, but he is a very well-known racer in the karting in the United Kingdom. Dante Dillon's actually closed in on leader Seb Miller. Dante Dillon obviously has something to aim for, because you can see the back of Seb Miller. Seb Miller's just trying to keep it neat and tidy. He's still lapping at an epic pace, but it is Dante Dillon, the only driver so far into the 31-second bracket. All others running on 32. But Seb Miller's got this one in the bag. He's on the last lap now. He's got enough of a cushion over Dante Dillon there. You can see them going down the backstretch from the rear view. There's Manley and Kirkham running in 3rd and 4th, and here comes Seb Miller. He's going to take the win. This is what he needed, maximum points, and surely looking at a place in the semi-final for Seb Miller there, with Dante Dillon in pursuit. Here comes Lewis Manley. He's crossed the line in 3rd place. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed with that. He always looks for wins, and Harrison Kirkham, he would have needed the points. We'll see how that plays out. He may have enough to make a semi-final appearance, but we will see. He's certainly going to be looking at those points scored. It's been a very interesting race, Anthony. We've got Ben Frankham in 5th place. 6th place was Bobby McGeer. Sam Shaw, 7th. Adam Sheargold, 8th. Adam Davis struggling there with the injured arm in 9th, one of the unthinkables. Michael Rayner there in the 10th place. They're coming into you now, Anthony. What a race that's been.
Oh, it certainly has been. I'm actually looking forward to speaking to a couple of drivers in this one, most specifically Sebastian Miller and Dante Dillon. They'll be the 2 drivers who I'll like to get a word with on this one. Certainly, though, some fabulous strategy that's came into play there. and we will have a good chat with them now. Right, okay. Sebastian, get yourself weighed up and then come and have a chat with me. Dante as well, get yourself weighed up and come and have a chat with me. There you go. We'll let them get sorted out, and because Dante's actually got quite a lot of weight he needs to make sure he can carry. He's only a little lad, bless him, but yeah, he's got a lot of weight on board, so hopefully he can carry it. 3, 2, 1, there we go, he's got it. He'll get himself sorted out there. Right, okay, let's head over to Sebastian Miller. He's all weighed in. Let's have a quick chat with him. Sebastian, I say I took the mick out of Dante Dillon there for his size. Now I feel the small one with Sebastian. Sebastian, lovely run there. That's worked out well for you. Flag to flag, good qualifying, and then you've come out on top as well.
Yeah, it was a fantastic qualifying lap, so I was really happy with that. And then, you know, throughout the race, Lewis was pressuring me, and Dante got really close at the end. So it was a brilliant race, and it was definitely a very tough grid in that one.
Do you reckon that there could help you secure a spot in the semi-finals?
Definitely, yeah. If I get a good result in the next heat, then hopefully I'll be in the semi-finals. I'm aiming to make the grand final this year, but we'll see what happens. 2 more races to go.
Excellent, well done. Congratulations for that one, Sebastian Miller. Let's go over to Dante Dillon, who's just having a word here with officials at Formula Fast. Hopefully not telling him off, or disqualifying him in any way, but oh no, I'm sure he's fine. Dante, can I have a quick chat there? Congratulations, best result of the weekend so far, 2nd place. You happy with it?
Yeah, considering how quali went, I was definitely a lot happier. So I was 2nd and a 4th, and now 2nd again. When I qualified 4th, it was a bit tricky because it was the first heat of the day, quite slippery conditions, and I think everyone who qualified in front of me started behind me in the quali, so they would have got a bit of a better condition with the track because it does ramp up so fast. But yeah, good strategy, good pace as well. I just couldn't quite get the 20. I think the 20 is just that little bit better, but otherwise I thought I drove a good race.
I saw you just having a quick word there with some of the officials here. Anything you can indulge us in?
He was just saying how on the pole, the super pole, everyone kind of backed up a bit. He said try not to back off too much. I say there's a bit of a backlog, kind of everyone. If the guys in front of you's doing it, you don't want to be on their ass to go around. But yeah, it's just sort of that sort of thing really. Nothing too major.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Dante. We'll see you out later on. Brilliant stuff. Well, green flag's out. Next session is on the track. James, over to you.
And just to clarify there, Anthony, would it be fair to say, with Seb Miller towering over you there and you then being taller than Dante, is Seb Miller literally twice the height of Dante Dillon?
It's not far off.
Okay, well, we've got the next heat race out there and a real star lineup in this one. Race winner earlier on, double race winner. We got Russell Endine, Slavik Piskors, we got Sam Cox, Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion. We got Bradley Shepherd, the boss of BSR, Tristan Lloydell, the American, Richie Clark, and gosh, we saw some moves by Richie Clark yesterday. Joe Simcock, Steve Gray from the Unthinkables, and Kieran Eve. And we've seen Kieran Eve up and down the order in the events yesterday, so it should be an interesting one, Anthony. They're on their qualifying now. We'll keep an eye on what the times are as they come in and get the checkered flag. So the checkered flag's being prepared. The first lap times are going to be recorded now. First one to post a time is Steve Gray. Steve Gray on pole, but he's been beaten by Richie Clark and beaten by Tristan Lloydell. Lloydell's now fastest, the American. And have we got any more? Is it Lloydell? Russell Endine's gone for quickest now. Now Russell Endine, 32.4, that's going to be a quick time. Shana comes through in 4th. Ivan Shana in 4th. And Bradley Shepherd, boss of BSR, is in pole position now with a 32.4. Matches Russell Endine, but just slightly quicker by 400ths of a second. In fact, 0.036 to be precise. So it will be on the pole position. Bradley Shepherd of BSR Racing. Russell Endine is 2nd, Tristan Lloydell is 3rd, Richie Clark, a spectacular performance there, putting himself in 4th place. Ivan Shana, the Hungarian, to 5th. Steve Gray will start 6th, Kieran Eve in 7th, Joe Simcock 8th, Slavik Piskors 9th, and Sam Cox rounds them out. So looking down the line there, we can see the 16, that's Sam Cox. He's having a bit of a discussion with one of the marshals there. Simcock ahead, and there's Slavik Piskors. You can see with a multicoloured helmet and the black and red suit. They're just organised in the various positions. Sam Cox will be taking up the rear here with that orange helmet, and you can see way further ahead. There's Russell Endine. He's going to be starting in 2nd position. You can see him on your left of your screen in the grey and black with the green and red on his helmet. So Tristan Lloydell is behind him. Now there is Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, the boss of BSR, so many drivers on his team, so many championships and races to contest this year. Here's Bradley Shepherd trying to show the young guns how it's done. He's getting it started, and away he goes. He's going to be crossing the line. He's looking over his shoulder to see what's happening with Russell Ending. Bradley Shepherd is obviously going to try and do what his driver has just done, one of his drivers, Seb Miller, and that's check out in the lead. Bradley Shepherd through the revised bit now. They're coming out towards the more regular section, the fast sweeping bend that leads to the back straight. There's Bradley Shepherd, there is Russell Ending, followed by Lloydell, the American, Tristan Lloydell there. And Sam Cox still there at the rear in the orange helmet. Bradley Shepherd, also in the orange helmet, is at the front. Round to complete that first lap. There's Ivan Shana just out of view. Bradley Shepherd leads across the line. First lap in the books there with Russell Ending in pursuit and Tristan Lloydell. Now, Bradley Shepherd on the revised section there. He's not under an excessive amount of pressure by Russell Ending, but it's got to be said, Anthony, anytime you would look over your shoulder and see Russell Ending, that's going to be pressure right there.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Russell Ending, who's had some fabulous results over the course of the weekend so far. Really a driver you need to keep an eye on. Right now, I'm liking the looks of this grid. Very nice and condensed, close pack. A couple of spread out at the back. We could see a similar race of what we saw in the previous one. Nail-biting strategies of drivers just trying to put in those consistent lap times. We could see the same here, but the pressure is on Bradley Shepherd here after that superb qualifying. He's got to maintain that pace.
And Bradley Shepherd's response to pressure is to go into the attack. He's pulling away. He's opening up that gap. He's the fastest on the track by 0.2 of a second. There he is. He's opening up that gap, as you can see visually on screen, from Russell Ending and Tristan Lloydell, the American. And Bradley Shepherd is looking to get away in this race if he can. That would give him a safer margin in his pit stop. It means he can be more careful, not trip those lights, get the penalty and have to come and do it all again. But a bit of a shout out, I think, to Richie Clark down in 4th place. He's staying ahead of Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion, and trying to stay with the American Lloydell. But he's got his hands full of Shana as they come around to complete another lap. But look at Bradley Shepherd, past you, Andy. Bradley Shepherd is opening up that gap. Into the pits comes Ivan Shana.
Yeah, I think I was expecting that one. I think he felt like it was being held up a little bit there. Gets the green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2 now. And early on the stop, gets the green light. That's a good pit stop. He's back out on track.
And Ivan Shana, one of those drivers who tends to sit up during the pit stop. It's an interesting one, really, that, isn't it? Because you're taking weight out of the seat, but theoretically the weight is still there in the cart.
Yeah, there's no real benefit to it whatsoever. I think it's all, in the driver's mind that they feel like there's a benefit to it.
Absolutely. So Richie Clark continues in 4th place. Steve Gray will be promoted up to 6th. Kieran Eve is the one who's taken Shana's position of 5th in the standings. Now, Ivan Shana, what can he do? He's in clear space now. If he felt he was being held up by Richie Clark, that's why he would have come into the pits, and now it's his chance to prove he was being held up. It needs to be quick laps from Shana. We know he can do it, but still, fastest on the track is Bradley Shepherd. He's the only one into 32.3 seconds. We're looking at Tristan Lloydell there, the American, in 3rd place, but Bradley Shepherd leading the way in that orange helmet. He's inching ahead. He's almost up to a second ahead of Russell Ending. Now, we basically work on the idea of 10 seconds on average being the cost of a pit stop as we look at the Hungarian champion, Ivan Shana. And Bradley Shepherd, if he was to pit now, which of course he wouldn't, but just out of a matter of interest, he would actually be about a pit stop ahead of the 9th place Sam Cox. So that gives us some impression now that Bradley Shepherd, if he pitted now, would come out into 9th place. In fact, it would end up being 8th place as the pit stop side through. So we'll keep an eye on that. As he pulls ahead, that exit of the pits will be higher and higher up the order. The ideal for Bradley Shepherd would be to be able to pit and come out still in the lead without ever relinquishing the lead. However, to pull that kind of gap against the likes of Russell Ending, Tristan Lloydell and Richie Clark would be an ask that I'm sure not even Bradley Shepherd, with the best will in the world, could answer. In fact, Anthony, I think Ending's closing in.
Visually, from my position here, yeah, I think you are right. It certainly looks like that gap has come down to at least 1 kart length just off camera. In fact, it's actually on camera. Ivan Shana's just gone for an overtake right to the back of the grid there. He's managed to get past Sam Cox, and Sam Cox yet to make a pit stop as well.
And guess who's fastest on the track? It wasn't that last lap when he was making the overtake move, but the lap before, Anthony. It is, in fact, the Hungarian champion, Ivan Shana. Inspired early pit stop. He clearly was correct in the idea that he was being held up. That's why he made the pit stop. He made a very early pit stop indeed. Now, he was running in 5th place, but this is how these top drivers do convert those positions using pit stop. Ivan Shana will be setting fast laps now, the intention being to leapfrog those in front of him. He can leapfrog those in front of him and move closer to Bradley Shepherd. The question is, Richie Clark, Tristan Lloydell, Russell Ending, they're in the battle of their own. Chances are they won't even see him coming. It could be the shock of shocks when they come out of the pits to find themselves alongside Ivan Shana, who will have momentum on his side. Ivan Shana was running 5th in this race early stages, but he could be well up the order in maybe even challenging the likes of Bradley Shepherd for the lead once those pit stops cycle through. So for everybody, Shepherd, Ending, Lloydell and Clark, the speed of Ivan Shana down there is going to be an important factor when they make their pit stops, Anthony.
It certainly is, and again, just keeping a close eye on Ivan Shana. Once again, he's starting to close in on another driver who has not pitted yet. It'll be the number 10 of Slavik Pekors, who he is closing in on, and I'm just keeping an eye on that gap now, and Ivan Shana basically just 2 seconds away. That's all he's got to gain to lap or out-pit all the drivers in front of him.
Yeah, and Bradley Shepherd has increased that lead visually, it looks, but the one on the move, new fastest lap for this race is Tristan Lloydell, the American in 3rd place. So they're going to be countering that attack from Ivan Shana. The incredible thing is that drivers at this level, especially those following all the various international championships, run the same sort of script, if you like. There's Tristan Lloydell there. He's fastest on track at the moment. That's the American driver. They do get various inputs of information from the screens. They are looking across the track while in the middle of these epic battles and trying to be as fast as they can be. Lloydell there currently fastest in this race, and yet the likes of Lloydell, the likes of Shepherd and Ending, they will be aware of people like Ivan Shana, those early pit stops. Of course, Richie Clark, he's trying to follow and stay with them as well. There's Tristan Lloydell, the American. He still is the quickest on the track as that lead group go through. Yeah, go on.
So, yeah, I'm just looking at this, James, and looking at the timing as we see another new fastest lap coming in for Russell Ending, really pushing the pressure on Shepherd there. If I was Richie Clark, he's not close enough to follow Lloydell. He's not close enough to follow Eden. He's just there on his own. If he pitted now, he would come out just behind Ivan Shana. And I reckon if he could follow Ivan Shana, he'd be much closer. I reckon he'd be better off with that. But that's down to him. He doesn't really know that. If he can keep an eye on the timing screens, it might benefit him if he pitted now.
Yeah, as they were about to come past you, I'm talking about Ivan Shana, he would need to slot into that gap between Shana and Slavik Pekors. The danger would be, of course, if he came out in that gap, there is a gap. We're looking at the 3 leads at the moment, but in the gap between Ivan Shana and Slavik Pekors, he would need to actually make sure he exited the pits in the gap rather than behind Pekors. The strategy would work as you described. If he was in the gap, it would fail massively if he came out behind Pekors.
Yeah, 100%. But right now, we've only had Ivan Shana pit. No one else has pitted yet. There is 11 minutes left of the session, and as I said, we've got one in the pit lane. This is the number 12 that's pitted. This is Joseph Simcock. Gate number 1 is a green light. Comes into gate 2, early on the brakes, early on the throttle. 2 green lights. He's going to come out neck and neck with the number 16 here.
Yeah, Joe Simcock, a regular on the... he's been passed by Sam Clark there. Sam Clark managed to get Simcock round the outside as, what a really inspired move. Both of them are Club 100 drivers, so they'll know each other from their outdoor karting in the summer. 2-stroke drivers, these two. And Simcock will have... he's having to look down the inside. He can't make it work there under the brakes into the hairpin. That's a very popular overtaking spot. Simcock not with quite enough momentum to make it work as they cross the line. Sam Cox did what he needed to do. They are running 9th and 10th, but they may move through the order as we cycle through the pit stops. Now, it has to be said, Russell Ending is really closing on the leader now. Russell Ending is fast on the track. Shepherd's trying to respond. They're both down in 32.0 of lap times, and but it's not enough. It's not enough for Shepherd to avoid being caught by Russell Ending. The lead 3 have closed in hugely, and they are actually the 3 fastest. The Ivan Shana's trying to get on terms with them, but he's a 1/10 of a second off per lap. It doesn't sound like a lot of 1/10 of a second, but as each lap passes, You know, you do 10 laps with a tenth of a second advantage, suddenly you're a second ahead. And in this game, that's a big margin. So, the leaders continue through. We're looking at that last place battle between Sam Cox and Joe Simcock. There's Cox. He managed to get just push ahead of Joe Simcock. And there's Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champion. He was the first one in. He tried to take advantage of the clear space in front of him. He needs to be quicker though if he can. He's on 32.1 seconds, where the three leaders are on 32.0, except for Tristan Lloydell, who's now the first one to dip under that magical 32-second point. Lloydell, the third one of the top three, is the first onto 31 seconds, 31.9. So that is why he's closed in. They're all closing in on Bradley Shepherd, the leader. It is definitely a three-way fight for the lead. There's the Hungarian champ on screen, Ivan Shana there. He's making his way across the line to start another lap. So the excitement really, Anthony, is going to be when the three leaders pit. There definitely could be some changes between them, and where Ivan Shana comes into that mix will be the question. We're looking at them on screen now. Anthony, it's a question now with 9 minutes to go of when the first of these three to blink is going to blink and come in the pits.
Exactly. Right now, there's nothing forcing any one of these drivers to pit right now. They have got no traffic ahead of them. They are doing what they need to do. They're increasing the gaps from the drivers behind. But again, it's just a case of who blinks first, really, on this one. They're coming into the final section now. Beautiful shots here from the boom camera there as we look at Tristan Lloydell, the American driver. Still none of them pitting as they make their way back over the start-finish line. I'm keeping an eye on our man in fourth place, Richie Clark. Again, not pitting. And right now, he's going to be under pressure from Kieran Eve, who's starting to close in now.
Yeah, and just having a little look there at the relative times. We bank on about 10 seconds for a pit stop. That would mean that if Bradley Shepherd, the race leader, the leader of these three we're looking at on screen in the orange helmet, if he came in now, he would probably come out right behind Steve Gray of the Unthinkables, who's currently running in 6th place. So Bradley Shepherd would probably be wrong to come into the pits. He's probably aware of this. He would come out right behind Steve Gray, and that could affect him from the point of view of those behind. He certainly can't avoid, he can't get into a situation where he feels like he might be held up. Now, anyone getting held up behind Steve Gray, that is saying something, because he is an indoor championship, indoor champion of a different series in 2016. So Steve Gray can win championships. At the moment, he's running in 6th place in this race as we look at the American Lloydell. But this would probably be a very bad time for them to pit. These three need, they're doing the lap times. They're, well, there's another one now. Both Endine and Lloydell are in the 31-second bracket now as they continue around. Bradley Shepherd, crucially, is not, and that's why they're absolutely nose to tail. It really is going to come down to these pit stops. There's Steve Gray now. Now, Steve Gray is in 6th place. You can see him on screen. He's working his way around. The driver from Blackpool, a tram driver by trade. He's making his way around. Look at that, hands on the middle of the wheel, just like a bus driver, as Steve Gray driving it like he's back in Blackpool. But, well, he's clearly one of the fastest bus drivers you'll see. He can have his hand on that middle spoke through the revised layout and still be the rapid driver that he is.
James, just quickly, I'm just looking at the time remaining, 6.5 minutes. Basically, drivers have got 4 minutes because in the last 2 minutes they get the pit lane close sign. I've had 2 pit stops. It's going to get busy in here.
Yeah, this is where people trip over each other. We see people double stacking and losing positions in races. Most notably was Bobby McGeer yesterday. He had the speed, but of course the strategy was new to him and it didn't work. As we continue to look at Steve Gray, Steve Gray's now 11 seconds behind Bradley Shepherd, which means those leaders pitting will pit to this point here in the area of Steve Gray. And obviously, as you say, with only a couple of pit stops, Steve Gray's one of those who's yet to come in, Anthony.
No, exactly. So, this is a lot of pressure now that is being put on these drivers. Top 3 coming through now. Again, no one coming in. Keeping an eye on Richie Clark. That plan could still work. He's lost a lot of time. He's going to be way behind Ivan Shana. No, he doesn't come in. Neither does Kieran Eve. What is going on here? They've only got a few minutes left to pit and they're going to be bunched up together.
Absolutely. Steve Gray does not come in. Bradley Shepherd is now in the 31-second bracket and he is the fastest on the track. The race leader is the fastest on the track. As we look at Steve Gray down 6
and in the
pits.
Right, so in the pits lane, this is Slavek Pekors. Now, he's not part of the top group. He's in his own race. He's got a good gate 1. Blue flag's now coming out for the drivers who have been lapped. And Slavek Pekors back out on track, but still none of the leaders are pitted.
Yeah, the leaders are catching the Cox and Simcock pairing now, and I think they're right on the tail. And it's a 5-car train with Cox and Simcock in the lead. Now, could this be bad news for Russell Ending? Surely one of the leaders is going to be in on this lap, probably the race leader himself. But this may be an interesting bit of strategy they've got between them, and surely you can have a bit of this. Yes, you have. No, yep. Russell Ending's backed out because in the pits is Cox.
Yeah, it's Sam Cox coming in, and he's got a good on gate 1, comes into gate 2, and again, it's all good. He's fine. He heads back out onto the track, but crucially, Russell Ending, he put his hand up to say he was coming in the pit lane, and then he saw Sam Cox come in, and then he bailed out of it. So again, you've got drivers trying to avoid this double stacking.
Very quick thinking there, and using Bobby McGear as the example from yesterday, that's what he failed to see, the hand going up and the driver coming in. So obviously the experience of Russell Ending, he was committed to a pit stop continue. Interestingly, he hasn't come in this lap.
No, I was a bit surprised about that one. Kieran Eve also not coming in as he's line astern now with Richie Clark. That is a battle for position as well. We have got the 20 into the pit lane now. This is Steve Gray again. He's in his own race right now, and it's a yellow light on gate 1. He's got to come back in. That's an absolute disaster for Stephen Gray. He will not like that at all.
Disaster there for Steve Gray. You can see it. He's raised his helmet visor and he's shaking his head as we look at Russell Ending.
And into the pits. Here comes Lloydell. Right, the American into the pit lane from 3rd place. Where is he going to come out to in comparison to Ivan Shana? It's a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. Where's Shana? Miles clear. The 11 is now in the pit lane. This is Richie Clark from P4. Green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He's come out miles behind Ivan Shana. He should have pitted earlier, but right now he's still in a good spot. Back in the pit lane now comes the number 20 for his restop here. It is Stephen Gray. Green light on gate 1 this time around. That's all good. Coming in towards gate 2, and it's all good again. He gets a good one. Now the number 8's coming to the pit lane. This is Russell Ending from 2nd place. Green light on gate 1. Comes into gate number 2. This is all good. That's a good pit stop, but where is your man who was in 3rd place? There, Lloydell. He's miles ahead. That's a good pit stop.
Yeah, Lloydell has made it work, and let's have a little look. Where is Russell Ending? Yeah, yes, you are right. He's made it. He's made it work. He's ahead of Lloydell. There is Russell Ending on screen now with Tristan Lloydell in the grey helmet following. That's a bigger gap. Bradley Shepherd is still not pitted. Surely it's going to be this lap for race leader Bradley Shepherd. He's trying to do his best to pull away a bigger advantage. But Lloydell and Russell Ending seriously have to be on it. Kieran Eaves yet to come in. Will it be even this time? And will that affect Bradley Shepherd and his pit stop? Because they are all running out of time. So obviously he's already been in, is Richie Clark. And what about Bradley Shepherd? He's on the backstretch now. It's got to be this time, surely, for Bradley Shepherd into the pits. We'll keep an eye on it. Surely it's this lap. Here comes Bradley Shepherd. Is he in? No, he's not.
No, well, the pits close light has now come on. He's just put a thumbs up now, has Bradley Shepherd. He will be in this lap.
Yeah, there he is on screen now. Bradley Shepherd, boss of the very large BSR outfit. He looks after a vast number of drivers, Bradley Shepherd, but he's looking after his own race in this situation. He's got a pit stop to make at the end of this lap. We will be seeing Bradley Shepherd, the race leader, in on this lap. There he is around this final corner. He's going to come into you now, Anthony. His hands raised.
Let's see what happens here. It's got to be a good stop because Endine is only 11 seconds behind. It's going to be very close on the exit. Green light on gate 1. Gate 2 is good. It's another green light. Endine comes around the final corner, but it's not enough.
Yeah, in fact, Bradley Shepherd has, if anything, extended his lead. Endine's got momentum. Now he's closing in, but he's not close enough as they enter the revised section there. And in and out of the pits, that look like Kieran Eve. Oh, he's lost a place, has he, to Richie Clark. Richie Clark goes around the outside of Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve was almost able to hold on, but the momentum was in favour of Richie Clark. They're still battling away through the revised area there, but to confirm, on screen, you can see Bradley Shepherd maintains the lead. They're 1 minute to the last lap board. He's got Russell Ending all over the back of him now. Russell Ending, he's going to get pretty racy with Bradley Shepherd. There's a gap between Endine and Lloydell, so Endine can start making moves without the risk of losing a position, being jumped by Tristan Lloydell behind. So there's Shepherd, there's Endine, and there's Lloydell, and Lloydell's closing in on him. Shepherd is the fastest on the track at the moment. He's got the quickest lap. Russell Endine checks over his shoulder. it's still just about enough clearance for him to make a move without losing a place automatically as Bradley Shepherd continues on. He's got surely, 2 laps maybe to go, maybe 3. We'll see when the organisers put it up. So Bradley Shepherd continues in the lead under massive pressure from Russell Ending, from Tristan Loydal. Ivan Shana, he rolled the dice with an early pit stop. It hasn't quite paid off. He's probably about 100 metres behind this 3. As we see the 3 leaders go through, we may see Shana appear in the back 3. Oh, Russell Ending gets defensive against Loydal. He blocks the inside line into the hairpin, the best overtaking plate on the whole track. You can see though it's cost him time. That move cost him time there to Bradley Shepherd. There's a gap opened up between Ending and Shepherd, so getting defensive has cost Ending, but he needed to do it, it has to be said. So they're on the last lap now. Here comes race leader Bradley Shepherd with the biggest gap he's had since leaving the pits over Russell Ending. He's got just 1 lap, just half a lap now to go. Brown for the final time onto the backstretch. What will Ending do? Ending stays in the position on the right. He does not go defensive to the left against the American Loydal. Just 2 corners now for Bradley Shepherd. He's into that final hairpin. He's into the final swerve. Here he comes. It's Bradley Shepherd for the win. Anthony, it's been a cracking race, and Bradley Shepherd has taken it from Russell Ending, from Tristan Loydal. Ivan Shana tried his best strategically. Nearly played in his favour, but not quite.
No, exactly. That was very, very close at the end of that one there. But again, just well timed in the pit stops there for Shepherd, Ending and Loydal. I was getting concerned that we were going to get a double stack. We nearly did with Ending putting his hand up at the last second after avoiding Sam Cox, who came in the pit lane at the same time. But nonetheless, a superb race, and the drivers make their way back into the pit lane. I'm looking forward to chatting to a couple of them.
Yeah, and of course, with everyone leaving it so late, you then have the extra fly in the ointment in the form of Steve Gray having to take that penalty pit stop. So not only were there lots of drivers, there was one having to make another stop too.
No, exactly. Well, for Loydal there on your screen, it's a 3rd place for him. Shepherd taking the win from Endine. So really looking forward to seeing what Shepherd's got to say. He's certainly come strong in this second half of the weekend, but yeah, really looking to see what he's got planned for later on in the day. Really a big shame for Ivan Shana on that one. Looking like he could have been a driver that might have had a good result. Unfortunately, just didn't go his way. So let's jump in and let's chat with a couple of our drivers on this one. You can see Loydal and our other drivers just having a good chat. There is Bradley Shepherd having a chat with Mr. Endine. Bradley, let's have a quick chat. Cameron just behind you here. Nice run on that one. I think well timed in the pit stop. We were getting a little bit concerned at the end of that one. There were still 8 drivers yet to pit with about 4 minutes to go. We were worried that there was going to be double stacking, but you managed to find a gap.
Yeah, I think it was all about, this layout is very hard to overtake on, so, I think we've gone in with the attitude of, you need to pole it or get to the front in the qualifying because it'll be hard to overtake after that. So, yeah, did the job in the qualifying, and then it was just about maintaining the race after that.
That's another chunk of decent points for you. Certainly looking good for the semi-finals later on. And yeah, what's the plan? I mean, are we holding on for hope that it's all going to be a good end to the weekend here for you?
Yeah, my next heat looks fairly okay. Make it to the semi-final. I won that last year, so we'll just have to see what we can do. And yeah, just aiming to make that final at the end of the day.
Good, great result for you. Well done. We'll see you out later on. Excellent. Right, let's speak to Mr. Loydal here. Right, Tristan, that was a good race, technical race, demanding one. Just missing out with those gaps, but still good performance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like if I played that a little bit smarter, maybe on the pit strategy, I could have had an ending at the end. But overall, those 2 guys in front of me are extremely fast, and I couldn't be happy with a 3rd in that sort of race. So, I mean, I enjoyed it. It was fun, just a little bit of learning, and then I think we should be at the top.
Yeah, that's what you need. It's good points, and it's exactly what you needed out there. Well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Excellent stuff. James, back over to you. Qualifying's underway.
Yeah, very interesting couple of interviews there, Anthony. It was indeed it was an exciting race in terms of battle, but it was very interesting strategically. The next lot are out to qualify. This is heat number 8, nearly at the end of the round, the final round, which is on the revised layout. So just 3 more races on this revised layout before we go back to the familiar snail section version. We've got Adrian Hull, Dominic Muir, Sam Slater, who we've seen win, Sean Brierley, who we've seen win earlier on, Jamie Sherman Chase, Harley Smith, Gabriel Kinter, who won earlier, Alex Ford, Robin Kassam and Oliver Dankovic out in this race. The qualifying is underway. They're bringing the flag out. We've got Sean Brierley fast at the moment from Gabriel Kinter. Robin Kassam is third, but Dominic Muir and Sam Slater's gone quickest from Sean Brierley. Adrian Hull has somehow got into, well, he's up into 4th place there. Gabriel Kinter is 3rd. Robin Kassam is now 3rd. It's seems to be battle of the Dankovic up into 5th place. Gosh, that's something as well. And they're finishing their qualifying laps now. Jamie Sherman Chase up into 5th. And Harley Smith up to 3rd. Harley Smith racing up to 3rd. And Lewis Manley, you were out earlier on. You've got a 3rd place finish. How do you read this?
I was expecting Sean Brierley was going to be pole Sam 2nd, but it's roles reverse. So very good lap between the pair of them. So kart 19 and 15 have looked pretty good this morning. So let's see what these two do. I may work together to begin with, but I think Sean will have the grip and pace to challenge Sam Slater.
And Sam Slater, of course, really, although a whole bunch of us were doing the World Championship years ago, Sam was the one to take these in various international, national championships to heart. He was the first one out really doing things like the Polish Championship, the Belgian Championship, etc. And he is a race winner at the BRKC before. We've seen him win races, we've seen him make the final, but obviously he's got already win in hand. You know, he's scoring well this weekend. So Sam Slater's looking to add to that. But he has former BRKC champion Sean Brierley right on his tail. We'll see what happens here. 3rd is an incredible Harley Smith. I don't think many saw that coming, not least of which Robin Kassam in 4th. Gabriel Kinter has won yesterday, and he's starting 5th now. Here we are, Sam Slater. He's taken the flag, and he's got Sean Brierley right on his tail as they enter the revised section here for the final opening lap for these guys in the revised section. And it is Sam Slater who makes it through, still in the lead, as the crocodile of carts winds its way through a real serpent-like view there as they make their way out onto the normal part of the track, round the sweeping bends, down the backstretch. It's still Sam Slater. At the back there, that's Alex Ford. Alex Ford brings him up, but Sean Brierley we're looking at on screen. He's all over the back of Sam Slater as they complete that first lap across the line. Lewis Manley, that's about as clean a start as you're ever going to see.
It certainly is, yes. Sam went slightly defensive down the straight as Sean was literally almost on his tail, so they pulled away from Harley Smith in 3rd place, so it looks like it's going to definitely between these two for the win, as Robert Sam want to get another 3rd place. I think he's had 2 thirds so far, so he's right on Harley Smith's tail, so rather he'll go for it down the stride. I don't know, Sam doesn't need to defend at the minute, but does Sam go for it? No, not just yet, so he'll just try again later.
Yeah, and just looking down to 3rd place, a bit of a gap appearing between 2nd Brierley and 3rd Harley Smith, but Harley Smith was a finalist in the BIKC, but now in the international level it's obviously a little bit tougher for him. He's hanging on to that 3rd place though. The lead 2 are pulling away, but if Harley Smith can keep there and can keep those behind, he may well find he's right up at the sharp end in the results at the end. This, of course, Anthony, plays right into the pit stops. Of course, you're reporting from the pit lane. Harley Smith, some people behind him surely are going to feel they're being held up and are going to come in the pits.
Oh, 100%, and right now we're not seeing that because looking at the gap already, only after 3 laps, it's 2.4 seconds. That is a substantial gap that's opened up. So I would suggest if these drivers behind don't decide to pit now, they're going to suffer later on in this race.
Yeah, we're looking at Sam Slater leading the way with Sean Brierley going with him. And these two are setting identical lap times. Sam half a second faster than anyone else in this race. So there's a massive 5-car battle behind Harley Smith. And someone was getting waved at in that group. Could we see an early pit stop? Maybe it'll be Gabriel Kinter. Maybe it'll be one of the others. There's still some waving going on as we look down, and it's Harley Smith who's managing to hang on to that 3rd place. But what about Robin Kassam? What about Gabriel Kinter? Could we see an early pit stopper? That's the big question here. So there's Smith. He's got a big cart train behind him. There he is, Harley Smith, hanging on, finalist in the BRKC, and now moving up to the British Rental Car Championship. He's finding it fairly tough, but he's in third place. He's doing a sterling job there. You can see he's really adapting well to the carts and really adapting well to the revised layout. Lewis Manley, this revised layout's very difficult. Some people have struggled with it, but everyone's got to grips with it now.
Yeah, indeed, because there's a bit of a concern this morning with potentially condensation on the circuit, but they warmed it up pretty nicely, so it's pretty good conditions at the moment, and it's a lot milder today, so as expected, the top two are long gone from the 5-cart train for third place. Rather there'll be any positions swapped in a minute. I don't know. I think there's a pitter.
And into the pit lane. Into the pit lane, we've got the number 8. This is Dominic Muir going for the first pit stop. Green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He's our first customer into the pit lane. Let's see how that strategy plays out for him.
Yeah, now Dominic Muir looking there, looked like he had a lot of condensation on his visor there. Did you see that in the pit lane, Anthony?
I didn't see that in the pit lane. I was looking at the lights more than his visor, but I'll have a look when he next goes past me.
Yeah, because it looked like he had a lot of condensation on his visor. Interestingly, this 5-cart fight headed by Harley Smith, they're on screen now. None of those chose to pit, so they're obviously content with fighting out track. And there is Jamie Sherman Chase we're looking at in the green and black overalls there. A lot of white helmets, but the overalls really are the teller. And there's Harley Smith. Harley Smith is at the lead of that train. It's Kassam and then Sherman Chase. And Gabriel Kinter has in fact lost a place off camera there to Jamie Sherman Chase. Jamie Sherman Chase, the one on the move within that big 5-cart scrap there. In the pits now, we've got a visitor.
Yes, we do. It's the number 16 that's pitted. This is Gabriel Kinter, who's pitted early out of that back group. This might help him out with strategy. Now he's going to come out ahead of Dominic Muir. It's a good pit stop, and yeah, he's got a nice clear track.
Apologies for interrupting here. Sean Briley's now taking the lead from Sam Slay. I didn't see the move, so he's pulled a lovely gap to Sam, so he's got about 3/4 of a second of a gap. I didn't see where the pass came from, which corner, I don't know. It may have been the turn 3 hairpin, so now Sean's taking the lead from Sam and he's pulling away a bit.
Absolutely. While the action was going on in the pits with earlier race winner Gabriel Kinter, there has been a change to the lead, and Sean Briley has pulled the pin. He's got the lead and he's got the fastest lap so far. The only 2 drivers in 31 seconds, and that's very early now for a 31-second lap time. This 31-second lap time is coming much later in the races, in the previous race we've seen today. But it is Sean Briley in the lead, but Sam Slater's trying to close that gap. Sam Slater is doing his best. He's actually quicker on that lap and now has the fastest lap of the race so far. So Sean Briley took the lead, opened up a little bit of a gap. Sam Slater's responded immediately. There they are on screen. Sean Briley leads the yellow helmet. In the orange suit there, Sam Slater is mounting something of a comeback as there's Sean Briley, but on his case is Sam Slater. Sam Slater clearly means to get in on the action, try to tackle Sean Briley, pass him for position if he can, maybe even stop around him. Lewis looking from the top here, we can see Sam Slater arrived into this final hairpin so quick. Miller in the pits now, in the pits.
Oh, in the pits, and that was a very late move there, and into the pits is the number 12 now. This is Harley Smith, the driver who has been struggling in third place, but with a third place qualifying, wasn't able to match the pace. It's 2 green lights back out on track, ahead of Gabriel Kinter.
Yeah, this is interesting. He's come out right in front of Gabriel Kinter.
And there's a pass at the turn 3 hairpin.
Gabriel Kinter's got ahead just of Harley Smith. Now, Gabriel Kinter's whole pit stop strategy early out of that group would have been to get ahead of the leader of that group, which is Harley Smith. He's done it just, but Harley Smith is staying with him. So if Harley Smith can follow Kinter and be pulled along, that may mean he still gets a good result out of this race, because that was an inspired qualifying by Harley Smith, I think.
It certainly was, yeah. I mean, P3 there was superb. As I'm seeing that Robin Kassam here is under investigation on the DigiFlag. Not sure what that's for, so we'll have to keep an eye on the number 11, who is currently running in third place. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, Robin Kassam has inherited third place. Lewis Manley, just want to check some review. Gabriel Kinter there, we know he's very quick. Harley Smith is, it's going to be wise for him to try and stay with Kinter, because that pair could pull to the front of what will then be that 5-cart group again.
Yeah, indeed. I think it might have compromised the races slightly as Harley Smith's got past at turn 3 hairpin. I think that's definitely going to compromise the race. So pitting from third, so he could potentially drop down to like 5th or 6th if the 3 of them stay out and overcut them. But let's see what the gap is when the time comes down.
Yeah, with the pit stops being a factor in the British Rental Car Championship, the driver we're looking at there, Gabriel Quinta, followed by Harley Smith in the red suit, they are part of a 5-kart group. They have made their pit stops, so they're away from their 3 competitors who have yet to make a pit stop. When they do make their pit stop, that 5-kart group will be in position again. Now, if these two can continue to set the better lap times, they may pull themselves towards what will be the front of that group once the pit stops have been cycled through, including this is that other half. This is the other half of that group who get to make their stops. They're headed by Robin Kassam with Jamie Shearman chasing Oliver Dankovic behind. Kassam there we're looking at. When they are the sort of 3 of the group that have not pitted, as opposed to Quinta and Smith, who are part of this group who have pitted, that gap there, theoretically, is where Quinta and Smith might come out. But if they can set those lap times, if they can pull themselves forward, they may find that when Kassam and we're looking at Shearman Chase come out of the pit lane, they're actually ahead. So we'll see what happens with this one. But this is how the strategy plays out. We're in the middle of that kind of dead zone, Anthony, where we tend to see the early pit stoppers have all been in, the late stoppers haven't been in, and they're not even close to it yet. And we've got that point where no one ever seems to come in, about 10 minutes into the race.
Yeah, the lull of the race at the moment. It's a bit lonely in here. We have had the 3 pit stops, of course, Dominic Muir, Harley Smith and Gabriel Quinta. But, there's still 7 drivers left to do their stop. 10 minutes left of the race. There's still time. So if we get the trickles of 1 or 2 in here or there, it should be okay. Obviously, we saw it in the last race where I had 4 drivers coming in the span of 30 seconds. So, there's a lot that can happen in these races. But right now, with Sean Briley now closing into some traffic, blue flags have come out, so that's been cleared quickly. Sam Slater, that gap has opened up to 1.5 seconds now, so Slater's going to have to start to think now, do I pit early and hope I get a clear track and see if Briley gets caught up in something?
Yeah, and while we're waiting for these pit stops, just going to go over to Lewis Manley there, Lewis. In fact, there's a move. It looks like Quinta was under pressure from Harley Smith. Has there been a pass? We're looking out the window just to double check. No, they're still in position. So it looked like there was some action on the track, but it's not amounted to much. Lewis, obviously at this stage, people are starting to think about making the semi-final. Some, such as Eleanor Voss, who's actually won all 3 races, maximum score so far of 30 points out of a potential 30 from 3 races. People are considering their position of the semi-final and heaven help us, the final itself.
Well, absolutely. It's so important to keep scoring high because even like if you're on 28 points after 3 or 36 after 4, you still need to finish at least in the top 5 to make the final. So as De Vos has had all 3 wins, so it's definitely a roles reversed from last year, because last year he was really having bad luck with the car. So and this year he's had perfect karts, literally kart 20, kart 19 and 11, and it's been really good for him so far, and he's really looking strong.
Is it fair to say that there's if you have scored very well, say like top 2 in every race, Lewis, it may well be that you're going to make the semi-finals. We know that the semi-finals is the right to continue scoring. The top 10 of the 30 drivers that will be in the semi-final, the 3 semi-final races, they will continue to score. So making that top 10 to get in the final, if you've been sort of first or second so far all weekend long in your races, chances are you're already starting to book your place in the final mentally, if nothing else.
Well, exactly, because if you come second in all 5, that's 45 points. That would be around about 5th on points, so you still got to consistently score high each time. So if you have thirds, like each 5 races, that's 40, and that might not be enough to make the final. So you've got to at least finish top 2, even win the race to make the finals.
So whereas some drivers are thinking about how many points they need to make the semi-final, the likes of Eleanor De Vos and possibly even yourself have already got their mind on that final position, actually taking part in the final itself.
Exactly, because if Eleanor can get another win in his 4th round, then he's going to be in his first semi-final, because he was the only one on maximum score, like Vika Sledge last year, 140, and of course Selena Balnega in 2020. And that's why it's so crucial to keep scoring high, and then you can get higher chances of getting the obvious car for the final and potentially win the BRKC.
Absolutely, Lewis. And as we look out there, there's been a low
action at the pit lane. Yep, it's Jamie Shearman Chase who's in the pit lane, the driver who lost a race yesterday after a bad pit stop. This time around has a good pit stop and he comes back out on track. Another one comes into the pit lane. It's the 17. It's Adrian Hull. Gate number 1 is green. Comes in towards gate number 2 now. Early on the stop. Keeps it rolling. Gets the green light. Comes back out on track.
Yeah, and crucially from his point of view, Jamie Sherman Chase, Lewis Manley was talking about this just now, he's actually come out in front of Gabriel Kinter and Harley Smith. So, as the 2 early pitters, we were waiting for one to pit out that main group, that big group of 5. The 2 pitted early, the remaining 3 had to pit, and it has not really worked out for Kinter and Harley Smith. Particularly Harley Smith, unfortunately, he seems to be dropping near to the back of that group.
Action in the pits. Yep, it's the number 10 that's come in. This is Alex Ford, and gate 1 is all good. Slow getaway, but it's good in towards gate 2. Early on the brakes, on the throttle early. That was nice. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Alex Ford rejoins the race. There he is, back onto the track. He's following Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam is yet to pit. We can see Alex Ford on screen now in the red and orange suit, and we're moving back around. There he is, there's the race leader. That is Sean Briley, the race leader, on screen now. He is yet to pit. Sam Slater has actually dropped to about 2 seconds back, so Sean Briley is the fastest on the track. Lewis Manley, he's the quickest on the track, and he's got a 2-second lead over Sam Slater. That is some going.
It is some going. He had a little bit of a scruffy lap last night, so it's clawed back to within 0.2 seconds. It's 1.7, but that's still no problem for Briley, so he's got a comfort gap to Sam. I think he's definitely got a bit of a better car than Sam, because as I say, because Harrison Kirkham had 19 in my race and was so quick through the left-hand corner, and he has had so much good grip. So I think Briley is looking comfortable with, as he's just set the fastest lap of 31.6, which is pretty quick on this layout, and he's clawed the lap out by another almost 0.3 of a second, so back up to over 2 seconds.
And the 2 leaders headed by Sean Briley. Sorry, yes.
Action in the pit lane. It is Robin Kassam, who was under investigation earlier on in the race. Gets a green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. It's all good on the throttle, but here's Jamie Sherman Chase, and it's close.
He's been leapfrogged. Robin Kassam has been leapfrogged, coming out the pits by Jamie Sherman Chase. Jamie Sherman Chase is the seems to be the net winner of this group of 5 as Jamie Sherman Chase exits the revised part. He's heading around the fast sweepers down the back straight, and there's no way Kassam's going to be close enough to have a pop with him going into that final hairpin. So Jamie Sherman Chase, the net winner out of those cycles of pit stops. There he is, there's Kassam, and are we getting a leader in this time? No, we're probably not. I think they're going to leave it as late as they can in the case of the 2 leaders, but a 2-second gap there for a second. But Jamie Sherman Chase, it has to be said, he's currently listed as 4th. Oliver Dankovic is the remaining driver out of that original group of 5 to pit. Surely he's not going to be going fast enough to actually come out ahead of Jamie Sherman Chase. It's Sherman Chase, Lewis Manley, who has done the work here. There he is on screen. He has got right to the front of that group.
Indeed, he's undercutted Robin Kassam, so a very clever strategy. Pitted earlier, but it looked like he did have a good pace over Robin Kassam, so he's in a net 3rd right now, so very good effort for him. He's pulling away as well.
Here comes Slater.
Sam Slater's in the pits.
Slater in the pit lane, 2nd place after a large gap, late on the brakes, sliding into gate 1, gets the green light, comes into gate number 2. He looks deflated in the kart, thinking he's not got enough waft in him, but he exits out the pit lane, neck and neck with one of the back markers.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and block him out. That could be Dominic Mule. We'll double check, but he's managed to block the other driver out. He continues in that 2nd place. Pretty much just Dankovic and Briley to pit now. Briley's coming in.
Briley's in, right, okay, let's see how he does. Remember, he needs a perfect pit stop here. Red light on at the first gate, gets the green, that's all good. Gate number 2, don't bottle it now, Sean. Don't bottle it, he's got the green, he's back out on track, and he's extended that lead, look at that.
Yeah, he's actually, by an incredible pit stop, there has come out in the lead. Not only is he in the lead, he's managed to put Adrian Hull, who's in 8th place, between himself and Sam Slater. Now, we've seen Adrian Hull, he's able to keep the speed and let the leading drivers through. So I don't think Sam Slater's going to have too much trouble, but it's the mental aspect of having a cart between you and the leader with just 2.5 minutes to go, Lewis Manley, that could be a factor. Sam Slater, I think, is going to have to resign himself to 2nd place in this race.
Well, certainly, yeah, he's nowhere near Sean Briley. The gap's 2.5 seconds, so that's no chance with 2:20 to go. So they've got that marker in between them. But as I say, Sean's really comfortable out front, so that pass has won in the race, and He's really good through the corners, as I said earlier. He's got really good grip, so Sean's looking good to be on 29 points after his 3 races.
Yeah, and there is former British rental car champion Sean Briley. He's pulled out a 2-second lead. He's put a back marker between himself and the pursuing Sam Slater, also a previous race winner, but Sean Briley has won this championship before. He knows how to do it, he knows what it takes, and he is trying to book himself a place.
Final pit stops in.
In the pits though.
Yep, this is Oliver Dankovic, who is now our last driver to see a pit stop. He did receive the pit's closing lights. He left it to the last minute. 2 green lights. He's back out on track, and he's come out behind Harley Smith.
Yeah, and of that group of 5, Dankovic was the last of those 5, both in the pits and of the group before anyone had pitted. So Dankovic kind of assumed the position he was in originally. The net gain, though, is definitely Jamie Sherman Chase, and the net loss was probably Harley Smith. Harley Smith was originally running 3rd. He's now in 6th place, but Jamie Sherman Chase is 3rd. An incredible showing by him. But there's no doubting the leader. With a minute to go is Sean Briley. Sean Briley has been in the BRK since the very beginning, way back in 2011 when it was a multi-race format throughout the summer. Then when it went to the single venue and single weekend format in line with the other European Championship, it is a feeder category for the Kart World Championship. The drivers, the top 3, will win entries to this year's World Championship, which is being held in Brazil. So Sean Briley has won this championship before. He's raced at international level, he's raced at world level, and he's also won this BRKC championship 2 years ago, and he's showing us why. We're looking at Sam Slater there. Sam Slater is another one who regularly races in the various national championships, and there we're looking at, is that Harley Smith? No, yes it is, it's Harley Smith we're looking at there, and that is the back of, or near the tail. He's 4th in that original group of 5. Now there's Sam Slater, sorry, not Sam Slater, that's Gabriel Quinta. Gabriel Quinta is in 5th place. He was the first one to pit of that group of 5. It hasn't quite worked out, but he is in the middle of that group, if you like. He's the 3rd of those in 5th place. The group is spread out, but they're on their last lap now. It still is sort of relevant. There's Robin Kassam, he's 4th. There is the 5th place, Gabriel Quinta. Now, there's a kart going very slowly down the bottom. That's Alex Ford. Alex Ford just letting a group of them through. No problem with the kart. He was just doing the decent thing. He is running at the back. He is a lap down. He'd seen the faster karts coming through and responding to that. On the last lap, though, it is going to be an epic win for Sean Briley. Sean Briley getting the points together he needs. He's coming around the final turn. He's going to take the win. It's Sean Briley, former champion, takes the win. Sam Slater will cross the line 2nd. There he is. 3rd place. Is it going to be Jamie Sherman Chase? This will be the best result we've seen from him. If it is, the back markers are coming through. Where's Sherman Chase? Has he still got it? He's on the final corners. Yes, he has still got it. He's in 3rd place, comfortably in 3rd. Jamie Sherman Chase takes 3rd. Robin Kassam and Gabriel Quinta and Harley Smith. There's Harley Smith crossing the line now, and Oliver Dankovic will come through. That is, in fact, Alex Ford there, as they've all come through and complete the race. Anthony, a stirring mid-pack group there of 5, but there's no doubt in the winner, the former champion, Sean Briley.
No, exactly that, and he was pretty delighted with that one when he crossed the line. Looked very, very happy with himself. I've got to say, Sam Slater looking incredibly deflated there. It was still a good, impressive 2nd place finish, but after qualifying pole, you can understand he's not a happy chappy. We'll definitely have a word with him if we can.
Sherman
Sean is
Chase
just having a
could be an interesting one to
chat.
talk
Sean,
to
let's have a
that
chat in a moment. I'll let you get yourself weighed up first. We'll sort that out, and obviously Sam Slater, who is just there as well. Let's have a chat with him. Sam, just quickly before you run away from me, obviously qualified on pole there. You looked very deflated in that race. I'm not going to lie. After losing the lead, what happened? I'll let you get your helmet off first. Don't worry. I'll let you get your helmet off first. Yeah. What happened out there, mate?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, the pace was there at the start. I felt I was pulling away from 3rd and 4th, but I think I quickly realised that he just had a slight kart advantage, and I left the door open. He took it, and I thought I could stay with him, but no, I absolutely could not. So yeah, a little bit annoyed. I've not had the best of luck with the karts this weekend so far. I think maybe only Heat 1 that was a good one, but yeah, I need some luck, unfortunately, now.
It's going to be a tight one for the semi-finals. So many quick drivers who have got maximum points. It's going to make it a challenge. Do you still think you can make it into those semis?
Yeah, I'm just sort of looking at the bigger picture really, and looking at the final. And with a 1-2-3 now, I think the final's slipping away. So it's got to be a 1 or a 2, and then a good result with a semi. But yeah, I'm pretty sure semis is on the cards.
Yeah. Fingers crossed for you, mate. Let's hope for the best. Sam Shaw there. Let's talk to our race winner on this one, Sean Briley. Sean, fantastic result for you there. That's exactly what you needed. A nice chunk of points for you again. Overtake during the race. That's a very uncommon thing. We usually see it in the pit lane. We saw it in the early stages on track. You had the space. You went for the move.
Yeah, I think Sam's on average probably a little bit more comfortable and quicker than I'm in the pits. So I thought my only real shot was to do it on track. He had more toe coming out the back corner. Knew I couldn't get him down at the top. And I would give credit to Steve Gray, whose banzai move I heard about into the corner after the hairpin was legendary now. So I thought I'd try and imitate it. Sam kept going a bit deep, lost the back end, and I just timed the undercut to give myself enough room, and then just went for it. Left the gap.
It's worked out nicely for you, and again, nice chunk of points. Rest of the day's looking good for you, and again, could see you in that final.
Yeah, I hope so. Cheers.
Let's see what happens. Best of luck, and well done there to Sean Briley. Well, next group's about to get going. As you can see, lots of drivers loaded in, ready to get going. Again, looking for a nice, cool, calm, collected race as the green flag goes out. James, back over to you for qualifying.
Yeah, it's a very interesting result there. Of course, probably the most impressive finish was Jamie Shearman Chase in third place. We've got another race going out now, though, and a very, very interesting lineup. We've got Bartosz Babic, we've got Gary Jones, we've got Peyton Fricker, we've got Selena Balnega, we've got Gavin Williams, Charlie Ratford, birthday boy I believe today, I think he turned 17 today. James Miller's out there, Owen Clark, James Wilshire and Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays, who won for the first time in the BRKC yesterday, Lewis. Lewis Manley going over to you now. It's incredible to think that Tyler Mays, we always consider him a front runner, but he's been at it for years in the BRKC, but it wasn't until yesterday that he actually got a win.
Yes, certainly. He's been doing this ever since 2014 at Formula Fast. He's been having multiple seconds, and his best BRKC finish was 2017 in 12th place, so he's finally had the win,
yeah, and it's
so
incredible to think that you could be 12th place in the championship overall without a heat win.
Exactly, because I remember 2017 myself, I didn't win a single heat race and just scraped in the final. So, as I say, you've got to score consistently to make it.
Absolutely. Second place is capped. Well, they're crossing the line now. We've got Gary Jones leading the way at the moment, one of the unthinkables. He's going to be on pole position. He's been passed by Selena Balnega. Selena Balnega is on the pole position at the moment. The others are coming through still. Peyton Fricker scores in 6th place. Still 1 or 2 to cross the line. Is it Ratford? What's he going to do? He's in 6th place, and that concludes the qualifying. So we've got pole position for Selena Balnega, the first one to qualify under 32 seconds, being followed. An incredible performance there by Gary Jones. He'll be delighted with that in 2nd place. Earlier race winner Tyler Mays, he's going to be in 3rd. Bartosz Babic will be 4th. Owen Clark 5th. Charlie Ratford 6th. Peyton Fricker 7th. Gavin Williams 8th. And Miller 9th. James Miller and James Wilshire rounds him out in 10th. So there's James Miller, you can see on screen right in front of you. He's going to be starting in the 9th place, and James Wilshire further ahead of him in the yellow suit. He will be starting from 10th. So Gary Jones, though, he's going to be following Selena Balnega at the start. Selena Balnega, we know she's former ladies champion of the world, so she's definitely going to be a strong competitor. But the surprise really is Gary Jones. Selena Balnega can and does win. Tyler Mays now is a winner, but Gary Jones there, Lewis Manley.
Yep, he's P2 going for Selena Balnega, but Selena's quality time very impressive to say the least, and I think I know why Charlie was 1 second off. I think he went for a change of car. It was meant to be 16 a month, now he's got 18, so let's see how this performs as now the race is about to start.
And Selena Balnega, who's been 6 times ladies world champion, leads them off. She actually in 2020 won all 4 of her heat races, booking herself straight into the final in the BRKC here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes back in 2020. She's going to be looking to win again, and that starts for her on this first lap. Her mission is solely to win this race. She wants the points, she needs the points, and she's going to do her best to take the points. Meanwhile, though, as we look at Selena Balnega, there's Gary Jones one of the unthinkables. He's teamed up with Adam Davis and Steve Gray. This is going to be their best showing as a team this weekend, with Gary Jones in second place. He's trying to stay with Selena Balnega.
A pass at the turn 3. Charlie Ratford's now up to 5th place, so that's a good thing for him. So now P5 he's up to. Well, a good pass to me.
That's
so
right.
Place gained.
6 to 5th for Charlie Ratford at the expense of Owen Clark. So can Charlie Ratford keep moving? Owen Clark waving at him to say go, 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 go. Charlie Ratford's looking over his shoulder, and Owen Clark is telling him to get a move on. In other words, he's saying, just go for it, mate, I'll go with you. That is the sort of communication they've got.
Gavin Williams in the pit lane. Gate number 1 is good. Early stop here. He's in that mid-pack area. He's decided he doesn't want to be a part of it. Green light on gate number 2. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Gavin Williams was in the second half of the order there. He's pitted. Now, Gavin Williams, I should imagine, with the passing, Lewis Manley, with Owen Clark and Ratford, that kind of bunched things up in the mid-pack. Therefore, Williams was pitting out of that. He thinks he can be faster on his own.
It could be, it depends what happens. So as Charlie's now up to P5, so therefore, as the car still might be a bit cold in it, but let's see what happens when it warms up and how much pace he can show. But he's a bit off the pace in a minute as expected, so let's see what happens in a bit.
Yeah, so Charlie Ratford took the position. In taking the position, that opened a bit of a gap to those 4 in front of him. Now, Charlie Ratford's mission is going to be to close in. Now, those doors in front, there's Charlie Ratford, and there is Owen Clark behind. So we can see the gap as we look at 6-time Ladies World Champion Selena Balnega from Holland. She's crossing the line now. With in pursuit is Jones, Mays, and Babbitt. Now, there's the gap that we're talking about. There's Ratford, there's Owen Clark, and the rest. Peyton Frick and Miller, Wiltshire, and Williams following as they come around the centre section now. We're 17 minutes in. We've had some early pit stops, but it's got to be, the question's got to be asked. There's no reason really, Lewis Manley, for anyone to come in the next few laps.
Well, no, certainly not, because otherwise they'll just come up to the ones that have not pitted and then be battle for positions, and therefore it's going to lose time. So there's no point in. There's Selena, Gary, and Tyler Mays, and of course
into the pits.
Clear air, so there's no chance. There's the pit up.
It's the number 9 that's pitted early. It's James Miller, and it's a green light on gate 1. Gate 2, early on the throttle. Oh, it's a yellow light. He was too early on the throttle. He'll have to come in again.
James Miller, he pitched out of that mid-tail order there. He was following, I believe it was Peyton Fricker. And James Miller, he was trying to use the pit stop to leapfrog his way around at least 1 car, maybe 2 in front of him. Unfortunately, it's not paid off. We're going to see him back in the pits. The question is, will it be straight away, or will he get a few laps in there to recompose? Lewis Manley, it must be very off-putting if you trip that yellow light and get the penalty and have to do the pit stop again.
Well, certainly off-putting, yes, absolutely. He just went a bit too quick in the second one. I did expect it was going to go yellow because he didn't kind of stop the car. So that's obviously very disappointing for him, and he's obviously got to do the pit stop again, so therefore he's going to be at the back. So not very good for him at all.
Anthony, down in the pits, that bit of action with James Miller happened right in front of you. Clearly he was under pressure to make a very rapid pit stop, and unfortunately for him, it ended up being a bit too rapid and tripping the lights. Yeah,
exactly that. It's one of those things. He's coming right around now to the pit entrance. He's not pitted straight away. So yeah, he's stayed out on track. So yeah, not serving his penalty just yet. But it's one of those things. We've seen it across the board. We've seen quick drivers do it. We've seen some of the slower drivers do it. Yeah, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, he was a finalist in the BRKC Championship in the past 2 years, 22 and 23, James Miller. So James Miller certainly he has the pace in this format of racing. Obviously the pit stops there have been a bit sticky. Obviously just elevated level, Lewis. The pressure's on at this international level, and unfortunately for James Miller, he's tried to cut it fine and just gone a bit too fine on that pit stop.
Well, absolutely. As I said yesterday, following games on Friday and the weekend is the serious stuff. So therefore, you mustn't mess up your pit stop, because otherwise you're going to have to do it again. So therefore, that's not going to help your chances. And looking at the front guys, Gary Jones is certainly looking really quick. He's not long ago set the fastest lap of the race. Still not as fast as Selena Balnega's qualifying lap. So I think Gary Jones is looking pretty strong to give her a challenge, that's for sure.
And this is an incredible performance there. We're looking at Gary Jones on screen. Now he's following the Dutch girl, Selena Balnega. Selena Balnega, a very good benchmark there. 6 times Ladies World Champion. And also, at the BRKC 4 years ago, she won all 4 of her heat races. Now, the key thing is, Yeah, Gary Jones now fastest on the track. So the key thing is Gary Jones keeping Selena Balnega very honest. She will have wanted to check out of this race without any kind of problem. She has no problem except for the fact that Gary Jones is on her tail. Now, Gary Jones, mentally, what do you think he'll be thinking there, Lewis? Will he be thinking about having a pop at Selena Balnega, or will he just be pleased and try and get the points for second place?
Well, I just saw Selena just put her hand up. I'm not sure what that was. So I think
she's responding to some sort of message from her team in the pits.
Yeah, indeed. As you can see, Gary's really closing on her, and normally we know how good Gary Jones is in the pit stop, so he could potentially, whoever pits first, to do the undercut or overcut. So it's a possibility that Gary can win this race, as he's right on Selena's tail and definitely not out of sight. So therefore, it's only 0.6 of a second. So he's definitely got a good chance of winning this one.
Yeah, 6 times ladies champion Selena Balnega is being hunted down by Gary Jones. Can Gary Jones? Oh, Selena Balnega, very quick lap. They're in the 31 seconds pair of them. Selena, of course, the first one, there's a board going out. It's a message for Selena Balnega about something. Now, the interesting thing there, Lewis, is that is from the track marshal, not a team, but it's about the visor. Yeah, because I was actually about to say something. Anthony, do you remember yesterday we had Sean Briley warned about running with the visor up? Selena Balnega was just running with the visor up. She's just been asked to lower the visor, which she has done so.
Yes, she's done that now. She's running a clear visor out there, so the only reason I can see her putting it up is a bit of condensation, which is to be expected here with the temperatures rising just that little bit. But yeah, she all seems fine, all is well, just focusing on what she needs to do. She's got the pressure of Gary Jones at the moment in second place, but with that gap increasing, I think it's all in the bag here. It's just a case of nailing these pit stops, and with only 2 that have been done, one with a penalty, one without, we still got plenty of pit stops yet to come.
Absolutely, and Gary Jones, very much a UK-based driver. He doesn't really do the international races. Now, obviously, the visiting international drivers we have, of which Selena Balnega there in the lead is one. They all know each other. They race against each other regularly. And Selena Balnega will have probably either looked across or looked over her shoulder at some point and thought, gosh,
and into the pit lane.
Who is that red suit staying with me? In the pits, though.
It's James Miller. He's come in for his penalty, so we'll see what happens here. He's going to come out roughly in front of the leaders here. This could shake things up.
Yeah, and he's going to, yes, he's seen Gary Jones and he's backed off so that he lets the 2 leaders through. So he was sort of in position to slot between them, but saw the situation. This, Lewis, shows the standard of driver. So even though someone like James Miller may be running at the back, he's actually good enough that while running at his best pace, he can still see and get a picture of the race. He's not oblivious to what's going on around him.
Exactly. He didn't compromise Gary Jones there, so therefore fair play to him that he backed off and let him go, because Gary would have taken a little bit of a wider line at turn 1, which wouldn't have helped at all. He's slightly dropped away a bit, but he's still within a second of Selena, so we're nowhere near halfway through yet. We've got a minute left till we're halfway through the race, so still a long way to go yet.
Absolutely. We're probably in this dead zone of pit stops now. We're not expecting anyone in for the next few minutes, as we're looking there at Selena Balnega. We're getting some incredible close-up shots a minute ago of Selena Balnega. Multiple BRKC heat winner. Now, she's been kept honest by Gary Jones. The question is she's got no real probable data on, mental data on Gary Jones. She'll know the other drivers that she regularly has to race against, but with the best will in the world, Gary Jones isn't one of them.
Looks like this is Peyton Fricker who's come in. It's the number 10. It's a green light on gate number 1. Gate 2 comes in, nice and green. He heads back out on track.
Yeah, Peyton Fricker gets back out on the track. It looks like he's going to come out in about 8th place. It's going to be around that area. Yes, he comes out in 8th place. So Peyton Fricker resumes the race in 8th. There he is, driving along in the black suit with the yellow helmet there, coming out onto the regular part of the track now. They're in the revised layout for the last time today, these drivers. So Peyton Fricker down the back stretch there, getting turned into that hairpin. Now that hairpin is one of the most popular overtaking spots on the whole track, Lewis, man.
Indeed, absolutely. I'll see that hairpin down the left-hander. That's normally where Ruben Bouters always passes people, and how precise he is with that, as I know he's next out. So the 6 titles he's won, he's literally won the title in that corner about 4 times, I think. Got me in 14. I remember Ed White in 15. Stefan Verhoeven in 2016 and Johan Medar in 2018. So, and of course Michael Job at the stadium there in 19, and Lee Hackett also that left-hander. So he could do it again this weekend, but Of course, whoever's in the final, I don't know, but that's why you mustn't leave a gap with wooden boots because you just go for anything.
So, popular place for overtaking on the track there, but it literally is the Ruben Barton's hairpin, and we'll be seeing him in action, as you say, in the very next race, so we'll see what happens there. There's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays is yet to pit. Just going back to the pit stops, Anthony, how many people have we had in so far, do you know?
We've only had the 3. We've had Peyton Fricker, who we just saw come in not just a moment ago, Gavin Williams, and of course James Miller. He's had the 2 pit stops after a penalty on his first and a clean one on his second. But other than that, we've still got several drivers yet to stop, including both our race leaders.
Yeah, and we're looking there at Tyler Mays and Bartosz Babic, the Polish driver. Tyler Mays, there he is in the white suit. The pair of them are being chased down by, looks like Charlie Ratford behind. So Charlie Ratford is trying to close in on these drivers. They're battling over 3rd place up in front. And Charlie Ratford is trying to put himself in the mix. There comes Ratford.
Charlie Ratford is actually a little further behind. That's actually James Miller, who's had his 2 pit stops. He's a lap down. So Ratford is behind them, you are correct, but it's Miller who's right behind them now.
Actually, yes, Anthony, which is probably why I thought he was closing in. You are right, it's Miller. Miller, of course, as you had to talk us through, had to make 2 pit stops, so he's sort of not in a realistic position in terms of track placings, is he? So as they continue on, there's Tyler Mays. He's got Bartosz Babic with, actually, yes, Charlie Ratford is some 3 seconds behind them. As Babic there in the orange suit. There's Tyler Mays. He won yesterday for the first time in the BRKC, despite having taken part in every BRKC since the BRKC became a one event Series 0 Formula Fast. Lewis Manley, he must have been delighted yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. He would have been mighty relieved with his first win. It would have certainly put icing on the cake, because obviously with his first win, that would have certainly given him a great confidence boost. So as he's now joined the Winners' Club, so he's under pressure right now from Babic. So with 7:10 left, it's all about the pit stops unless Babic can make an overtake.
Yeah, well, they're going to be heading through these fast sweepers now, down the straight towards the Ruben Barton's hairpin, as they come down. He's trying to be middle, but trying not to. But he runs really wide coming out. He seems to do that every lap, Lewis Manley.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Very wide
a little
exit,
bit compromised. Yeah, compromises exit a little bit, so that may have cost him half a tenth to a tenth or so. So therefore, if he continues doing that, he will lose time a bit, and that could give Charlie Ratford a chance. But he's not close enough at the minute, as of course he was at 2.7 behind and 2.8 behind. So it all depends who pits first out of Mays or Babic. If as Miller's just given Charlie Ratford letting him through, so that's fair play to him. So
Miller waves Ratford through. But let's look at this hairpin. Yes, well, Tyler Mays seems to keep it a little bit tighter, but it does affect this corner that he's just
into the pits.
Yeah, in the pits, Babic.
Into the pit lane now comes the number 12, Bartosz Babic, and it's a green light on spot number 1. Comes into gate 2, 2 green lights, comes out on track. Nice and clean pit stop.
Absolutely an important pit stop, vital for Bartosz Babic. This is his chance to leapfrog Tyler Mays for 3rd place. So Tyler Mays must be fast. Will Tyler Mays respond with a pit stop? He may have seen that Babic has come in. He may have seen on the screens, looking at the timing, Tyler Mays, is he going to be in this time? No, he's continuing on. So Tyler Mays continues on, he's crossed the line. We look at Selena Balnega, the leader, on screen, but there's Tyler Mays just coming through the picture there, and he continues on. Surely we're going to see a pit stop soon for Tyler Mays. We're going to keep an eye on lap times, because Bartosz Babic will be looking for some fast laps now to leapfrog Tyler Mays in the pits. We know running that close, Lewis Manley, that when Mays comes out of the pits, Babic, he will be to the left of him, and therefore the wrong side for the next sequence of corners. But momentum will be on his side, and that's going to be crucial.
Just about to say that the momentum, Babic will have much more than Tyler
And Tyler Mays is in
the pits.
Tyler Mays is in and in towards gate 1. Oh, it's a yellow on gate 1. He pulled on the throttle too soon. It's a penalty going to Tyler Mays. He gets a green on the second, but it's all for nothing.
And Mays is passed by Thomas Wilshire coming out of the pits. James Wilshire. James Wilshire comes through past Mays. Mays has got to come in and do it all again. He was under such pressure. He knew it was going to be tight. He clearly knew from the timings that Bartosz Babic had made an excellent pit stop. The pressure was on. It had to be better than the best, and Tyler Mays unfortunately had tripped that line. To be honest, Anthony, it looks as though he barely even came to a stop anyway.
Yeah, no, when I was looking at it, I'm thinking, oh, that's going to be a close one. And yeah, it just went yellow on him. So just too eager on that throttle. Like you say, I don't even think he came to a complete stop. So yeah, very, very harsh on it. But penalty's a penalty. He's got to serve it. Into the pit lane now. Here comes second place. Gary Jones into the pit lane. This is the vital one now as well. Into gate number 1. Don't mess this one up. Green light on gate 1. It's all good. In towards gate 2. Late on the brakes, early on the throttle. It's nice. He heads back out on track ahead of Charlie Ratford.
That's very important. Gary Jones did what he needed to do. The question is, what will be the gap between him and Selena Balnega when they start through? Now Ratford, in the pits.
It's Owen Clark who's in the pit lane now, and it's 2 green lights, and he's all good. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Owen Clark back into the race there. He's in 7th place behind the Mays and Babbage battle. He's some way behind it, but obviously they are the next ones ahead of him. That's Owen Clark we're talking about, ahead of Peyton Fricker, Williams and James Miller. Now Tyler Mays is yet to come in for his penalty pit stop. Could that drop him behind Owen Clark? I think it could, because there's about 8 seconds between them. Mays stays out. He's not able to reel James Wilshire in. James Wilshire, incredibly in 4th place. Obviously, you're very good at keeping tabs on this.
Here comes Selena Balnega. She's coming in. Hand went up, so this is your race leader in the pit lane. Gate number 1. Nice and steady. It's a slow getaway, but gets a green light nonetheless. Gate number 2. Again, slow getaway, but it's a green light. Comes out ahead, well ahead of Gary Jones.
Yeah, and Selena Balnega, 6 times ladies world champion, one of the 2 Balnega sisters, regularly competing both in the international events and here at Formula Fast in the British Rental Car Championship. Out back in the lead, ahead of Gary Jones, 2-second gap there. And given that we know the speed of Selena Balnega, we know her successes over the years, including many heat wins here at Formula Fast, she is sort of a benchmark with which we can relate to Gary Jones' performance. To stay within 2 seconds of the likes of Selena Balnega is incredible by Gary Jones. She's giving the thumbs up in the pits.
Right, drama. No one in the pits, but the pit light has come on. We have 3 pit stops to happen on this lap. 3 drivers are going to bottleneck in this pit lane.
Does that include Tyler May's penalty stop?
That does indeed. It's Charlie Ratford, James Wiltshire and Tyler Mays. And guess what? They are next to each other out on track, 2 of them. This is going to be a disaster.
Already it's gone wrong. Already it's gone now. The ones next to each other on the track, is that Wiltshire and Mays?
It is, yeah. Wiltshire and Mays, who are next to each other on track, they have to pit. Ratford's in now. He's got a clear pit lane. It's a green light on the first one, and it is a green light. Oh, Tyler Mays didn't come in. He's gone round again. It'll be invalid. Here he goes. It's green light for Wiltshire. He's got a good stop on gate 1. Gate 2 is good. So both Wiltshire and Ratford are good, but Tyler Mays has failed to do his penalty stop.
And that's a disaster for Tyler Mays. Race winner yesterday. It's gone from mighty to blighty for him, because he's gone from a race winner in yesterday's heat race to actually probably not a disqualification, but certainly a last place finish. So
well, he's come in now. He's come in now, but this is too late. The pit lane's already closed, so this won't count really. He'll do it, but obviously it won't count. But obviously it's only a penalty, so I think it's okay. It's not actually a mandatory stop. I'll find out.
Yeah, he's come out side by side with James Wiltshire, and so but I don't think he's in contention. We're gonna see what happens when the timing readjusts itself. There's Tyler Mays on screen. Looks like Owen Clark in front of him and James Wiltshire behind. So Selena Balnega waves to somebody. Obviously she's getting information all the time from the pit as she works her way through. There's Gary Jones slotting into view there. They're within a minute now. Selena Balnega has probably got about 2 laps to go to win this race. Ahead of her, that is Peyton Fricker, I believe, yeah. As there's Selena Balnega. This surely is going to be, well, no, it may still be 2 laps to go for her. I believe she's starting a penultimate lap. Now look how close Gary Jones is. We know the benchmark that is Selena Balnega, and that is a very high mark. So for Gary Jones to run this close, he's making his way through the back marker, Fricker, as Balnega. In fact, it's Gary Jones close than ever. He's 1.5 seconds behind Selena Balnega with probably a lap and a half to go. We've got the timer counting down. They're going to 2 laps. They've got 2 laps. They're on their penultimate lap now. Gary Jones has closed it up to a 1.5 seconds. Surely, Lewis Manley, Gary Jones cannot do the unthinkable and pass Selena Balnega for the lead in 1 lap.
No chance. With 1.4 gap on the last lap now, so Selena's got this one pretty comfortable, I'd say. So that's a win for her, and Gary Jones will be really happy with second, and keeping Selena very honest in this.
That's right, Lewis. So here comes Selena Balnega from it's an incredible result for her. She wins yet another BRKC heat race. And she's coming around the last couple of corners. Gary Jones going to be second, surely. Bartosz Babic, incredible third. So here comes Selena Balnega to take the win. There's incredible Gary Jones, the unthinkable second place. Third place is going to be Bartosz Babic as we're waiting for them to come through. Incredible third place for Babic, and an equally incredible third place for Charlie Ratfin. Disaster for Tyler Mays and James Wilshire. We're going to see how they work out, if they can have some kind of get out of jail with the sixth place for Tyler Mays. That'll be something, but we'll see what the organisers say. So there's Gary Jones, Selena Balnega congratulating each other down the back stretch there into the hairpin as they're coming into the pits now. And first one into the pits with you, Anthony, is going to be race winner, 6 times ladies world champion Selena Balnega.
Yes, indeed, a fabulous race there, and wow, looking forward to having a good chat with Selena Balnega because, a fantastic result. No pressure. I'll have a good chat with Gary Jones as well because a P2 for him will be absolutely superb. I'm sure he'll be very happy with that one, but we'll definitely jump in with Selena Balnega first. Of course, these drivers will have to get weighed up and squared away first. There is a minimum weight they need to carry. Of course, a lot of weight coming out of both drivers' carts there, and we'll see with that comes a challenge. So congratulations to both of these drivers. Selena Balnega running to the scales here as there's a contretemps of drivers who are all trying to battle their way to it. Let's jump in. Gary, don't go too far. We'll have a quick chat with you after you've got weighed in, so we'll sort that out. Let's jump in with Selena Balnega, though, who has just finished on the scales. Selena, I'll let you get your helmet off. Let's have a quick chat. There you go. Get the team involved here, pass the gloves over, flinging the gloves around. There you go. It's a pandemonium here in the pit lane. But Selena, fantastic job there. A beautiful victory. That's what you needed. Great qualifying. Were you expecting that result?
It's been really difficult this weekend. The first heat was not what it's supposed to be in P6, so I needed the points for sure. Yesterday I had a P2, so I was really happy with that. And I knew if I want to be on top of the championship, I needed to win. So my quali was, actually perfect because in the first 10 minutes I didn't reach the time of my qualifying. So, but I don't know how. But in the beginning I could not get a gap of Gary. But in the end I could keep it together. But wasn't a chill heat though.
I can imagine it was, and it's always stressful having to do these pit stops as well. You got away with it as well. Perfect pit stop. You actually gained time on Gary in that pit stop, so it all went well. Good points. Is that too little too late for you? What's the points looking like for the semi-finals?
The P6, a P2 and P1. So if I win the next heat, maybe I'm still have a good hope for the semis. But final is, I think, not anymore possible, but we'll see.
Well, wish you all the best for that one, but congratulations, well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Excellent stuff. Let's jump over to Gary Jones, who's just here now. Gary, fantastic result for you as well, P2. Nice to see you out there at the sharp end. Obviously, been a tough round this one. Obviously, you're a driver who races predominantly in the UK. You know this track like the back of your hand, but this weekend, it's just been a bit of a struggle for you.
Yeah, the day yesterday didn't start off 9th place. I had a puncture, and then the top 4 yesterday was good because the 3 in front of me were quick. Today was great, a good quali. Held on to the back of Selena, but she just had that 1/10 every lap and just that consistency that I just haven't got. But yeah, really pleased with second place.
Semi-finals are coming up. Do you reckon you've got what it takes to gain a few more places than that one?
Yeah, I think I've got to win the next one and hope for a few issues with the people behind me. I expect semis are gone, to be honest, but I've had a really good weekend and hope to have another good result later.
Are you going to stick around and watch the final?
Always. I love watching the final. I think it's one of the best sporting things in the whole year. I think it's great, so I'll be here. Yeah.
Excellent. Spot on. Well done, Gary. We'll see you out later on. Well, there you go. Happy drivers, but points and semi-finals looking in the distance. James, next session's out on track. It's the last one of session 4. Let's take you through it.
Yeah, and just going back to that previous race, though, not quite such a happy ending for Tyler Mays. Just to confirm, he has been put down to 10th place. Clearly, the penalty he served was outside the pit window, so he's been busted and back to 10th place. Meantime, we've got the qualifying underway now. In this race, we've got AJ McKee, Colin Marshall, Ruben Boutons, Nicky Dolan, Jacob Fox, Lena Siegenthaler, Jenny Tompkins, Aaron Bell, Joe Peters and Aaron Mitchell-Begley are out there qualifying. The qualifying laps are being completed as we speak. We'll see what happens as the times come in. Provisional pole for Jenny Tompkins. Provisional pole, Jenny Tompkins. Jacob Fox moves to second. It's still Jenny Tompkins. Colin Marshall behind her in second. Nicky Dolan into third. Still Jenny Tompkins in the provisional pole position. Joe Peterson, Lena Siegenthaler, Aaron Mitchell-Begley. And it's, Ruben Boutons, the double world champion, has moved into the first place. And with the qualifying complete, Ruben Boutons takes yet another pole position in the BRKC heat race. But how about it? Number 11, Jenny Tompkins, up into second place. We have not seen anything remotely like that from her in the past.
No, absolutely not. So first to qualifying, being P2, that's a very solid effort. And car 11 as well has been a really solid one. So if rather she'll give Ruben a run for his money, I don't know. So therefore, as Ruben's pole, which is no surprise, he looked really smooth through the corners. Not as quick as Selena's quali lap, but obviously that doesn't matter. As long as you're pole, that's what counts.
Absolutely. Ruben Boutons, 6 times BRKC champion. He won the first event, he won the second event, he won the third event, he won the fourth event, he won the fifth event, and he won the 6th edition as well. It was getting to the point where if Ruben Boutons was here, he was going to be the BRKC champion. However, he has not won the title since 2019, and he's doing his utmost to do something about that. Lewis, despite that, you can never discount Ruben Boutons in any race, any championship, anywhere in the world.
No, absolutely not. He's obviously straight down to business today. He's obviously just dropped a single point, so comfortably on pole position by 0.4 of a second. But since he last won in 2019, he hasn't looked as dominant as what he used to be. So he's just about to take the start now, so he'll probably check out.
That's right, the Dutch legend brings him round in the pole position there. He takes the green, across the line. He's got the incredible Jenny Tompkins in second place. This is by far the best result we've seen from her in any championship she's contested. Another one who's trying to move into the more international scene is Jenny Tompkins, and she's got a variety of international races, events in front of her. All similar format to this one, all making a bit of a kind of circus of events. There's no sort of European championship as such, combining the results of the events, but there is certainly a bit of a pecking order. Topping that pecking order all day long is going to be the world champion, previous world champion, Ruben Boutons. He won it in 2017, he won it in 2018, the world championship that is. Also in those years he was winning in the BRKC. He's now trying to pull a gap on Jenny Tompkins. We can expect the double world champion to check out. The legend from Holland that is Ruben Boutons is pulling away, but Jenny Tompkins there in second place, hanging on to their same place. Jenny Tompkins in third is Colin Marshall, Joe Peters fourth, Aaron Bill, Nicky Dolan is in sixth, Aaron Mitchell-Begley seventh, that's the best we've seen him run. Lena Siegenthaler is in eighth place, Jacob Fox and AJ McKee rounds him out in 10th, the American in 10th there. So Ruben Boutons extending his lead. It's the biggest lead we've seen from anybody so far. He's running about half a second quicker than anyone else in this race. So Ruben Boutons, 6 times BRKC champion, there he is on screen. And look at his style, look how smoothly he takes the corners onto the backstretch. This is this hairpin he's made his own. Lewis Manley, this is where Ruben Boutons does 9/10 of his overtake.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely. Literally, he's pretty much got this race already done and dusted, so as he's long gone from Jennifer Tompkins, so we know Ruben's going to comfortably win this one. Depends what the gap will be at the end, so he's going to be on to 29 points, so it's going to be exactly the same situation with me and him racing in the fourth round, which I cannot wait for. I'm so looking forward to that. So it's a carbon copy from 2018 when he was on 29, I was on 28, and exactly round 4 heat 8. So hopefully from 2018 I can get my redemption and hopefully beat him.
And Ruben Boutons, regarded by many as the greatest of all time in the fairly short history of indoor rental karting, been a major sort of way of going racing for just over 20 years now. And Ruben Boutons has been on that scene. I remember when I was first competing in the World Championship back in 2011. He was definitely one of the sort of up-and-coming younger drivers, and has won so many races and championships over the years from that. He's 4 laps in and he's got over 2 seconds advantage over second place. But looking back to that second place now, it's the incredible Jenny Tompkins. She's actually trying to open up a gap ahead of Colin Marshall. Colin Marshall and Joe Peters are battling. which can only help Jenny Tompkins. She's got a bit of a breather there, about second gap. So it's Ruben Bouncers from 2.5 seconds. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, it's Aaron Mitchell-Begley who's in the pit lane, and it's a good stop. He's back out on track.
Now that's a very interesting one, Anthony, because Aaron Mitchell-Begley, we believe, has qualified higher than we've really seen so far this weekend from him. And so he's obviously, again, an early pit stop. I wonder if that's just to simply get the thing out of the way so he can focus on driving rather than thinking about pit stops, or whether he actually feels he's been held up.
Well, I think he's just thinking about the time he beat his friend Kristen at karting once. I think that's all he's thinking of right now.
Well, that's a fair point, and probably he's got some memories even better than that now from the British Rental Car Championship. And there is one of the drivers regarded to be possibly the greatest of all time, Lewis Manley. We've said so much about Ruben Bouncers over the years, but this is the sort of form that has won him those 6 titles in the past.
Yeah, absolutely is. How much talent he has at the karting level is immense, so therefore he's probably been one of the best indoor karters in the world. As I was saying not long ago, since 2019 when he won it here for the 6th time, he has not been as dominant as what he used to be. So as the World Championship last year, he was P3 behind Vika and John Devore, of course. So of course he's going for the Magnificent 7 this weekend, and he's only dropped a point, so he's going to be tied for second in after the 3 rounds.
Yeah, he won very early in his racing career, as we see him on screen now. Ruben Bouncers, he obviously routinely wins in the Benelux countries, various national championships. He was tipped for a world title some 8 years before he actually finally took one. Many felt that the first world title was a long time coming. He was competing really against very similar people in the various European championships as he would compete in the world, but somehow it didn't go his way in the world championship events. He finally won one of his first world title in 2017. He backed that up in 2018 with another world title. This is Ruben Bouncers we're talking about here on screen now. He hasn't won since, which again is equally a bit of a mystery as to not winning beforehand, to be fair, Lewis.
Indeed, absolutely. 2017 in Spain, he was so dominant because he won 8 out of 10 races in his rounds, and I think he crossed the line P5 in the final but had enough points to win the World Championship. And a year later in Poland, I think he had one failure of the car while leading, and I don't know where he finished that race, and therefore he still had enough points to be world champion in Poland when he crossed the line, I think 3rd it was, then 4th in Charlotte, North Carolina in 2019. So he's been 3rd for the last couple of years, like he has been here at BRKC. So let's see where he finishes this weekend.
And he's pulled out nearly a 5-second lead over his nearest pursuer, which is the incredible Jenny Tompkins.
Apologies for interrupting. Joe Peters has just made a move on Colin Marshall, so he's up to 3rd place now. So therefore, turn 3 he passed him. I didn't see the actual move, but obviously it must have been a good one. So he's up to 3rd.
Yeah, Joe Peters, a BRKC finalist last year, now moving towards the more international event in the BRKC. He's up to 3rd place. That's the best result we've seen from him at the expense of Colin Marshall. We're seeing on screen now. But going back near at the front, Jenny Tompkins has now got a 5-second gap between her and the leader. But crucially, from her point of view, she's 2 seconds up on Joe Peters and Colin Marshall. That gap will have extended with the overtaking move. Jenny Tompkins coming into the picture now. There she is in the orange. She's one of the BSR drivers. And there is Joe Peters. There is Colin Marshall down the backstretch. Tompkins gets turned in. Then it's about a 2-second gap to Joe Peters. So this is the switch that we saw. Peters passed Colin Marshall. So Joe Peters, we know, knows his way around an indoor kart track. Okay, tough competition here at Formula Fast, but this is the best performance we've seen from him. Colin Marshall, down from Scotland. Obviously, he's been the regional champion in Scotland in 2022 and 2023. BRKC national finalist in those years as well, so he really knows his way around. He's at Larkhall, the kart track they have there. He's the champion of that as well. Meantime, he's trying to stay with Joe Peters. It has to be said, though, that these 3, Tompkins, Peters, Marshall, this is probably their best chance to score big points this weekend, Lewis Manley.
It certainly is. Joe Peters, it looks like he's closing on Jennifer Tompkins, so he's not out of sight for P2 yet, and as he's now up to P3 not long ago, looks like he's definitely closing on Jennifer, so that's going to be a battle for second in around about a few minutes' time.
So Jennifer Tompkins, she's been in 2nd place ever since the start where she qualified 2nd, and so she may well have a fight in her hands. They've closed that gap down now. Joe Peters to about 2nd. We'll double check. So Tompkins crossed the line there on screen, one of the Bradley Shepherd racing drivers. And what will the gap be? Tompkins to Peters. It's I'm trying to do the maths on this. We've just seen Jenny's lap time. Yeah, it's still about a second, so, or just over a second, so we'll see that closing down possibly. But Tompkins seems to have responded. Yeah, she's setting much quicker lap times than she was. She's up that by about 2/10 a lap, which she needs to do with the Flying Peters and Colin Marshall closing in behind her. The Ruben Boutons is currently the only one under 32 seconds. There's Jenny Tompkins on screen now. So, Jenny Tompkins was in the Polish Championship last year. She won the ladies. She was on the podium in the ladies awards there. She got the third place lady racer in the Polish Championship in September last year. I was there in Szczecin, a good performance. But Jenny Tompkins, relatively new driver, and this is certainly the best run by her we've seen. And in fact, to be honest, Lewis Manley, this is the best run we've seen by her by far.
Exactly, absolutely. Obviously with a very good number, so she's P2, but as Joe Peters is closing, as Joe's just set his personal best time. Depends what the gap is when the personal best time disappears, so 7.3 between Ruben and Jennifer, so yeah, it's literally under a second, so yeah, only 0.8 of a second, so it's definitely game on for P2.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a three-way battle. There's Jenny Tompkins, and there's Joe Peters, and there is Colin Marshall. So the Scotsman is staying with Peters as Peters closes in on second place. Jenny Tompkins, this one's brewing. There's Colin Marshall. He was in third. He's now being pushed back to fourth, but he's staying with the group that counts. It's actually arguable that he may be closer to Jenny Tompkins than he was when he was running in third place, Lewis Manley, which obviously is important.
Exactly important, because every point counts, so it could give them a chance of making the semi-finals, so it depends how they go on the fourth round of heats, so it's definitely, Joe Peters is looking pretty good to give Jennifer a challenge and run for her money, so rather it'll do, the big winner thing is rather undercut or overcut. Of course they're not pitting at the moment, it's definitely a lot closer on the screen.
So just going down to the pit lane to Anthony Jordan in the pits. Anthony, we've had, Jacob Fox in the pits, I believe, but that's about it, is that right?
No, that's incorrect. We've had Aaron Mitchell-Begley. That's it. We've got 9 other people who still need to do a pit stop.
So, hold on a minute. Aaron Mitchell-Begley has been into the pits, but not Lena Sigenthaler, Adrian McKee or Jacob Fox.
Right, hold on. No, I tell a lie. It's Jacob Fox who's been into the pit lane. You were correct, sorry. I'm being silly right now. So, yeah, it's Jacob Fox who's pitted, not Aaron Mitchell-Begley. So, yes, I do apologise about that.
No problem. What I was going to then come on to is we're in the, when I started saying we were smack in the middle of what we're considering the dead zone of pit stops on the 10-minute point, the halfway distance in this race. And you've got 9 people who stayed out. Normally at this point, we've had 3 or 4 in. And in that last race, okay, I know there were penalties involved as well, but we had an absolute flurry at the very end, which altered the face of the race. Could we see that again this time round? We've got 9 yet to come in with less than 9 minutes to go.
Well, it's beginning now, I can tell you, because the number 10, Nikki Dolan, has come into the pit lane, and it's a green light on gate number 1, coming into gate 2. All good, and gets that green light, heads back out onto the circuit. Nice stop there. Now we've got the number 9 coming into the pit lane. It's AJ McKee who's pitted. Green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2. Wait for it. There's the green light. He heads back out onto the track, and he's got some traffic with him as well.
Okay, so AJ McKee pulls back out onto the track, and the American resumes the race there. Had to give way to a number of drivers, put her a lap down. Definitely not a lap down, but very much in contention. Joe Peters has now closed that gap to Jenny Tompkins. It's half a second. It's race on there with Colin Marshall in the mix. So we're now looking at that battle now. So it is a clear fight for second place. Jenny Tompkins, who's occupied that position ever since the start by qualifying second, has a hands full now with the flying Joe Peters, with Colin Marshall. If anything, there's a slight gap behind Joe Peters to Colin Marshall. That is bad news, obviously, from Jenny Tompkins' point of view, because Joe Peters is now clear to attempt attacking moves, Lewis Manley, and in doing so, that's when he may make a position. They're coming down to the Boughton's hairpin now. We'll see what happens here. Not close enough. As Tompkins continues on, there's Jenny Tompkins in the orange, and there's Joe Peters with Colin Marshall behind that in the white helmet, black suit. So, as they put another lap in, 7 minutes to go, and still, 7 drives at least to make a pit stop. The interesting, Anthony, if you've been following that second place battle, Tompkins, Peters, Marshall, which we're seeing on screen now with the live stream, these three aren't that experienced at the pit stops. Probably Jenny Tompkins has the most experience with this, even if it's not a lot.
Yeah, certainly. But right now, again, they are just focusing on what they need to do. I don't think we're going to see a pit stop anytime soon from them, but they are going to need to start thinking about it because, yeah, with that timer slowly ticking down, as we have now one in the pit lane, it is Aaron Bell from the United Kingdom who's pitted. It's got a green light on gate number 1. He's got the hopping style as he pulls away off the board. He gets 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
Yeah, Aaron Bell there, he was running higher than we've seen so far this weekend. He was way up the order there. He's pitched out and he's resumed in 6th place. This is probably the biggest point scoring position we've seen him in this weekend. So Aaron Bell running great there. Meantime, running really great up at the front in 2nd place is Jenny Tompkins. She's got, well, it's a cart length lead really over Joe Peters. Joe Peters not been able to make a move, Lewis Malley. Do we think he's going to attempt this in the pits now if he's not going to do it on the track? Although he is close going down that stretch. Let's have a look here. Is he going to make a move? No. Is this going to be a pit stop pass for Joe Peters in his mind at least?
Potentially could pit this lap. Let's see. No, they just stay out for now. He was definitely a lot closer that time, but it's just not quite close enough to make a move. He'll certainly give it a try when he's right on her bumper. So let's see what happens in this 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, Jenny Tompkins here last year and at the Polish Championship in September. I believe she might have been in France as well, the French Championships at the end of the year. But these events will have given her that experience.
Into the pit lane. Into the pit lane it is. Ruben Boutons who's in, our race leader. Green light on the first one, green light on the second. He's got traffic as they're double stacking. The 15's in the pit lane as well, with a first green light and a second green light. That was Lena Sigenthaler, who's also just pitted.
Yeah, so Lena Sigenthaler, the Swiss driver, is back out on track. Now Ruben Boutons has come out just in front of the battling second place positions of Compton, Peters and Marshall. Crucially, he's been waved through by the back marker. Is that possibly Jacob Fox, I think? And Ruben Boutons continues on, and all the others got through as well. Now, will there be a pit stop from 2nd place, 3rd or 4th? No, not this lap. They are nose to tail, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Ruben Boutons, he's the only one of this lead group who's been in the pits. There he is on picture now, and he's been chased down, although these 3 behind need to make a pit stop. Such is the pace of Ruben Boutons. He was able to come in to the pits and go out and still maintain the lead. Lewis Manley, that is the holy grail of a championship like this, to be able to come in the pits in the lead and return to the track still in the lead.
Exactly, even if he had a yellow start, so he would still literally be a net leader.
Hand up, we've got Jenny Tompkins coming in. Here you go, Anthony.
Yep, Tompkins is in. Let's see how good this is. Wait for the green light. There it is. Nicely done. In towards gate 2. Wait for it. Nice and early on the throttle. Gets a good getaway. That's a nice pit stop.
That's a great pit stop. And to be fair, Anthony, didn't she ever cut that first stop line? Oh, with another one in.
Yeah, it's the number 18 that's pitted now. This is Aaron Mitchell-Begley who's pitting, and it's a green light on gate 1. Into gate 2. Another green light. He's back out on track.
That's it, and there goes Aaron Mitchell-Begley. Where does he cycle out into? It looks like it's 6th place. This is definitely the highest position we've seen him in, I'm sure, this weekend. He's in 6th place, following Aaron Bell. Ditto Aaron Bell. Now, what's going to happen with Peters? What's going to happen with Marshall? There goes Jenny Tompkins. She's through. We're waiting for pit stops from those who were battling with her. Peters now in 2nd, Marshall now in 3rd. There's Ruben Boutons, the race leader and probable winner. The legend that is Ruben Boutons, down to the hairpin where he's done so many massive moves of his. And there are Peters and Marshall. Will we see one of those in this time? Will we see a hand go up? No hands up and no pit stops. They are leaving it late. Now what happens if they double stack here, Anthony? Colin Marshall surely is not going to want to put himself in a position to have to follow Joe Peters down the pit lane.
Yeah, definitely. That's not what they want. They've got to be very careful with that one. A second one that they've got to be careful of is that AJ McKee in the number 9 is actually lapping right behind Jennifer Tompkins at the moment, which is exactly where both Joe Peters and Colin Marshall were when she hadn't pitted. So basically, if they pit now, they're going to get traffic. Granted, there'll be blue flags, and now the lights come on. Peters is in. So Peters is in. He gets a green light on the first one. That's absolutely fine. Comes in towards gate number 2, and that is all good. Green light comes out. Now it gives a clear pit lane now for Colin Marshall, but he's came out right in front of traffic.
Yeah, Jenny Tompkins has got momentum, but she can't do it. Joe Peters takes that 2nd place. He takes the position from Jenny Tompkins. Obviously Colin Marshall's listed in second, but he's yet to come in. Surely it's going to be this lap for Marshall. He's got no more.
Yeah,
his
hands coming up. Hands come up. He's coming into the pit lane now. Let's see how he does. And in towards gate number 1. That's nicely done. Oh, it's a slow getaway from the first gate though. Comes into gate 2. Nice, wait for the green. He comes around. There goes Peters. There goes Tompkins. He's lost so much time.
Yeah, Colin Marshall, it didn't quite work out for him in that one. He's a net loser in that. Obviously, it's Joe Peters who's taken the advantage there. He was 4th, he moved to 3rd. Then in the pit stop cycle there, he moved into 2nd ahead of Jenny Tompkins. But Colin Marshall is resumed in 4th, but a little bit further back. And crucially, from his point of view, he's got AJ McKee between himself and the ones he's battling with. Yes, he still does. So it's on track. It is Peters, Tompkins, lapped McKee, and Lena Siegenthaler. Lena Siegenthaler is the one between them. So there's Joe Peters, there's Jenny Tompkins just flashing past the camera there. So second place there. Joe Peters has done everything he needed to do to get from second up to second from that 4th. He was a finalist in the BRKC. Obviously that is an outstanding performance, but at this international level it's another step forward in terms of ours. Joe Peters has made that step with his second place. There's an incredible close-up on him.
Absolutely, yeah, he's a big winner in that pit. He had a really solid pit stop, overcutted Jennifer, so that's second place sorted for him, 14 seconds behind Ruben, as of course he's going to take the win. As I was saying not long ago, until the pit happened, even if Ruben had a yellow, he would still be winning the race, no problem. So obviously he took it nice and cautiously, as expected, so no point taking risks in the pits as you've got a massive lead.
And this is still the race of the tournament for those behind the leader, who's close to the end now, which is Ruben Boughton. There he is on screen. But from a point of view of Peters, Tompkins, Marshall, this is still their race of the tournament. An incredible second place by Joe Peters, an incredible second place by third place by Jenny Tompkins, and an equally incredible 4th place for Colin Marshall. These are the highest position they've had by far at all at this level. Ruben Boughton has got 2 laps to go. He's going to complete the first of those 2 now. On to the last lap with Ruben Boughton. He's on his way. Once more again, the Boughton steamroller is on. He's racking up those wins. He's trying to put himself into the final, almost irrespective of what happens in the semi-finals. Lewis Manley, this is Ruben Boughton at his finest, but what a result by Peters, Tompkins and Marshall.
Yeah, very good confidence for them guys, as Booton's going to take this win very comfortably, which was kind of expected, to be honest. So he's taking the last few corners now to take the chicken flag with the firework flares going out. That's lovely to see, so comfortable win for Ruben there.
And Ruben Boughton takes the win, yet another win in his storied career, as he moves to what he hopes will be the BRKC final and championship if he can do it again. That would make him a 7-time winner. There he is. And what has happened behind? It is going to be Joe Peters, Jenny Tompkins and Colin Marshall across the line in that order. The best result by far for any of those 3 drivers mentioned. 5th place is going to be Aaron Bell. Equally impressive performance there. He's not been that high. Nicky Dolan 6th, Aaron Mitchell-Begley in 7th, Jacob Fox 8th, Lena Siegenthaler in 9th, and AJ McKee in 10th. So Ruben Boughton's, there he is on screen. He's done it, he knows, he's there for the pictures. A great shot there by the photographer Lee Marshall. Just got an interview there in the orange jacket. Lee Marshall's been taking pictures all weekend. Very well-known photographer in terms of motorsport, Lee Marshall. But down in the pit with you, Anthony Jordan, we've got Ruben Boughton's.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, I think the word dominant performance comes to mind on that one. 14 seconds clear from the rest of the field. Let's jump in with Ruben Boughton. He's just going to pop his weight on the floor. He comes in above board. Ruben, we'll let you take your helmet off and get yourself all squared away. We will also have a chat with Joe Peters as well. But Rubens, you've had wins in the past. You've had good results in the past, but a win by 14 seconds is quite some doing in a group heat race. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It was a good race, I think. Yeah, obviously it's nice to win with a large margin, but on the other hand, you get the same points than when you win with 0.1 second. But yeah, I'm just happy with the performance. Could drive really consistent lap times, and you know the group you're in, it's something which is out of your control, so I always try to just focus on the things you have in your own hands. And yeah, I'm happy how it's going, and looking forward to the next race.
Exactly, it's looking good, isn't it? And yeah, we do wish you the best in the semis, and hopefully we'll see you in the final as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I hope it too.
Excellent stuff there. Let's jump in with Joe Peters. Joe, just behind me. Great run on that one. You had a tough battle there with Jennifer Tompkins, but you managed to get the switchback on the pit stop. Talk us through the strategy on that one.
I just thought if I stayed out a bit later than Jen, I'd have the inside run going out. And she was quick all along. She made me work for it really hard and just about got there in the end.
Nice little run on there. Nice chunk of points as well. Second, your best result, I think, isn't it, this weekend?
Yeah, I've had some unlucky races up until now, but that's brought me back up in good spirits, so let's see what we can do.
Yeah. Do you reckon you can make the semis with that?
Bit far-fetched, I think.
Well, we wish you the best for it. Congratulations, though. Well done on that one. Well, that brings us to the end of round number 3. Round number 4 will be coming up again in just a few moments' time on the hour. Of course, the track is being changed from the alternate layout back to the snail section. But, James, plenty to unfold from that one. And what can we expect coming up later on?
Yeah, well, we can expect more fireworks. It's getting increasingly tough now because there's the very real prospect of certain big names failing to make the semi-final lap. They've all got one more race with which to do something to score those points to get themselves into the semi-final. There are some drivers who really are looking to that final now. They know they've got enough points at the moment to make a semi-final place. Maybe not exactly enough points, but they know they'll make it. They got the wins they need. They're going to be in that semi-final comfortably. It's about scoring well to just give themselves that little lift towards making the final. The semi-finals will be coming up later, and I say it constantly, but just in case anybody's joining us sort of fairly fresh, we've got the 4 rounds of heats. We've now completed round 3, so they've got one more round. We were running on what Formula Fast deemed the alternate layout there, and we're going to be returning to the traditional format, including the snail section area here at Formula Fast. Those who may want to do a ride and drive, take part in regional races, or even just book a part here at Formula Fast, you can do it, and you'll be driving on the track that they're about to be racing on now, the one involved in the snail section. However, this is the final round of heats for these drivers. All 100 are still in it. They've all got one race still to do. That will then be whittled down to the top 30-point scorers. They've got 3 races each for the semi-finals. Sorry, there are 3 races total, 1 each in the semi-finals, with which they continue to score. Out of that, the ones who've scored most over the heat races and the semi-final the top 10 go through to the grand final itself. Some drivers, such as Eliana Vos, who've won 3 races so far, will be already considering a place in the final. Obviously they're not there yet, but it will be on their mind. Ruben Bartons, again, probably will be one of those thinking of such things. That's much later in the afternoon. In the meantime, we're going to be having the final round of heats. They're altering the track as we speak. They're fueling the carts. We're probably going to be away for about half an hour now. It's going to be a little bit of a break, so join us around about 11 o'clock for the final set of heats. So many people are fighting to stay in the tournament now, so don't miss it. We'll be back.
Ready, set, go. set, go. Ready, set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go.
All drivers for Heat Race 1 need to be in the pit lane, so if you're in Heat Race 1 of the 4th round, you need to get down there as soon as possible and pick the kart and in and away. Okay, and welcome back to Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes. It's the British Rental Kart Championship. My name's James Auld. We've got Anthony Jordan in the pit lane, and we're going to be bringing you all the action courtesy of Scruffy Bear Media, who are presenting this event here on the live stream that you're watching. If you've been watching earlier in the morning, you'll have seen the final heat races on the alternate layout. Now we are referring to the original layout here at Formula Fast, and we'll be using that for this final round of heats. It's the fourth and final round, the last chance for all of these drivers to score points with the hope of making it into the semi-finals and then onto the final itself. 100 drivers have started the weekend. That'll be whittled down to 30 drivers after this round of heats. The 30 top scorers will make it through to the semi-finals, so there'll already be some drivers who know they're pretty much in their last race. There'll be other drivers who are fighting for a place in the semi-final and maybe even considering trying to score enough points for a bit of a more direct run into the final itself. Yeah. Let's have a look at who's in the lineup. We've got AJ McKee from the USA. We've got Dominic Muir, the Hungarian champion of Anshana. We've got Gavin Williams. We've got the reigning BRKC champion from last year, Vika Schlets, the Dutchman. Tristan Loidel from the USA. Matt Barsh from Poland. Anton Schuppler from the USA. Jake Foster and Ryan Taylor are both UK drivers. The times are coming in, and who is it? It's Ryan Taylor at the moment, somehow. And Ryan Taylor has flung it right to the top of the table. Unbelievable. What an incredible qualifying run. Just to confirm, we have on pole position the number 19. It is Ryan Taylor from the UK, 31.4 lap time. From Tristan Loidel, the American driver. Matt Barsh is third. Ivan Shana, the Hungarian champ, is fourth. Anton Schuppler is fifth. And Vika Schlets, the reigning British rental kart champion, can only manage sixth place in this race. In the number 7 slot is Dominic Muir. Jay Foster is 8th. AJ McKee into 9th and Gavin Williams 10th. Unbelievable qualifying there, Anthony. Vika Schlets only in 6th, but what about Ryan Taylor from absolutely nowhere into pole position?
Yeah, that is a superb drive there in the number 19. Look at that purple sector 1 and 2, purple all the way throughout. A brilliant time, 31.484. 2 tenths, nearly 2 tenths faster than anyone else out there. A brilliant drive.
Yeah, an insane performance there by Ryan Taylor. He's been looking good, but whether, being fair here, not pole position good.
Well,
let's have a look on screen. There he is on screen now.
I've got an update for you as well.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, the number 8 of Jay Foster has actually pulled it back into the pit lane now. He's looking for a kart swap. He's going into the number 13, which is unlucky for some, but he's getting swapped over into that one now. Not sure what's up with it, but he will obviously start this one from the back of the grid.
Yeah, well, we're
despite the fact that he qualified up in 8th place.
Yeah, we're looking on the live stream at the starting lineup. There's Tristan Loidel, but down in the pits there, the number 8 has swapped out. It is Jay Foster, as you say, and he's going for a different kart. He's coming back onto the track now. He's going to be given a chance to give it a little bit of a warm-up as we look at Tristan Loidel parked up in the number 2 slot of the lineup. And third on the grid there, that's going to be Matt Barsh, Polish veteran now. He's been in so many events and championships, both this one and around the world. And that is Matt Barsh, always here for the BRKC. The Hungarian champ, Ivan Shana, will probably be a tad disappointed with 4th place, although it is a very strong heat race, this one. Into 5th goes Anton Schuppler. There's Anton Schuppler, the American. And Anton Schuppler, he's needs some good points in this one. And the surprise, one of the surprises is Vika Schlets, the reigning BRKC champion. He came, he saw, he won last year, he took it all, the £1,000 first prize. But this could hurt his chances if he's down in 6th. Now, looks like they're getting going. On the back there is going to be Jay Foster. He will take the 10th place start. Now, round they go. Ryan Taylor has to judge this to perfection. He's got a class act of drivers behind him. And he crossed the line in the lead. He's pulling away into the Snell section on the opening lap. Are we going to get any passes down the inside? It is a well-known passing slot into the Snell, but not this time. So Ryan Taylor continues. He's coming out of the Snell area there. He's pulling away slightly from Tristan Loidel. He's onto the back part. There's Ryan Taylor in the lead. A bit of a gap to Loidel at this early on, and the rest follow on behind. There is Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor in the lead. And Loidel, Barsh and the rest as they come through to complete the opening lap. And Anthony, look at this lead by Ryan Taylor. That is a surprise this early on. He's really got the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, he certainly has. That's a nice getaway for Ryan Taylor. Again, just keeping those purple sectors coming in. all the way throughout it. He's extended that gap now to nearly 9/10 of a second. That's a superb start to his race. So if he can keep that momentum up throughout this, he might have enough of a gap to even pit without losing a spot.
Absolutely. There comes Ryan Taylor through the lead, very wide. I think he hit the wall there. He's feeling, I wouldn't call it pressure, but he knows he needs to well into a lot of passing.
Lloydell's in trouble into the pit. So now that is, who's that's coming to the pit? It is Vika Schlitz who's coming to the pit. So Schlitz is coming to the pit lane. He's doing his stop early. He feels he's being held up. The 18's under investigation. And I've got to say, Tristan Lloydell has just tumbled down the field. He lost 3 spaces on that last lap.
Yeah, he was always going to get freight trained there. The 18 is Matt Barsh. We're looking at Matt Barsh now. He's the one under investigation. Basically, he's trying to move. It seemed to be maybe a little robust. Now, the interesting thing now is that drivers of the level, another one in the pits.
Yep, it's the number 17 that's come into the pit lane early. It's Dominic Muir, and he gets a green light on gate number 1. Late on the brakes in gate 2, but he gets the green light, and he comes out neck and neck there with Vika Schlitz.
And, well, Dominic Muir, he can do worse than following Schlitz. He's going to try and follow Schlitz, the reigning champion. Vika Schlitz, he was, by his standards, out of position in the start here at starting 6th. He won 3 national titles last year. The British Championship, the French Championship and the Belgian Championship, Vika Schlitz, and he is on a mission, and he could well be taking Dominic Muir with him if Muir can stay with the reigning champ Vika Schlitz. They're coming through now. Muir's trying desperately to hold on. I can see out the window here, but there is Ryan Taylor. He's trying desperately to hold on to that lead, and he's actually increasing it by the looks of things. Matt Barsh, of course, making that robust move. It's only opened up the gap for Ryan Taylor, so this is Ryan Taylor's best chance. And when we're talking of taking some scouts, he's going to take multiple scouts if he can win this heat race now. Matt Barsh, what's he going to do lap time wise? It's still Ryan Taylor, and Ryan Taylor's the fastest one on the track there, followed by Barsh and Ivan Shana. Now Barsh and Shana will have none of this, and worst of all, Shana is going to be bringing a couple of others with him. He's going to be bringing Shopler, he's going to be bringing Lloydell as they come through the Snell section out of the backstretch. There is Taylor in the lead. Taylor has it all to do here because he's got that lead. He needs to capitalise on the drama that was going on behind him. He can do it. He's got another 16 and a half minutes plus a lap in which to get this now. Now the question I have, Anthony, can Taylor make clean pit stops and read that pit stop right? Because if he mucks it up the least little bit, there's some big names that are going to be absolutely all over him through the pit stop cycle.
Certainly so, but again, he keeps putting in purple sectors here and there, and he's still got the fastest lap of the race. And again, right there, it's a purple sector 1. So he's looking very good here, and I can just see that gap increasing lap after lap. And right now, as he crosses the line, now it was 1.6, it's now 1.7. So there's another 1/10 of a second that he's taken out of second place is Matt Barsh. So Matt Barsh really has to pull something out of the bag here if he wants to close that gap and pile on the pressure. But I think with the pace that Ryan Taylor's got, if he can carry on this for the next 15 minutes, he should be absolutely fine.
Yeah, Ryan Taylor's got the bit between his teeth. He knows this is his time to shine, and shining is exactly what he's doing. We're looking there at Matt Barsh in second, the veteran Polish driver, and he is a good benchmark as to how well Ryan Taylor is doing. Ryan Taylor is streaking away this thing, and across the line there, Shana, Shopler and Lloydell battling over 3rd place. That is a very strong contest there, and it's things like this that are going to help Ryan Taylor. There is Ryan Taylor. He's coming round onto the backstretch. There he is. Into the Boughton's hairpin there. Ruben Boughton are making so many decisive moves in final races in the final itself over the years, and that's why he's a 6-time champ. But Ryan Taylor is certainly making his mark in the tournament in this race alone. Matt Barsh is trying to close him down, but it's hard for Barsh because Ryan Taylor's fast again. Ryan Taylor is the first driver to dip under 31 seconds. This layout, the snail section, the more regular snail section layout, is slightly quicker than the revised layout we've been using for the last 2 rounds heat. And Ryan Taylor is the one on form right now. He's completed about a quarter of the race distance now, 14 and a half minutes. Anthony, if I can go back to you in the pit lane, we look into this area of the dead zone, shall we call it, where we're not really seeing any pit visitors. The pit visitors have either been the first quarter or getting on for the last quarter of the race. There's no real reason to see anyone in now. The most obvious one would have been Vika Schlitz from 6th place, and he has made that stop, correct?
Correct, yeah. It's, yeah.
Shana's got his arm in the air.
What?
Maybe Shana's coming in. Shopler's chasing Shana, so the Hungarian champ may be coming in.
Yep, hand's gone up and he has dived into the pit lane now, so let's see what his pit stop is and see where he comes out in contention with Vika Schlitz. It's a yellow light on gate 1, he's ruined it. Ivana Shana, he's ruined his stop. He got 1 green light, 1 yellow. He is going to have to pit again.
Unbelievable. Shana, multiple Hungarian champion, a regular on the international scene. He competes in this type of event nearly every month. Whether you're in Poland, whether you're in Germany, whether you're in France, you will have to take on Ivan Shana. So he's vastly experienced now on the international scene, which means he's also vastly experienced with the idea of pit stops. That gives an idea of the sheer amount of pressure. Now, Anthony, just looking at what was going on there, Shana, he's coming back in.
Yeah, straight away. Right, let's see. Gate number 1, red light's on, gets the green light. Much better this time around. In towards gate number 2. Nice on the stop, nice on the throttle. He gets away well, but crucially, that's not a penalty he needed.
Now, he has got a lot of work to do, not only for the sake of this race, but possibly for a place in the semi-final, because Ivan Shana's been scoring well. But it's not as if he's been winning on every race. So he is somebody who was looking to get into the semi-finals on consistency. And a double pit stop.
And into the pits.
Yeah,
it's the number 15 that's in. This is AJ McKee, who's come in for a relatively early pit stop. It's a green light on gate 1. Gate 2's a green light. That's good. He heads out.
Yeah, the American McKee, she's back on the track now and out into the race. That puts McKee 1 place ahead of Ivan Shana. Now, Ivan Shana, another one in.
Yep, another one in. It's the number 9 that's come in now. So this is Anton Schopler. Gets the green light on the gate 1, going into gate 2, and gets a second green light. He's got some traffic, but it's close.
And he needs to come out in front of this gaggle. They're trying to pass him. He's going to get passed on the outside. He's trying to defend the inside. He does do it. He's got to go really tight into the snail. That causes collision behind. There's a swap position there. I think that might be involving Vika Schlitz. Now, Vika Schlitz was obviously looking at Anton Schopler. It was vital for Schopler to get out in front of all that lot. We'll see how it is. Yes, it is. Schopler's done it. Now, Schopler's pitted. Vika Schlitz pitted. There's Schopler first. There's Vika Schlitz second in that group. Vika Schlitz's whole purpose of that early pit stop would have been to pass those in front of him, including Anton Schopler. Now, this is a measure of where Vika Schlitz may finish in this race, and if it's going to be behind Anton Schopler, well, we can only assume that it may well be some way down the order. Vika Schlitz, the reigning champion, having a bit of a tough time of it in this race.
Oh, and here comes Tristan Lloydell. Lloydell in the pit lane, the American going for a middle stage stop, and it's a green light on gate 1. Gate 2 also green. Here comes Schopler.
And Schopler's trying to do him on the outside. They're side by side, the 2 Americans into the snail. There they are. Schopler to the outside, and Lloydell's got it. Here comes Vika Schlitz. Vika Schlitz in the confusion passes the American Schopler, so Schopler has lost a position there. Now, that was crucial from Vika Schlitz's point of view, but a disaster for Anton Schopler. He did not want to do that. He was busy trying to fight for position with Lloydell. He was forced to the outside. Vika Schlitz saw his chance and tried to take the line that Lloydell was occupying, and that took him down the inside and through past Anton Schopler. So Schopler is third in that group there. He's got Vika Schlitz in front, Tristan Lloydell in front there, and that is into third place. Now, they have all pitted. The top 2 have not. Of course, we're still looking at Ryan Taylor, incredibly still in the lead there, with a 2-second gap. That has stabilised out there. 2 seconds, Matt Marsh. We're looking at Tristan Lloydell. He's leading the group of himself, Schlitz, and Anton Schopler. Now, when the pit stops cycle through, theoretically, we're going to have Barsh and Ryan Taylor in front, but ever more helpful from a Barsh and definitely from a Ryan Taylor point of view. The battle in between these 3 will slow them down by those fractions. Let's have a look at the lap time. Fastest is still Ryan Taylor. He's into 30 seconds, but into 30 seconds also is Matt Barsh, Tristan Lloydell, Vika Schlitz, and Anton Schopler. The top 5 are all lapping sub 31-second lap times. Everyone else that, and equally, Ivan Shana, the early pit stopper, is also in 30 seconds, but his bolt surely has been shot with a penalty in the pits. Anthony, when a driver of the calibre and experience of Ivan Shana makes a blunder like that, it shows just how tight things are pressure-wise in this sort of event.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this is not an easy event to do for any driver. So even the experience can suffer. And yeah, it just shows on those pit stops there, you're 1 millisecond away from getting a green light or a yellow light. And for Ivan Shana, unfortunately there, he got that yellow light, so it just shows even the best out here can struggle. So yeah, it is good to see though still, because it really shakes up the field, and that's going to make it interesting coming into later on when we get to the semi-finals and of course that all-important final.
Yeah, you could never accuse somebody like Ivan Shana of being some kind of idiot for getting that penalty on his pit stop. But such is the pressure in the BRKC, he was forced to try and cut it that fine. He knew he had a lot of people to leapfrog ahead of. He was in the lower part there, you know, he pitted out of 5th place or whatever, and he had to try and do something, and that would have involved a ridiculously fast pit stop, and it didn't pay off. He ended up with the penalty. There's Shana that we're looking at now, the Hungarian champion, Ivan Shana. He has had to make 2 pit stops in this race on account of that penalty stop, whereas everyone else is making 1. Now, where is Shana? He's up to 9th. He's passed AJ McKee. Next on his hit list is Dominic Muir. Now, Dominic Muir only has to make 1 stop, but if we look at relative lap times, well, Shana, he's only just faster than Dominic Muir. It's literally a 10th in it, so Ivan Shana could come out of this heat race with a perilously low score from this race alone to add to his other good scores, but whether it's enough to actually secure a spot in the final, his whole championship could be out of the window on this race alone. And he's got so much work to do now.
Yeah, he really does, and again, just we'll keep a close eye on it as the session goes on. Still no more pit stops as well, either, just to close this up, but for these 3 that we've currently got on our screen as well, they've got to really, really dig deep now and try and push on as much as they can. They're 14 seconds behind Ryan Taylor, so he's done exactly what he needed to do. His only real competition right now is Matt Barsh, who needs to close up that gap just that little bit more. But for these 3 here, they really need to get a wiggle on.
Absolutely. Now, let's have a look at these relative times and the gaps. If we look on screen, we can see those watching on the live stream, we deal roughly in the idea of maybe 10 seconds to make a pit stop. So if we consider that Tristan Lloydell in 3rd that we're looking at now with Schletz and Schoppler is 14 seconds behind Ryan Taylor, that means Ryan Taylor could make a pit stop and at the very worst come out in 2nd place behind Matt Barsh. When Barsh pitted, he in turn would probably then drop back behind Ryan Taylor. But crucially from their point of view, neither of them would necessarily fall into the clutches of the Lloydell, Schletz and Schoppler battle. Now these 3 are very experienced.
Oh, into the pit lane.
Oh yes.
You've got the number 20 in. This is Gavin Williams, who's pitted now. Green light on gate number 1, comes into gate number 2. All is good. He heads back out. It's got a little bit of traffic, but all is well.
Yeah, and Gavin Williams comes out right alongside AJ McKee. He's lost place to the American, and AJ McKee has moved up into 9th place at the expense of Gavin Williams. So there'll probably be a battle on there, because they are very close on track. Now, they're crossing the line. That's the 3rd place battle. Lloydell, Schletz, Schoppler. Now, 5 drivers in this were potential winners. They're occupying the top 5. Well, they're not occupying the top 5 positions. They're actually occupying 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, and let's say 8th, because Ryan Taylor, with the best will in the world, was not considered going into this race as one of those contenders for victory. He was looking at these others, but Ryan Taylor really pulled the pin on the qualifying lap, stuck it on pole, and has looked very convincing up front so far. So Ryan Taylor looking actually as though he might win this thing, which is saying a lot against this massive international entry behind him, including previous champion Vika Schletz. So Taylor not in. Anthony, we've got 5 minutes remaining on the timer. Ryan Taylor's probably going to leave it as late as possible. Obviously got the right sort of backup in the pit lane, but he's going to have to make it clean.
He certainly will do, especially as, well, there's been a change there into the final corner, and Vika Schletz, it's off camera, it was right in front of me, has got past Anton Schoppler. Vika Schletz up into 3rd place. That's a fantastic little move there, so even despite the action in the pit lane, we're still getting overtakes out there.
Yes, we are, and someone needing to do those overtakes is Vika Schletz. Even 3rd place for him, he will consider a low score. Now, just to sort of clarify the positions, it's worse than what you think, Anthony, because Schoppler had already been overtaken by Schletz earlier on. The net loser there was actually Tristan Lloydell, who started that point in 3rd place and got bundled all the way back to 5th, because in passing him, Vika Schletz opened the door a little bit for Anton Schoppler. So Schoppler was able to nip past his American compatriot Lloydell. So poor old Tristan Lloydell has dropped from 3rd drop to 4th, and then fallen back to 5th as well. So, Ryan Taylor, 30 laps in and 4 minutes remaining. He's got to be making a stop soon. We think about he's going to have about 2 minutes, Anthony, to do this, which gives him a window of maybe 3 laps that he's got to come past the pit lane before committing. We'll keep an eye on that. We're looking at Lloydell there. Look at Vika Schlitz. He passed the 2 Americans, but he's not able to actually pull away from them. Schopler's taking the fight to him, definitely. They're on the backstretch. There's Lloydell, the net loser here. Can he come back? He's gone to the outside. Schopler to the inside. But Schlitz has them all covered as they come around to complete this lap. There they are, crossing the line for another lap. It's still Vika Schlitz in 3rd place. We're looking, though, for the pit stop of Ryan Taylor and Matt Barsh. Both the 2 leaders staying out as long as they can. So, is Taylor? No, he's not coming in. Taylor's not coming in. What about Barsh? Barsh does not come in either. Anthony, these 2 are leaving it right to the end.
They are. They've got to be careful. So Matt Barsh, Jay Foster, as well as Ryan Taylor, all need to do their pit stop. So they do need to be very careful here. Like you say, time around 3 minutes. That pit closing light will start flashing very soon, probably within the next minute or so.
Foster
right, into
in.
the pit lane. Here comes the number 13. This is Jay Foster. Gets the green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, and he's all good. Away he goes. Now comes Matt Barsh. Matt Barsh into the pit lane. Gate number 1. He comes in, and that's absolutely fine. All good in gate number 1. Pulls into gate 2 now. Will he get the green light? Yes, he does. He's all fine. It's all down now to Ryan Taylor, who leads the way. What is he going to do?
Yeah, and a great stop there by Matt Barsh. That kind of throws the gauntlet down to Ryan Taylor. Whatever he does in this pit stop, it's got to be good. He has.
He's coming in.
Hand. Here he is.
He's coming in. Yeah, he put his hand up now. The lights come on that the pit is closing. Here we go then. This is going to be his opportunity. Green light on gate number 1. Coming into gate 2 for Ryan Taylor. He gets it. Heads out on track, and he gets out well ahead of Matt Barsh.
And the questions were being asked. Oh, it's a battle behind, but the questions were being asked of Ryan Taylor. Could he do it? Could he convert that pole position to the win? And it seems to be an emphatic yes. He has less than 2 minutes, Ryan Taylor, and the battle rages behind. We're looking at that now with Vika Schlitz. There's Matt Barsh, and into picture there comes Vika Schlitz. He's got the increasing attention. He's getting very desperate behind him. Schopler, Lloydell, and Lloydell's close enough. If he gets 1, he might get the 2. The question really is, what about the backstretch? Oh, and look at that. Over to the left, Vika Schlitz clearly indicating from that he's worried about an attack by one of these Americans up the inside, and he's getting defensive there. Middle of the road is about as tight as you can be and still make a decent exit across the start-finish line. And there is Vika Schlitz. He's the reigning BRKC champion. He won it last year. He went back to Holland with the £1,000, with the free entry to the World Championship. He means to do it again, but this is about as low a position as he can get away with if he wants to repeat that performance. There's Schopler. Schopler tries to the inside, but Schlett's got it covered. But Lloydell coming back at his compatriot Schopler. We're into the final minute now. Anthony, this is set to explode.
It certainly is. I mean, these 3 have been on their rear bumpers all the way throughout this race. Obviously, with the overtake, Schlitz getting a real green light on all of these overtakes here. Lloydell, who's just been up and down in this order. He was leading this group at the start of the race. He dropped down after overtakes on the first couple of laps. That's where Schlitz said, I want out of this group, and he pitted early. Then he came back after these 2 pitted, and he managed to get both the overtakes on them. So Schlitz really the real winner in this one, but it's been so close all the way throughout, and the dying stages of these races, they're just going to have to put it to the inside and hit all the corners, full defensive commitment, or the entire way around this track.
You're absolutely right, Anthony, and those watching at home on the live stream, we're getting these amazing Scruffy Bear media pictures here. We're looking at Schlitz getting defensive. What do we mean by that? Take, for example, this. Notice how Schlitz goes to the left. Ordinarily, he'd be on the right because it's a left-hand corner coming up. But Schlitz is more worried about being attacked than he is about maximising speed through the corner. Again, he's to the middle of the road there. That's the tight speed, but Schopler up the inside. They're side by side across the line. Schlitz just about cuts him off. We're on the last lap now, and that is all the warning Vika Schlitz needs. It's coming down to a last lap shootout for 3rd place. Ryan Taylor, though, here comes Ryan Taylor. Ryan Taylor's going to take the win. He's about to cross the line. There he goes. An unbelievable win by Ryan Ryan Taylor. Incredible there, as Matt Barshigan could be taking more. What's happening behind Lloydell up the inside? Lloydell makes it work, but Shopler's got the inside. Shopler shuts him off, and Vika Schlett surely is going to take it now from Shopler. So Schlett's third, Shopler fourth, and Lloydell are fighting fifth. Dominic Muir is going to come into sixth place. Ivan Sharner probably seventh. Jay Foster eighth, Gavin Williams ninth, AJ McKee into 10th, but there's no doubting Ryan Taylor. An incredible victory for Ryan Taylor. He came into this race not expected to even be in the top half from a pundit point of view, but he's defied the talented international opposition there. And look at Ryan Taylor. He is a BRKC race winner, and he knows it. Fantastic. Over to you, Anthony, in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yes, a lot of drivers in the pit lane now, all just thinking, what on earth happened there in that race? But right, for Ryan Taylor, I'm sure absolutely delighted. Now I can see Matt Barsh here having a chat with some of the officials here at Formula Fast, but it seems to all be well. Vika Schlett's right at the back there again, seeming like he's controlled and in good spirits as well. Right, here's Ryan Taylor. Let's go have a chat with him as he's been weighed up. He's all good. Ryan, well, we definitely need to have a chat on this one. We didn't expect that. Did you expect that?
No, not at all. I had no idea that was going to happen, to be honest. I saw at the start that I pulled a good kart. I knew I had a bit of a chance. I took the first lap to feel out the conditions a little bit. God, I'm out of breath. Yeah, to see the conditions a little bit. Noticed it was a little bit cold in some places and a little bit more grippy in the other places. So on that quali lap, I just tried to use that information I got and just nail it. And as soon as I saw my name at the top, I knew it was going to be a good race.
Yeah, it was absolutely spot on as well. You nailed the pit stop as well. No drama with that one. You managed to claw a lead, and you could pit from the lead and end up in the lead as well on the exit. So no real having to fight for it. But what a result. What does that mean for you in terms of points, though? Because obviously with the tricky weekend that we've had, does that help you out with maybe getting into the semi-finals?
I should hope so. I mean, yeah, I think I was on the verge of the semi-finals before this race. I was kind of hoping for a mid-pack result to keep me in contention for the semis, but now I believe that does put me up there a little bit, and I should hopefully be in the semis after that. But we'll see. We don't know.
Fingers crossed for you. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent, brilliant race there for our man Ryan Taylor, and as you can imagine, he's pretty thrilled with the team there, so brilliant to see. Vika Schlett, what can you say? Driver, he's not stuck around, which is a shame. Did want to have a quick chat with him, but what a drive from him. Several overtakes in that one, and what a recovery drive. More races coming up, James. Another one's about to go out. Take us through it.
Yeah, just to recap over that, the most incredible result possibly so far of the weekend from nowhere. Ryan Taylor, he himself was hoping to have for a mid-pack result to keep his points up, and he ended up winning it. But Vika Schlett, a masterclass in terms of damage limitation. He qualified in sixth, ended up third. Let's look forward to this next race now. We've got Frederick Navarro, Fabrizio Colucci, Peyton Fricker, Jamie Sherman-Chase, Lena Sigenthaler, Sam Shaw, Gabriel Quinta, Mateus Matus, Ben Frankham and Joe Hamblett are out in this one. Now, we can expect action from the likes of Hamblett, Frankham, Shaw, probably Fricker actually. Navarro was in combat earlier, Jamie Sherman-Chase. We could probably look to maybe Gabriel Quinta challenging for the win, but on paper it would be Mateus Matus, I think, Anthony. But, well, normally we say we can't really call it, but this year we really can't call it. Look what we've just seen.
No, we can't call it. I mean, lots has happened over the course of today. The second half of yesterday, we saw loads of new drivers coming up at the top, and again, we're seeing that today. So it's really shaken up the points. Lots can happen, but we are going to have to see what happens at the end of this one. Here's the times.
Yeah, and Navarro sets the first lap. He's still on pole from Jamie Sherman-Chase. Beating them all is Matus. Matus at the top at the moment. Frankham to fourth. It's still Matus. And Quinta. Quinta's down the order. The earlier race winner is in sixth place ahead of Peyton Fricker, Sam Shaw, Colucci. Where are we? Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw has come through to second place now. So the final results there from the single lap qualifying. We've got Mateus Matus from Sam Shaw, less than 10th of a second, by the way. Frederick Navarro into 3rd place. Joe Hamblett there to 4th. Jamie Sherman Chase into 5th place. Ben Frankham in 6th. Gabriel Kinter will feel he's out of place now in that 7th place. He has won this weekend, so 7th place will seem a bit down the order from his point of view. Peyton Fricker into 8th. Fabrizio Colucci into 9th. And Lena Sigenthaler, the Swiss driver, in 10th place there. So the number 20 there, that is Mateus Matus, the Polish driver. Always seems such a young guy, but he has been around a long time now. And there in the red suit, that is Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw sees the possibility of a win in this race for sure there, as Navarro is 3rd, and they're coming round now. Mateus Matus, the pole on pole. He's going to make the start. He's already on the gas, but so is Shaw, and so is Navarro. So as they cross the line there, Mateus Matus leads the way out into the Snell section for the opening lap. Are there any moves into the Snell? No, they're not. They're all line astern there through the Snell. Very often some very early action there. It always costs people when they do it. Although they might make up a place, they do lose time on those in front. So round onto the backstretch. Here we go. Into the Boughton's hairpin there. Turning in, it's Matus, it's Shaw and Navarro. Frederick Navarro there was trying to stay on terms with Sam Shaw as they cross the line with Matus leading. There's Matus in black with the white helmet. He's turning in very tight there. It's slightly altered the line on the entry to that section. On the revised layout, they were still coming across the line, kink to the right, and then that 90-degree right. But it's a much tighter affair this time around, and then out wider as they enter the Snail in the tighter area itself. So there's Matus turning the hairpin at the end of the straight. He's looking cool and composed at the top there. This Polish driver, vastly experienced. He's won many races in his career.
Early pit stop.
Oh yes, in.
Peyton Fricker, the number 17, is pitted early. He's left the pack and he gets a green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate number 2 now. Looks good. Early on the throttle. Gets the green light. He's all fine.
Yeah, Peyton Fricker. We saw him take an early stop in the race this morning, I'm sure. So clearly his strategy involves early pit stops across the board. Peyton Fricker, he was shaking his head at that first stop. Every pit stop they make, they actually come to a halt twice, wait for a green light. And in that first one, he did shake his head. He seemed kind of disappointed. But to be fair, Anthony, the way this weekend's been going, at least it was green.
No, exactly that. And it looked okay from my point of view. Maybe a bit slow on the throttle response getting off the green. But no, it looked okay. And like you say, yeah, crucially, he did get that green light.
Yeah, and I suppose as well from Peyton Fricker's point of view, if we were sat in the kart with Peyton, it would feel like a lifetime that going green and a lifetime for the kart getting going again.
Yeah, definitely. It's always a nightmare when you look at it. And we've got another pit stop now in as well. We've got the 15 that's just pulled in. This is Ben Frankham, and he gets the green light on gate number 1. Pulls in. It looked like a good stop on gate 1. Nicely stopped on gate number 2. Gets the green light early on the throttle. That's a good pit stop.
Yeah, Bradley Shepherd Racing team driver is Frankham, Ben Frankham there, he's now on screen. Talking of that team, BSR, Bradley Shepherd Racing, they've got Gabriel Kinter out in this race. Now Kinter qualified well out of position, so in some ways it's a bit of a surprise that he's not been in yet. I think that's Kinter, no, it's a different driver across the line. But Gabriel Kinter, he's clearly quite comfortable out there, feeling he's setting the sort of lap times that he's able to set. Although he will feel as though he qualified out of place, maybe he's quite content where he is. There's Navarro. We've seen the 3 leaders head down the backstretch. So Mateus Matus leads the way, followed by Sam Shaw, and Sam Shaw now has Frederick Navarro. Navarro is absolutely all over the back of Sam Shaw. There he is, Navarro in the BSR team suit with the purple and black helmet. So round the Snell section they go. Race leader from Poland, Mateus Matus in the black suit. The red suit, the orange and black following him are Sam Shaw and Frederick Navarro as they go down the backstretch. Again, we've been saying this in many races this weekend, Anthony. We've got expected people running up front, but also occasionally unexpected positions. Now, Sam Shaw's been running very quick, but Frederick Navarro, he ran in the top 3 earlier on, and he's running in the top 3 again. This adds to an already substantial point score from a driver completely unknown before this tournament.
Well, yeah, it just shows what a good night's sleep can do as well. For someone who may have had bad results yesterday, can have a good night's sleep, get yourself focused, come back fresh face the next day and get some decent results, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with the driver in third place, Frederic Navarro. There he is. I'm just watching him go past the screen now, and yeah, just absolutely on it. And look at that, fastest lap of the race as well. Now into the pit lane comes the 18. This is Jamie Shearman Chase. Green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, gets that green light. He's going to come out very closely with the Anna Sigenthaler.
That's right, and he's come out in 7th place by those things, just manages to shut Sigenthaler off going into the snail area there. Not only has he got Lena Sigenthaler behind him, but I think Ben Franken is the one chasing both now. Yes, it is. So he does have his hands full, Jamie Shearman Chase, and he needed to get out in front of that pair, which is exactly what he did. So a great pit stop. Jamie Shearman Chase, Frederic Navarro. These are people who, yes, people who compete in various national events in the UK will know them, but this is an international level event, so they are relatively unknown to us. I'm sure there's people watching the live stream saying, well, I can tell you 1,000 things about Frederic Navarro, but until now we've known nothing about Frederic Navarro. What we do know now is he's definitely capable of not only running in the top 3, but challenging the top 3. They cross the line, 1, 2, 3, as quick as that. Navarro in 3rd place, but it would not be a surprise to find he moves up that order.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's all a case of being quick out on track, but when you've got a driver who's, you know, relatively new in our eyes to being at the front here, you know, he's got to put his money where his mouth is in the pit lane as well, on the pit stops. He's got to nail those, as well as being quick, and a huge dive down the inside there at the hairpin.
Oh, in contact behind, but Shaw takes lead, and Navarro tried to go with him, and Navarro's done it into the pits, the former leader, Matus.
Yep, he's pulled into the pit lane straight away. Here is Mateus Matus, and he gets a green light on gate number 1, and gets the green light on gate number 2. I think that was well timed, and the 20 finds himself under investigation as well.
Yeah, there's no surprise there. There was a lot of contact. Once Shaw had come through, going down into the Bounty's hairpin there, a repeat performance, the sort of move that Ruben himself would make. The bundled out the way Matus tried to come back and block off that 3rd place driver, which was Frederic Navarro. There was contact. Navarro was sideways at one point, and they arrived at the hairpin, which has the pit entrance on it. So I was partly wondering whether Matus deliberately took to the pit lane, or he found the only real place to go was the pit lane itself.
Yeah, possibly so.
Now.
We do have one into the pits now. This is the number 10 into the pit lane. This is Lena Sigenthaler, who gets a green light on gate number 1 into gate 2. It's all good. It's going to come out ahead of the number 13.
Right, well, the number 13, of course, is race leader Sam Shaw. So Lena Sigenthaler's pitted, and down the inside goes Sam Shaw. Lena Sigenthaler has pitted and goes a lap down by, obviously, dint of that, as Sam Shaw has not pitted. 13 laps in, 12 or so minutes on the timer still. So there is Sam Shaw, the new race leader. There's the 2nd place, Frederic Navarro, being followed by the Swiss driver Lena Sigenthaler behind. There's Sam Shaw, really close up there, Sam Shaw, as he puts in
into the pits. Into the pits now comes the number 11. This is Joe Hamblett, who's pulled in. Now, Joe was in 3rd place and was actually catching the front 2 after those pit stops, and after that coming together on track. Good pit stop, 2 green lights.
Yeah, and Joe Hamblett, one of those drivers he's very fast on track, and he's actually very fast in the pit lane, but you can tell he's still just getting the hang of it. He's one of those new drivers, shall we say, new to us on this, from this international point of view, one of those new drivers who's still just getting the hang of the pit stops. You can tell there, because we saw it great on the live stream. Don't know if you could see it while you were, but he's kind of dabbing it on the brake a little bit, thoughtful coming out of the pit on the 2nd stop. Just having to hold the cart, not letting it run forward and trip the yellow light. But here is Navarro. So Navarro down the back stretch, he's chasing down Sam Shaw. There's about a second between them on the timer. Here comes Sam Shaw round this long loop to the hairpin there, and then about to begin another lap, crossing the line now. Sam Shaw, Frederic Navarro, and of course Matus was actually leading this pair before the great reshuffle, should we call it.
And into the pits.
Yes.
Yeah, it is Fabrizio Colucci who has pulled into the pit lane, the Italian driver who gets the green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2. He's back out on track.
Yeah, he's another driver who we haven't really seen before, but he's got a very strong indoor career behind him. This is Fabrizio Colucci we're talking about. He has competed in high levels at national level, and now he's trying his hand against this international field there. He's resumed in 9th place at 10, so he's running in front of Lena Sigenthaler from Switzerland. and he's behind Peyton Fricker. Now, Peyton Fricker, of course, was the very first one into the pits, wasn't he, Anthony? So Peyton Fricker moving up the order with that early pit stop.
Yeah, exactly that. So he's really done a fabulous job with that early pit stop, and he's kept his lap times relatively consistent and clean. So that certainly has helped him out here.
Indeed. Right, so just going back to those who've yet to pit, Gabriel Quinta, who we feel qualified out of place, he's now listed in third place. He's actually only 3 seconds behind the leader, Sam Shaw. And given that he was further back than that at the start of the race, Gabriel Quinta has been wise to stay out. Now, it's kind of strange that he's strategized himself to stay out to be fast. Normally, to be fast, if you think you're faster than those around you because you qualified out of place, you'd be in the pit straight away, Anthony. But Gabriel Quinta's done the complete opposite, but it has paid off. He's only 3 and a bit seconds behind the leader.
Yeah, definitely. And again, looking at this, still plenty could happen. We've still got pit stops to happen for Sam Shaw, Gabriel Quinta and Frederic Navarro. They all still need to pit. So with the gap that we are seeing, it could actually, at this point, go the way of Mateus Matus, who pitted much earlier.
You're absolutely right. We are looking at Gabriel Quinta there on the screen, and that gives us an idea of just how close he is really to the leaders. There's Quinta in the number 9. So Gabriel Quinta, we saw him win earlier on. He's actually just 3.5 seconds behind the leaders. He was in the same picture going down the back straight last time. As the leaders turned into hairpin at the end, he was just coming onto the back straight. Let's have a look here. So there's Quinta. They're the leaders in front. So Gabriel Quinta has Sam Shaw and Frederic Navarro in his sights. When they all cycle into and out of the pit stops, that will include others, definitely including Mateus Matus, who is in 4th place and the highest place of those who've been into the pits. With with just under 9 minutes remaining, Anthony, am I right in thinking everybody bar the top 3 have been in the pits?
That is correct. It is purely the top 3 that need to pit, and with Mateus Matus, they're in 4th place, only 7 seconds behind. He is looking like he will take the lead of this one as soon as they've all stopped.
And convincingly so. Mateus Matus, he pitted out of that battle. I mean, some would say he got bundled down the pit lane. There was pretty much nowhere to go. He was side by side with Navarro, so he either was going to go the long way around the hairpin or the faster route, which is through the pit lane. And that's the one he took. He made his stop at that point. It was all getting a bit lively, and he has returned to the track and set a series of blistering laps. He's the fastest one out there, and Mateus Matus is...
and into the pits.
Yes,
into the pits comes the 13. Now this is Sam Shaw, and he gets a good stop on gate number 1, pulls into gate 2, and it is good. Here comes Mateus Matus. It's going to be very close.
And Matus has got the momentum, but can Shaw hold him off? They're turning right, and Shaw's done it, Matus the outside, but he can't make the cut back into the snail centre, and Sam Shaw has done just enough, but Matus is going to mean business now. He's a very aggressive driver when he needs to be, and now is exactly when he needs to be. Already you can see the body language, the cart language of Sam Shaw. He blocks the middle road there, trying to cover Matus from the left or the right, going into the Barrett's hairpin there. As they come around across the line to start another lap, it is Sam Shaw in the red, Matus in the black suit, and you can see the pressure that Matus is now piling on. It will only take a little brush with the barrier for Sam Shaw to lose this race, and that's what Matus has got in mind. He's going to make attempts left and right. They're coming on the back stretch. This is a very obvious place to try it. Sam Shaw will know that. Will he move to the middle? No, he's staying to the right. He feels like there's enough of a gap. And the hairpin there, Matus closes in as they come around. On this camera picture here, we can see just how close they are. Crossing the line again, Sam Shaw still got it. We're waiting for pit stops for Navarro and Quinta. Now Navarro could come out with this scrap, so it could yet be holding him through the lead. Goes Matus in the snail. Matus has done it. Matus, a big lunge down the inside. Mateus Matus has returned the favour, if you like, that was placed on him by Sam Shaw down the look at Matus, he's looking to the left, but he should have been looking right, and Sam Shaw can't make anything happen here. Just not enough space to do it. Some great action on track, Anthony, but we're still waiting for Navarro, who's in the lead at the moment, to come into you.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, if I was Navarro, if I'm looking at the timing screens and can see that Matus has got past Sam Shaw, I'd pit now, save the time, get out in front. Here he comes into the pit. Here he comes now towards the pit lane. He's not come in, and now under investigation. Now, once again, is Mateus Matus. They keep an eye on him. He has got to be careful.
Yeah, very robust driver there. Under investigation is one step above a warning. So they are actually, he may yet have to give this place back if they deem it was unfair. Of course, his immediate reaction would be, well, what about what Sam did to me earlier on? And but of course, Matheus was involved with that sideways moment involving Navarro. So you know, there's a lot going to be a lot of finger pointing potentially if the organisers start decide to impose a penalty on Matheus. But Matheus at the moment is in the lead of the race. He's got a car gap between him and Sam Shaw. Now that is what he needs in order to just be able to settle down and put in those lap times. He's not under immediate threat. For instance, here at the Snail, he knows that Shaw is not close enough to have a lunge down the inside. Equally, as they come out of the Snail, as we see now, there is Matheus. He's building up that momentum. So is Sam Shaw, but Shaw's not close enough to make an attack. So there, you can see Matheus this time is on the right. If he was worried, we'd see him in the middle or even on the inside, the left. He's not even looking over his shoulder anymore, which he was a moment ago. So Matheus is obviously feeling fairly comfortable. Anthony, he'll have a clear sight on some of these screens, and he will see he has what can only be described as a couple of tenths, but the kind of couple of tenths that make a difference and make it a bit safer for him.
Yeah, 100%. He looks pretty comfortable where he is now. Well, I've not seen anything else come out for Matheus regarding that being under investigation. Keeping an eye on the gaps as well between Matheus and, of course, Frederic Navarro and Gabriel Quinta, and that gap is coming down even more. It was just over 9 seconds between Navarro and Matheus. That could have been enough for a pit stop, but now with Matheus setting the fastest lap of the race, that gap's come down to 8.8 seconds. He's going to need to pit. Navarro needs to pit sooner rather than later, especially as he's closing up to traffic now as well.
Absolutely right. Those viewers at home, we're looking at Matheus. He's actually third in this race, but he's the highest place of those who've been in the pits. Frederic Navarro is yet to pit, and we are feeling that with Matheus setting laps faster and faster. He's the fastest on track at the moment, the one we're looking at now. The longer Navarro leaves this, the worse the situation gets. Matheus is certainly close enough now that Navarro is going to have to do the most unthinkably fast pit stop and come out in a blocking frame of mind and probably have to run side by side with Matheus all the way down to the centre of the Snail section. There's Navarro on screen. The longer he leaves this, Anthony, you have to say the worst it's getting for the driver we're looking at on screen. Navarro, he should have come in earlier from our point of view. Obviously he's got other ideas.
I'm not going to lie, I'm pulling my hair out here in the pit lane. Every time he comes past me on the pit lane, I'm screaming at him, pit now, pit now.
Yeah, here he comes. Is it going to be this lap? Is it going to be this lap? Come on, Frederic,
no.
Get in the pits. No.
And the gap just continues to come down now. It's still 8.8. He needs to pit sooner rather than later.
And Gabriel Quinta is in second place. He's 3.5 seconds behind Frederic Navarro, the earlier race winner Gabriel Quinta. Quinta could lose a lot of places, because even down in 6th place, Jamie Sherman Chase is only 7.3 seconds behind Frederic Navarro. So I think when all the pit stops cycle out, this race could look a lot closer than it does now. I mean, first to way down the order, because Sherman Chase, he's in 6th place, just 7.5 seconds back.
Exactly. This is shaping up to be a very close race. Now, probably for the viewers at home, they're looking at this thinking, what are you talking about? It's not close at all. But like you say, we are talking about the drivers who have pitted versus the drivers who haven't pitted. And the two that haven't pitted are in first and second, Navarro and Quinta. They still need to pit, and a pit stop is around 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Now the lights come on, he has to come in, and into the pit lane comes the number 9. So this is Gabriel Quinta. He comes in, he gets a green light on gate number 1, green light on gate number 2. He's going to come out close, but not enough.
And Gabriel Quinta side by side with Sam Shaw. That was so close. Quinta nearly leapfrogged Shaw, which would put him into a net second place. But Quinta is certainly closer at the front than he was earlier on. And Matheus seems to be pulling away a little bit now.
And here's the race leader. The race leader's in. This is the important one. Navarro into the pit lane. And he gets the green light on gate 1. It seemed a little bit slow, but it looks good. Wait for it. Green light on gate 2. Where is Matheus? He comes round. He's done it.
Navarro, incredibly. I've got to be honest, Anthony, I am very surprised at that, because Navarro looked like he was losing time, but it must have been the most amazing pit stop.
It was very, very quick, I've got to say. nailed those 2 green lights, and the gap was actually more than what I was expecting. I thought they were going to come out absolutely side by side.
Yeah, I've got to be honest. I'll say it live on air. I thought he had no chance. But as it happens, he's maintained the lead. An incredible drive there from Frederic Navarro. Frederic Navarro is in the lead from the Polish driver, Matus, Shaw, Kinter. They're the top 4 in quick succession across the line. But there he is, the hero of the race. It's Frederic Navarro. Frederic Navarro, another new name to add to the list of new names we've been talking about this weekend. The form book has been thrown out the window long ago, and it's, we're thrown out the window about 5 stories up, because here's Navarro. He's coming through with 37 laps in. He's going to start probably what will be his penultimate lap in a moment, but he's got the lap time on it. I think that's Lena Siegenthaler possibly. Yes, it is, and he's got through, and so crucially has Matus. Matus is closer. Now Matus has got about 2 laps now with which to do something about the lead that is Navarro's. Now, is he going to take the lunge? Is he going to be down the backstretch? They're coming to that now. Down the backstretch, where's Navarro going to go? He's going to go central. Yes, he does. Navarro's blocking the inside, and Matus has to go wide, but he can't make anything happen there. Round they go. Look at these pictures there, nose to tail. Navarro and Matus crossing the line. They're about to start the final lap. This is it. This is the final lap. Matus in second place has 1 lap to do something about Navarro. He's going up the side. There it is in the snail. Matus has done it. Matus into the lead. A bit of a rough lunge there, but we've seen that lots of times, to be fair. Poor old Frederic Navarro, he did the hard work, but he could not resist the lunge there of Matheus Matus as they're coming into the hairpin. Made up a lot of ground there. Right on his bumper is Navarro. Can Navarro do something here? No, he can't. It's going to be Matus for the win. Matheus Matus wins it from Frederic Navarro. Sam Shaw and Gabriel Kincher in quick succession. Hamlet's listed 5th. We'll wait for him to come through, but it could be Joe Hamlet in 5th. Siegenthaler is finished. Hamlet is confirmed in 5th place. Ben Franken, we've got at the moment, is 6th. 7th will be Jamie Shearman Chase. Peyton Fricker into 8th place there. But what a race there between Matheus Matus and Frederic Navarro. Matus having to get very physical in this race, but he's taken the win. I suppose, Anthony, it's a case of do the winning first and the apologising later for Matheus Matus.
Well, that was certainly a very interesting one as well. And for Navarro, I was watching that on my little screen that I had down here, and yeah, in that sales section, just left a slight gap there for Matus to go down the inside. So for Matheus Matus, that is a victory that I don't think even he expected, but he certainly worked very hard for it. We'll have a good chat with him as we can see Navarro just getting his seat insert out. I've got to say that looks very heavy. I wouldn't want to be the person having to carry that one. So let's head over as Matheus heads over to be weighed up and sorted out. There you can see Sam Shaw just ahead of me as well. He's waiting to get sorted out also. We've got our 2 race winners in here. Let's chat to Matheus. Matheus, just if you want to take your helmet off for us, we'll let you do that one. What a race that was. You certainly had to work hard for it on the track. Several overtakes coming in. Talks about the start of that race, though, because that was an almighty lunge that you had to deal with at the start of that race.
Yeah, I hope without this fight on the first few laps, it will be good. It will be better, but after all, I think it's fair play. We will see, because I was under investigation.
Yes.
Yeah.
The early pit stop was a good call, though. After that incident, you came straight into the pit lane. That got you out of that battle, and crucially, I think, saved you a lot of time.
Yeah, I risked with the pit because there was a risk I go out behind the back markers, but after all, it's okay. So yeah.
And then you saved the best of the final lap. That lovely move down the inside at the Snell section to take the lead of the race on the final lap. That was well timed and calculated. How did you feel when you got it done?
To be honest, I feel good now, but after this, I was in stress to don't be overtaken after the straight. So it was only what I was have in mind. So.
Yeah. Well, a fabulous victory. Well done. We'll let you crack on with the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there. Let's go just back here to Frederic Navarro. Frederic, that was a challenging race. I'm sure, well, I was screaming at the side of the track saying, pit now, but you were leading that for the majority of it. What a close call, though, right to the end.
Yeah, I definitely think it was a great race, to be honest. You know, it all came down to pit strategy. I got ahead at first, but he just seemed to find the open gap and he just went straight through. So, yeah, it was a good race.
Yeah. Do you reckon that could be a sign of what we could see later on with some more races? Are we going to see close battles like that from you again?
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully I'll get into the semis, but yeah, that is definitely some good racing and will definitely be shown later on.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done on P2.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, there you go. Green flag is out for the next session. What close racing we've seen there, James? Are we going to see some more right now?
Yeah, I think we are, and Frederick Navarro, another sterling performance by him, and a number of unknown drivers. He was saying there, you and he were both saying this is a sign of things to come. It's not only a sign of things to come in the racing, but it's a sign of things to come from drivers like Frederick Navarro. And we've got the next heat race going out to qualify. Just to run through the entries in this one, we've got this super impressive Christopher Ball, who's really come of age in this tournament alone. Stefan Pudlik is out there, the Polish driver Nicky Dolan, Charlie Ratford is out there, Josh Selway, Richie Clark, Owen Clark, Victor Moscal, Steve Gray and Jacob Equal will be out there. The qualifying is underway now, and we've got Mason Brown up in the commentary box. Mason, one of the top contenders from the USA. It's been a really worthy visit this time for you guys. Obviously we're looking towards this race here. It's quite open, but this could be tough in its own right, this race.
Yeah, this race is going to be real close. We got a lot of these mid-contenders that are competing for these final spots in the semi-final, so it's going to be a very aggressive race that's going to mean pretty much everything to their championship.
Absolutely right. There's no sort of go-to winner in this, so it's not like it's got Vika Schletzler. Schletzler's going to win. It's not got Ribbon Bouncers in it, but it does have Charlie Radford, Christopher Ball, Pudlik, and a number of others who could spring a surprise. Jacob Equal's currently listed fastest. In fact, I think with the qualifying complete, it's Jacob Equal. Jacob Equal's on pole. Incredible result there from Charlie Ratford, Stefan Pudlik. Christopher Ball will feel out of place there, because really on paper you would have to say that Ball would have been favourite for the pole and favourite for the race win here. He is yet to win a race at this level. This could have been it. This is probably a less tough race, shall I say, than some of the others he's had, but he's further down the order. But Jacob Equal into pole position now. What can we say, Mason?
I mean, well, we should expect it now, right? He's done it a couple times, qualified up high. This is the farthest he's qualified so far. But he's got pace. Even in practice, he was fast. I found it hard racing him on Friday practice. But yeah, Christopher Ball, it's always the ones you find easy that are going to catch you by surprise. Same thing happened for me. But now on Jacob Equal, it's all on him to control this pole position and keep it. It's a very pressure situation.
Yeah, a good start's going to be vital. There he is, Jacob Equal on the screen now. Those watching at home are seeing this. Jacob Equal, one of the Bradley Shepherd racing team, of which Bradley Shepherd himself is competing in. He's got a number of teams out here. There's obviously Team Orange, Team Black, whatever, from their point of view. But Jacob Equal's one of them. And behind that, that's Charlie Ratford. Charlie Ratford, talking to him earlier, he's looking pretty composed, to be fair. 17th birthday today, would you believe? But he's belying his years there by putting himself in second place. Third, of course, is Stepan Pudlik, the Polish driver. He's actually driving with Blue Star team, which is a Belgian team, but he's in his Polish national colours because it was such a late addition to the team for Pudlik there. And of course there's Christopher Ball behind. Now Christopher Ball, we've seen him run in the top three all weekend. This is the furthest back he's been, as you say, on what potentially would have been the easier one for him to run at the front. Anyway, they're coming around now, so what can Jacob Equal do with this? He hasn't been asked to lead from the start so far in this competition. He's going to go early. Yes, he is. The lights are going green, surely. Yes, they are. And away he goes, Jacob Equal, with Ratford following and Pudlik. Into the snail. Are we going to see some action, Mason Brown? Yes, we are.
Ratford inside, he clears Jacob Equal back to second. Great move there from Ratford early on. Equal looking back on the inside, can't quite get there. Now he's got Stepan Pudlik all over him for the snail section on the exit, coming to the backstretch hairpin.
And down the back straight it is. Charlie Ratford leading for the first time in the BRKC, leading for the first time at this level. He has, and a passing move that looks like, was it Clark losing out? Richie Clark may have lost out there, but somebody at the back there on the 18, who was that? The big loser, Nicky Dolan, got thumped right the way back. What's happened at the front affected those further back in the snail area, and the net loser in that, the big loser, was Nicky Dolan, who finds himself last. However, Nicky has what it takes to get through and to the front now. Nicky Dolan getting more and more experience with each passing year, and he could do something. Let's see what happens here. So Ratford continues to lead, equal second. Third is Stepan Pudlik, and Jacob Equal is taking the fight back to Charlie Ratford.
Early pit stop. Early
yes,
pit
straight
stop.
in the pits.
It's the number 19 that's pitted. This is Richie Clark. Green light on gate number 1. Pulls in to gate number 2. A little bit late on the brake set. Keeps it rolling. Gets a green light. That's a nice pit stop.
Yeah, that was pretty good, that one, wasn't it? Mason, we've seen an early pit by Richie Clark, but a lot of pushing and shoving throughout the pack there.
Yeah, now Jacob Equal, it's a tough situation. You get passed on early, it's a sign to everyone else behind you. It's blood in the water for the Sharks. Shishpan Pudlik's going to try and put together a run. All Jacob Equal can do is put in fast laps, show he's not going to be a block on the road. But now he's fastest on track, now following Charlie Ratford, putting pressure back on him. Ratford's gone defensive the last couple corners now. He's got the pressure on him. James, now, do you see Jacob Equal, do you see him pitting early, or do you see him maybe staying out with Ratford?
It's just a question of experience, of which he doesn't have much at this level. He's got the speed, but he hasn't got the strategy experience. Not to say he's not good at it, it's just he hasn't got the experience. Some people might come in now, because it does look, with the crazy to say, that Ratford's actually holding him up slightly. Could Equal run faster on his own? Now he's got a bit too steep. Ratford passed him on, I don't know how to say this on there, I'm trying to find a clean way of putting it, but it was a very, very opportunistic lunge by Ratford that got the lead. It wasn't as if he'd spent laps running faster than Equal and then built up to that. Ratford just saw a shot and took it. In fact, he created it. So Jacob Equal could do anything at this stage. I don't know what he's thinking now, because we've got nothing to call on. You know, he hasn't had to do this before.
Right, Ratford now, he's doing everything he can to stay in front of Equal. He's putting the fastest lap now by just over half a tenth. And Equal may, in this case, just follow and make it a two-kart race, you know, and get away from Pudlik.
Yeah, and I think looking at the relative gaps, if Equal did pit now, he would have a lot of clear space, because Steve Gray, who's running 9th, is 8 seconds behind the leader, so he'd have 2 seconds worth of clear space. But the question, obviously, from an
into the pits.
In the pits now.
It's the number 20 that's pulled into the pit lane, and now this is Owen Clark. Green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate 2 now, just checking. Green light, he heads back out.
And he's lost a place to Richie Clark. So, of the Clarks, Richie's moved ahead of Owen through that pit stop cycle. Both been in. Steve Gray, the last place of those who've not yet pitted. So if we look at his relative gap, he's 8.4 behind the race leader, Charlie Ratford. So if Equal came into the pits and out, he'd literally just have maybe a second's worth of gap if he closed in before he had to tackle Steve Gray.
Right, yeah, he can pit early all he wants, but he's only going to really get 1 or 2 clean laps before he catches the back of the pack. So it's not quite opened in this case. Right now, he's just got to stick with Charlie and keep the fight alive for the end.
That's right, and with a kart length opening between them there, Mason, you have to say the smart move now would be for all these 4 runners just to stay out and crack the laps in. What they really need to, now we're seeing some gaps opening up, they really need to see, from a strategy point of view, just where everyone truly sits. They've got the opening lap out the way, there's a bit of a mix-up with a bit of a grid with no previous form, so to speak.
Right, in this top 4, there are no serious threats right now. They're all equally spaced. Christopher Ball's kind of hanging with him. He's kind of hoping they start the battle, but he still has nothing to worry about behind him. It's not like anyone's catching him from the undercut. So these guys can just kind of mind their own business until the end. For these 3 in the back, we've got Josh Selway, Victor Moscal, and Nicky Dolan. They are a lot closer to a fight, but they also have to worry about Richie Clark and Steve Gray. They're on their way. They could come in and be an opponent at any point.
That's right, and not in the BRKC, but in his own right, in a different indoor kart championship. Steve Gray was the British champion of that way back in 2016. So Steve Gray is not without form himself. If they were to pit, they would come out behind Steve Gray and have to fight with him. And without a pit stop in hand, that could be a very long race for them, couldn't it?
Yeah, right. It's going to be very tough to decide what they can really do in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, returning to the front, we've got the fastest lap now has fallen to Stepan Pudlik. Maybe a question mark here has to be thrown in the direction of Christopher Ball, because he's got outwardly the, I never want to call it easiest because everybody's very good, but he's got the race with the least experienced competitors around him. and so he
into the pit lane.
Yeah.
It's the number 18 that's pulled into the pit lane this time around. This is Nicky Dolan from the back of the grid. Now he's got a green light on the first gate, got a green light on the second gate, and he heads back out on track.
Yeah, it's interesting because Nicky Dolan was, one of those embroiled in the early battle, and Nicky Dolan resumes in 10th place. Nicky Dolan's in the mid-pack battle. It was getting a bit lively in the snail area. Nicky Dolan was sort of in the middle of all of that. Charlie Ratford continues in the lead. We've got Jacob Equal, Stefan Pudlik and Christopher Ball. They are pretty much maintaining position now. Ratford has got what the closest, there he is on screen now. You can see he's got the closest you could describe as a comfortable lead, and the others are behind. I'm actually quite surprised that Chris Ball does seem to be falling away from these first three now, Mason.
Yeah, car 13 hasn't shown the best pace today. It was in the backups to start the day, and it came in a few races ago, and people were saying, it wasn't the best on the alternate layout. It didn't get the revs up in time. Now this format, it's a little better for it, but it's still not one of the top karts. So I'm expecting maybe it's the kart maybe holding them back a little bit. But, it's still so close.
Well, the interesting thing there, of course, Mason, is that Formula Fast will come straight back to that. We'll say we've put the same driver in the kart, and the same driver this morning before the event started has driven all the karts, and they've got within a tenth or so. So it could be that Christopher Ball is relying on a pass for second place. It's Pudlik. Stefan Pudlik gets past Jacob Equal, but Equal's come back at him. Equal has come back at him coming out the snail area, and Equal hangs on. He's forced Pudlik to the outside. Pudlik has to step in line. Now what'll happen down the backstretch? Equal's ready for this, and Stefan Pudlik to the inside, to the outside, but he can't make anything work. And that is to the good news of Christopher Ball.
Pudlik in the pits.
Yeah, he's pitted straight away. He's also received a contact warning as well, has Pudlik, but he gets the green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2, and gets the green light. Oh, I thought he accelerated a little too early there, but that was spot on.
Well, he timed that to perfection, did Stefan Pudlik, in terms of the time in the pits. Do you think, Mason Brown, that he's done the right thing on the track?
I do, yeah. I think once you try that attempt on Jacob Equal and it doesn't work once, you might as well pit. Now Christopher Ball's got a little pressure. Jacob Equal's in the pits. He's going to cover.
Yep, here we go then. It's the number 17 in the pit lane here right now. This is Jacob Equal. So green light on light number 1. Pulls into gate 2, and he's getting words of encouragement there from Sam Slater. Pulls out and gets that lead again. Into the pit lane now comes number 10 as well. So 10's in, Stephen Gray. He pulls in, green lights on gate number 1, pulls back into gate number 2, and he's absolutely fine. He heads back out on track. But yeah, absolutely superb pit stop there for Jacob Equal. Manages to get back in front of Pudlik.
Yeah, and that was what he really would have intended to do there. We've had Steve Gray in the pits as well. Steve Gray's dropped to 10th place, but that does leave 4 people yet to come into the pit lane. Anthony, we've got, of those 4 who yet to come in, it's the 2 front runners, shall we say, of Ratford and Ball. We've had some action. It's Pudlik has in fact passed Jacob Equal, hasn't he? So Jacob Equal has lost a place to Pudlik. Could Pudlik make it stick? He can this time. So Mason Brown, they've been back and forwards, these 2, a couple of times. This time it's fallen in Pudlik's favour and looks like it could stay.
Right, yeah, he did the same move he tried last time, and he just went in a little bit deeper and got it to stick that time. Jacob Equal now has to match his lap time. If you're Chris Ball, you got to pit. You got to pit. They're battling, they're costing him time. He's got to get in now.
So, Anthony, we've got Mason Brown here calling out for a pit stop for Chris Ball. We've seen the pass by Pudlik on Equal, so now would be a good time for Chris Ball to come in, according to Mason Brown, but Ball carries on.
Yeah, he's carried on, he's not come in yet, and right now, well, he's not got much traffic in front of him at this moment in time. I would also agree that now's probably a good time for him to come in, but we just need to see really what happens, because right now he is focused on what's going on in front of him, and all he can see right now just ahead of him is Charlie Ratford. So really it's down to him really what he wants to do.
Yeah, well, he continues on. He's just past the pit entrance there. It's Christopher Ball we're talking about. He's running in second. He's got space in front of him. He's got space behind. There he is on screen. Chris Ball, look at the speed into the snail area there and the smooth motions through. He's not giving anything away there. Chris Ball leaning outwards to relieve the grip the inside. Look at that support you can see on the camera there that Christopher Ball has. He's coming onto the back straight there, down the back straight. There is Ratford. He's just waving thanks. And they're arriving as Chris Ball. So that's the first to second. which arguably, Mason, is actually first to fourth in reality if you count the pit stops.
Correct, yeah. Now, Cristobal, he has got an 8.8 second gap, but the Shishpan Pudlik is catching this battle between Josh Selway and Victor Moscow. Now, they don't need to give up the spot. It's for position. So Christopher Ball is going to watch him go through these guys. If they hold him up enough, then you'll have the gap. Victor Moscow, he should probably pit here. He doesn't want to lose time to these faster guys that are coming up, and now he might be able to jump Josh Selway.
Well, you're hearing it from Mason Brown, one of the top drivers in this formula, as across the line again goes Ball. Now, in the pits, Selway.
Yep, he's coming to the pit lane now, so nice and steady. Josh Selway into gate 1, gets it done, gets the green light. A little slow off the mark there, but all good going in towards gate 2. Keeps it rolling. That's a nice stop, and he heads back out on track.
And while that pit stop was taking place, Stepan Pudlik has got ahead of the back, well, not the back marker. He's got ahead of another driver who's back with Moscow. And certainly Jacob Equal, I think, has gone with him. We'll check up on that, Mason. But Pudlik there, he had to get through. So did Equal, because he's got to match what Pudlik is doing.
Right, and now out of nowhere, Richie Clark has joined this battle on Jacob Equal. He's got some pressure on him while he's trying to pass Victor Moscow. Now he goes for the move on the inside of the snail section, makes it real clean. Richie Clark, can he get the cross? He's going for it. Can't quite get there. Good move by Equal. Had to do what he had to get done, but now Shishpan Pudlik is gone. He's got a ton of ground to make up.
Yeah, that's cost a lot. Now, interestingly, will that mean that when Christopher Ball pits and comes out, will he be in front of Equal? Because there is a definite gap there. And Ball, when he
into the pits
now,
is the number 12. Now this is Victor Moscow who's pitting, and that I think is a breath of fresh air for our drivers who are in that battle. 2 green lights for him. He heads back out on track.
Now, Mason, what do you think this will do for Christopher Ball?
Christopher Ball, he's clear of Jacob Equal right now, so if he wants a guaranteed spot with a good pit stop, he's got to pit now. He can't keep giving time to Jacob Equal. He's faster on the laps every single lap consistently by about a 10th. He's got to get in the pits.
Yeah, we're going to see that soon because they've got less than 7 minutes to go now, and down the match stretch there, and well, into picture now. They come to cross the line. There's Josh Selway. So there is the leader, Ratford, coming through. He's going to start another lap. He's comfortably in the lead despite not having made a pit stop yet. We think he will still have the lead when he does come out. It's going to be fairly close, but because obviously Stepan Pudlik is on an absolute mission. But Charlie Ratford has set a new fastest lap in this race. We're looking on screen now at Christopher Ball. So Christopher Ball is yet to pit. We think he might come out in that gap between Stepan Pudlik and Jacob Equal, but it is going to be a close run thing. Obviously, Christopher Ball, he's been running second, third. That's good points. He needs good points though to make it in the semi-final. Will this hurt if he's fourth?
It won't help. Obviously you want to be higher up. Right now though, I think he's got what he's got, and he's kind of maximizing what he can right now. He's not in control too much of what the top 3 are doing.
Okay, and that's the driver we're looking at now, Christopher Ball. Now, Christopher Ball, he may end up with the 3rd place in this race. It may be 4th. When the pit stop started and the battle started, he was looking more for 4th, but now it could be 3rd. Depends what happens with Jacob Equal, because I think Jacob Equal has lost a bit of time out there with various passing moves with backmark. There is Pudlik, there is Equal on the screen. We are waiting though still with 5 minutes remaining for Christopher Ball and for the race leader Charlie Ratford to come in. Charlie Ratford's playing a really long game with this one. What is that?
Radford's in the pits.
Oh,
into the pit lane, here comes Ratford, yes, in towards gate number 1. He's waiting for that green light, he gets it, pulls in, and they're double stacking. Christopher Ball's in as well, so gate 1 for them is both good. 2 green lights there, now pulls in towards gate number 2. Oh, it's close, he gets the green. I thought he was going to get the yellow.
And Pudlik's got him. Pudlik manages to carry the momentum past Christopher Ball, but crucially from Ball's point of view, he's come out ahead of Jacob Equal. Now, Jacob Equal was the one that he probably really wanted to get most, because that does put Ball back into that top 3 position. Now, if you think about it, on points, we've got people, 100 drivers in the various heats, and the top 30 of that 100 go through to the semi-final. By definition, with 10 drivers in each race, if you top 3 every race, you're almost certain to go through, Mason, and this keeps Christopher Ball's top 3 sheet clean. So this 3rd place is probably very important from a getting into the semi-final point of view.
Absolutely, yeah. With this result, he's going to be around the low 20s of the results, and that's the perfect spot for the semi-finals.
It does mean he's got a bit of work in the semi-final to get in the final itself. Obviously, it's the top 10 going through, and the semi-finals are the right to continue scoring. But he's done everything he can so far. There's Christopher Bull. He's performed brilliantly this tournament. Anything top 3 from Christopher Bull, clearly he knows he could do it, but we hadn't seen him do it before yesterday. A string of second place in the third, and this third here could do it for him. But look at this, it's Charlie Radford. It's his birthday today, and he's going to celebrate with a win at this rate, but he's the only one. No, he's been in the pits, of course he has. He came in earlier, didn't he? He almost double stacked Christopher Bull. But with 3 minutes to go, Charlie Radford has got a comfortable lead over Stepan Pudlik. He's going to give himself the best birthday present he can by winning this race. 17 today. There's Charlie Radford as he comes through the snail section, and Charlie Radford is on his way. He is not a name we had for winning any of the heat races going into this event, but he's yet another driver who has come out on top of a BRKC heat race. A relative unknown going in, but a definite known coming out of this tournament.
Right, it's almost deja vu from last year. He actually won a heat race last year on his birthday as well.
Well, sorry, I can tell you what, I missed that point. So, well, birthdays are obviously very lucky for Charlie Radford. So Charlie Radford coming around as they exit the snail section. There's Charlie Radford. He has won a BRKC race before. He's getting way through, and he's got this one sorted. He's got a 3-second lead, which by any stretch. So Steve Gray there is wading through. Now Steve Gray's going to fall in line behind Charlie Radford. Steve Gray will let Pudlik through when Pudlik catches him, but to be honest with you, Steve Gray is not a slow driver at all. Just because he's had to wave the race leader through doesn't mean he's off, realistic pace. So there's a chance here that Pudlik won't even catch Steve Gray, who's following very closely behind Charlie Radford, the leader.
Yeah, it'll be very close. If he does, it'll be the last lap. In the end, it doesn't really affect anything for Stepan Pudlik. He's out clear from Christopher Ball, and Christopher Ball's got a good gap to Equal. Now Richie Clark is still, Richie Clark has passed Jacob Equal in the backstretch hairpin.
Yeah, this is bad news for Jacob Equal. He was actually arguably battling for the win, definitely battling for second place, and now he finds himself bundled back to fourth. Again, another one who's come in as a relative unknown, but he's been showing well. This is still a good result for him, but now he's getting used to being a front runner. Maybe he'll be a bit disappointed with this one, Mason.
Yeah, this is a big fall right here. So, I mean, it might still be good enough for semifinals. He's had good races. I know he's got a win. I know he has a third. This will be a fifth. It depending on whatever his third heat was, he could still be in, maybe at the rear end of the semifinals.
Yeah, it's one of those areas where he's going to be looking at other people's points as well as his own. It's not about scoring enough points to get himself, and he's got to hope that other people don't just nip him, because these points are going to be close. There's going to be some people who actually are very close to a semi-final position on points, but miss out massively on actual position because so many have scored a similar amount. So we're into the final minute now. We've got Charlie Radford, the birthday boy, who's going to win again. He's looking good for this. There, of course, is Richie Clark. You can see now he is ahead of Jacob Equal there. So Richie Clark has made that move, and Christopher Bull, you can see, he's not that far ahead of the pair of them. So as this settles down, there is Radford down into the hairpin. He's probably got about 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Charlie Radford, real good close-up there of the race leader. There's Stepan Pudlik. And Stepan Pudlik, this is highest placing we've seen if he finishes here in second in this tournament. He obviously has been the champion back in Poland, but here he is over in the UK showing us what he can do. There's Radford making his way out of the snail onto this backstretch. He's got 2 laps to go, so he's on his penultimate lap down now. So he's on the backstretch, he's near at the end of it, so just one more time down here after this. We'll see Radford online to take an emphatic victory. Needs the points, going to be interesting, and Pudlik though. Pudlik is now closer to Radford than he is ahead of Christopher Ball, with Richie Clark actually seeming to close in a bit on Ball. Ball probably will get this third place because it's the last lap, but it's, well, if there are a few more laps, you might have some action there for third.
Right, yeah, the battle is closing up. Christopher Ball is falling back towards Richie Clark and Jacob Equal. But for Charlie Radford, it's been a great race. He got the lead first lap, and he just took off, going through the final corner now to take the checker flag. Happy birthday, Charlie Radford. He's a heat winner.
And he's got it. He crossed the line on his birthday. A robust move, an opportunist move, really, on the opening lap set him up for a run to the flag, and he's looked pretty much unchallenged thereafter. So Charlie Ratford wins it. Stefan Pudlik tried to take the fight to him, but he's 1.68 behind. There's Charlie Ratford, the race winner. Christopher Ball has come through in third. That is a good result for him because it's another top three. This is almost guaranteeing a place in the semi-final. We don't want to speak too soon because a lot of people with a lot of points. Let's have a look though. We've got fourth place, Richie Clark. Jacob Equal has dropped to fifth place. Owen Clark sixth. He'll be pleased there. Nicky Dolan seventh. Josh Selway eighth. Victor Moscow ninth. Steve Gray rounds him out, and Steve Gray's probably just driven the final race of his 2024 BRKC campaign. And there's Charlie Ratford, and down to you in the pit lane, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Charlie Ratford, I'm sure, will be delighted with that one. And am I right in hearing you said it was his birthday?
Yeah, that's correct. 17 today.
Oh, well, look at that. Happy birthday then to Charlie Ratford. Let's. Should we sing happy birthday to him? No, that might be a bit embarrassing. That might be a bit embarrassing. No, I'll see what we can do. I might rouse a few drivers for this one once he's done. Right, you stick around because it's Charlie's birthday. He's just won. Stick around to sing happy birthday, yeah? Yeah? You're going to stick around to sing happy birthday to him? I know. Stick around. Right, you're going to stick around and sing happy birthday to Charlie? Yeah, do it. Excellent. Right, hold on, just quickly. It's Charlie's birthday and he just won. You're going to stick around and sing happy birthday with us? Excellent. Good. Oh, he's going to hate us for this one. Right, okay. Charlie, just very quickly, well done on the race win. But firstly, it's your birthday today, so we've got many people around us who I think want to say one thing. Are we ready? 1, 2, 3, everybody. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Charlie. Happy birthday to you. Nailed it. Whee! Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. That'll do. Right, no, I'm kidding. Right, yeah, brilliant drive on that one. Superb. How did you feel on that one?
Yeah, it felt quite good. At the start, I had a good quali lap, but I made a few mistakes. Hit the wall in a few turns. So I knew I had more pace. I knew I could get to the front and pull away, and I did.
That's 2 wins now for you, I believe. So is that giving you enough points now to get into the semi-finals?
Yeah, it should do. I think it has, because I think I got 34, so it should be enough.
Okay, well, we'll wish you the best on that one, and happy birthday again.
Thank you.
Excellent. Hopefully we didn't embarrass him too much out there. Stefan Pudlik, that was a tough race for you as well. Plenty of action for it. Talk us through it.
To be honest, it's right. Definitely second place will help me a lot. There was a lot of action doing. Unfortunately, my qualifying position wasn't high enough to fight for something more. I was definitely fastest on the track. That's definitely some good thing to have, but still I still feel a little bit like I could have done more.
Yeah.
Definitely the qualifying lap wasn't perfect. It wasn't bad either, but yeah.
You came away with a good result nonetheless, and I'm sure you can be happy with that one. Do we reckon we can see you out again today?
What? Yes?
Do we think we see you out again on track today?
I think so. I think so that second place will help me a lot, considering. But I'm not sure because the machinery I've had to drive on the previous races was just, I don't know.
Very difficult. But
yeah, definitely the second place will help me a lot for the semi-finals.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations, Stefan Pudlik there. Next one's out in session. James, take us through quali.
Yeah, great job there, Anthony, and that was a good happy birthday, wasn't it? Okay, so let's have a look here. So we've got, in this race, they're out to qualify. We've got Dante Dillon, we've got Henry Barrington, we've got Barry Lakes, we've got Craig Tucker, but we've got Jenny Tompkins, Ben Churchill, Alex Ford, Joe Peters, Harrison Kirkham, and Oliver Dankovich. Now, straight away, needing points is Harrison Kirkham. Mason Brown, how do you rate his chances in this?
He's got a good shot here. You know, he's had pace all weekend. I expect him to be within that top 3 here, but it's all going to be on this qualifying lap. This is the most important lap, arguably, of his whole championship so far.
Yeah, because he's had some problems yesterday, some difficult runs. But Harrison Kirkham he's setting his time. He's currently fastest. He's on top there. Joe Peters behind. What a race we saw by Joe Peters earlier on. But Harrison Kirkham stayed on top. He's been beaten by Dante Dillon. Harrison Kirkham pushed to second by Dante Dillon. The final ones are coming through now. We'll see what they can do. And that's confirmed, really, pole position for Dante Dillon. He's leading, going to be leading the way from Harrison Kirkham. Joe Peters, Jenny Tompkins is looking to capitalise on her earlier run to third place. She spent a lot of time running in second. Then it's Ben Churchill up into fifth. That's a pretty good result for him. Alex Ford is looking good in sixth. Oliver Dankovic seventh. Craig Tucker eighth. Barry Lakes ninth. And Henry Barrington rounds him out in 10th. So looking there, we can see Jenny Tompkins. Jenny Tompkins had a major battle with Joe Peters earlier on. And she's going to obviously be resuming that, starting right behind Peters there in 4th place. So they're lining them all up. Ben Churchill should be the next one down. He's having something sorted. He's going to get waved on now. They're still sorting something. There he is. They're fixing something on the cart, the 9 there. And
they're fixing the seat lever there. It might be a little loose for him.
Yeah, last thing he wants to do is be slipping and sliding in that cart. And there is Dante Dillon. Now, Dante Dillon seems to have switched suits. He was in a red suit earlier on. So he's gone to this kind of, I don't know, pink, lilac, whatever, sort of purple and white, but Dante Dillon there in the 20, going to be leading the way. Harrison Kirkham is behind. Now Harrison Kirkham definitely needs to make up points on this one. We'll see what he does. Joe Peters. Now Joe Peters drove brilliantly this morning, a fantastic race, and he was in contest with the driver behind him, Jenny Tompkins. Now both of these drivers, we weren't expecting them to run that high, and they kind of match the same position that they are, relative to the starting grid. Obviously, Jenny was second, which is fourth. That's not far away, is it? It's the same sort of position, if you like. But here they come. It's Dante Dillon, and Dante Dillon's going to want to win this one. He's won before, and he's going to try and win again. Across the line, Dillon from Kirkham, and then Joe Peters, and they're trying to break away. The three of them is a gap only already to fourth, as Dante Dillon, a convincing start there. He's fast coming out of the Snell section, but he's got Harrison Kirkham coming with him. Now, will Kirkham try something optimistic on this opening lap or not? Theoretically, no, but it could happen. We're heading for the hairpin. We're looking at the tail enders there, and here comes, it's Dante Dillon managed to hang on to lead down the backstretch there as they cross the line about now to start the next lap. That's one lap in. Dante Dillon it has to be said, he's very convincing there, Mason. You've seen him on screen, 20.
Yeah, Dante Dillon, he's looking further than just the semifinals. He wants to win this race for his spot in the final. Harrison Kirkham, I actually caught him out of the snail section on the last lap. He pointed Dante forward. In this situation, that makes sense. You need points to qualify second. Roll with it. Don't get in a battle too early where you fall back further and then hurt yourself for a second.
Yeah, and what you're referring to there, Mason, is the communication between the drivers. At this level of indoor karting, there's a lot of understanding and communication.
Early one in the pit lane. It's the number 17 that's pitted. Now this is Barry Lakes, who gets the green light on the first gate, pulls into gate number 2, and it's all good. He's back out on track.
Yeah, and Barry Lakes there, kind of a regular early pitter so far this tournament, Anthony.
Yeah, he is. It's relatively worked out for him. I mean, he was shaking his head when he left the pit lane. It was a clean stop, but I mean, maybe he's just not happy with his performance so far in this one.
Yeah, but someone who should be very happy with their performance so far is Dante Dillon. There he is on screen. He's leading the way. He's got a tiny gap. But going back to what we were talking about a moment ago, Mason, there's a lot of communication between the drivers and understanding. At this level, it's not just about braining everybody. There are times when you do actually have to work with somebody and say along the lines of, listen, go, I won't fight you because we will be faster. If these two can pull away, it'll be a lot easier to get a better result for either of them than if they're just scrapping the whole time and making an 8-car fight for the lead. That's where you really lose out, and it's a sign of maturity for sure.
Right, and they're doing exactly what they want to do. They're getting that gap away from Joe Peters and Jenny Tompkins. Now they just keep on going. Keep the train rolling. Don't put any brakes. Don't throw a rock on the track. Keep it rolling.
Absolutely, we certainly don't want any rocks on the track, that's for sure. Talking of things on the track, the moisture that we had this morning can be completely cleared. The Formula Fast crew got those new dryers out. There was the problem with moisture actually condensing up through the concrete with a sudden rise of temperature, but Phil Stanley and the crew were right on top of that, anticipated perfection, and got the tournament underway in good time. So, meantime, setting good times is Dante Dillon. He's the fastest on the track, just from Harrison Kirkham. Both of them comfortably 2/10 faster at least than anyone else. Anyone else includes the likes of Joe Peters and Jenny Tompkins. Now, you were saying earlier on about these two pulling away. It's important to do that because they know that Peters and Tompkins in the previous race, they'll have seen how feisty those two were getting. They're very combative, and they want points, not a fight really at this stage of the tournament.
Right, yeah, well, they're going to stay out until after the halfway mark. You know, once we get down to 7 minutes, 5 minutes left, maybe we look at a pit stop for Harrison Kirkham, unless he can get the move done on track. But nothing's going to happen until after halfway.
Yeah, you can see these two being quite late in pit stops. Maybe Dante Dillon really late, taking it almost to the cut-off point and making a stop.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few drivers now go until the lights come on, and it's worked out for him. You know, Bradley Shepard being one of the main guys in Heat 2, he made it work. It's all strategy here with the pit stop. It's, you know, your one joker card as far as anything you can't do on track.
Absolutely, and that's one of the reasons why Dante Dillon and Harrison Kirkham will want to pull away. It relieves that pressure of a good pit stop, doesn't it? You can get a little bit more conservative about it. However, Dante Dillon won't be able to be conservative about anything if Harrison Kirkham is this close to him when we get to the pit stop point for these two drivers, and Kirkham makes a good stop. It could force the hand of Dante Dillon, potentially, and unlikely with Dillon, but certainly potentially with a lot of people, provoking a penalty, you know, going too quick for pits.
Absolutely, yeah, it's so easy to do. You know, every driver's trying to cut the finest light, and we've seen not as many as last year, but close to it. You know, a lot of drivers just barely getting it wrong.
Yeah, going down the pit lane with you, Anthony, you've only had one kart in the pits. We've been talking there about Dante Dillon and Harrison Kirkham maybe ending up with a bit of a pressurised pit stop at the end. There's been a lot of errors with that so far this weekend, when people have pressured themselves into a penalty and had to repeat that pit stop as a result.
Yes, again, it's a very easy thing to do. You know, if you do leave it to the last second, you do put yourself under threat from that, and you run out of time, and you can't really redeem anything from it. So, yeah, it is always one of those things. But for these two up in front now, for Dillon and Kirkham, they're doing what they need to do. They are driving away from the rest of the field. They're giving themselves that space that they need. But it is going to come to a point where they're going to think, right, okay, maybe we don't leave this too late now. Are we going to see a mid-race pit? Are we going to see a late one at this stage of the race? I reckon they're going to leave it right to the end, but we'll have to see.
Well, we're entering that sort of dead zone we've been talking about, the pit entries. No one really entering the pit in the point from about 13 minutes until they get to about 8 minutes. That's when the pit is quieter. Now, there are 9 drivers of the 10 yet to make a stop, including the leader here, Dante Dillon. And Dante Dillon has been around for many years now, very established on the UK scene. Doesn't really do much abroad, but he is very strong and very highly regarded in all types of karting on the UK scene, whether it's a long race, 24 hours, whether it's a short race, whether it's an international like this BRKC, whatever. Dante Dillon tends to be in the mix, tends to be at the front, and is a good benchmark, and is competitive race in, race out, day in, day out. Now, that says a lot about Harrison Kirkham. Now, Harrison Kirkham has had a very much an up and down weekend so far. Harrison Kirkham, of course, we saw in trouble before. He's very much an outdoor driver. He routinely, his main season involves the Club 100 Championship. It's a 2-stroke outdoor series. We've seen many of the outdoor tracks here in the UK. But Kirkham adapting brilliantly to the indoor and equally brilliantly to the international indoor method with the pit stops, the single line qualifying, things like that, rolling starts and what have you. He's had an up and down weekend so far, but this is definitely an up part of his weekend. And to be honest, Mason, it's hard to look beyond these two for the race win now. They've got 13 laps in. They're on the lap 14. There's just under 13 minutes gone. It's a 20-minute race plus, a complete lap. But these two already have made it. They've pulled away. We saw this at the start. They were signalling. Harrison Kirkham made it plain to Dillon, just go for it, mate. And Harrison Kirkham, maybe he's playing a waiting game. We'll find out soon.
Absolutely. I was just going to bring up with the driver communication. You can see Harrison Kirkham has put in some flying laps behind Dante Dillon, and he's right on his bumper, but Dante's not defending. He's not worried. He knows he just wants to put in good laps, and Harrison isn't much of a threat to him right now until Harrison decides he is.
Absolutely right, and Harrison behind, he's kind of going to make that call, and probably the first that Dante Dillon knows about it will be when he sees the nose of the Kirkham car. We're looking on screen now, so there's Dillon, who we're talking about in the lead. There's Harrison Kirkham as well, who's following him. It's very close. Now, we can see Dante Dillon there. He sort of is about to start moving to the inside, but then went to the outside. The fact that he stays on the outside obviously gives him the better line through the corner, which also indicates that he's feeling comfortable having Harrison Kirkham behind. He's not expecting an attack. If he was expecting attack, he'd be in the middle of the road, or more extremely, on the inside.
Right, Harrison Kirkham is holding the peace treaty in his hands right now, and whenever he makes that first move, it's gone. It's torn to shreds. Dante Dillon will then start defending. They've got a 3-second gap back to Joe Peters, so if Harrison Kirkham wants to make a move early on and maybe surprise Dante Dillon, he can do it now. It is available to him. They're not going to fall back to Joe Peters. But, James, what do you think? Is he going to make the move early on, or would you stay behind Dante Dillon in this case until later?
Well, as you put it, he is holding the peace treaty. The agreement gets broken when Harrison decides. It's not up to Dante Dillon in this case. Harrison is the attacking driver, if you like, even though we're not seeing an attack. There they are on screen. Now, that peace treaty, though, it has to be said, Harrison Kirkham, with his other hand, he's got that cigarette lighter underneath it ready to burn, but there's no smoke yet. I think that's going to go way into the race now. I think Harrison Kirkham's had enough of an up and down weekend. He wants to probably kind of simplify this deal here. So he's going to be, I think, he'll be following Dante Dillon. I am not expecting fireworks from Kirkham until they've probably even both been in the pits, because I can think when they come out the pits, this is probably what they'll come out to. One thing I would pay attention to at this stage, though, Joe Peters is now appearing increasingly alone in third place. So we're watching the battle. Here's Peters now. So we can see Peters' gap in front and behind. So in front is Kirkham, but here's Jenny Tompkins. And Jenny Tompkins has fallen back into the clutches
into the pit lane.
Churchill. In the pits.
It's the number 9 that's pulled in. It's Ben Churchill. He's had enough of being in that group now, and he's pulled in. So gate number 1 is good. Gate number 2 is also good. He's going to head back out on track, and he's going to head out in front of the number 10 of Craig Tucker.
Yeah, now that's very interesting, because he was following Jenny Tompkins when he came in. This is Ben Churchill, we've seen on screen now. We'd obviously seen Jenny Tompkins run very fast earlier on. We thought she'd be in contention for the win here. She was looking comfortable in fourth. But Ben Churchill,
the pit lane.
Oh, another one in the pitch.
Yeah, it's the 18. Now this is Jennifer Tompkins. She's pulled in. She's got the green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2, wait for it. Gets the green, pulls out. Now it's going to be neck and neck with the number 13.
Yeah, a very important pit stop there by Jenny Tompkins. That will have occurred in response to Ben Churchill. Ben Churchill pitted from right behind her, so it was important. So he thinks he's quicker. So by pitting from behind her, he then does some faster laps on his own. When Jenny comes in and comes out, he will then be in front of her. That will be his plan. So it's important for Jenny Tompkins to counter that immediately, and that's why we saw the earlier this pit stop now by Jenny Tompkins. It was important, and there's another one in with you.
Yep, indeed, it's the number 13 that has pulled in. This is Henry Barrington. Green on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2, and it's another green light, comes out on track, but with some traffic.
Yeah, and he's coming out amongst the leaders there. He's dropped in behind, by looks think. No, yes, he has dropped in behind them. So the leaders have just passed the pit exit when Barrington was coming out. We're looking at Peters on screen now. Peters is yet to stop. There's still 6 of them yet to come in. So of those who have yet to come in, we've got Craig Tucker running near the tail, but the rest of them are the top half. We're getting to 8 minutes now with the top 5 runners yet to pit. Obviously, Dankovic is sufficiently clear of Dillon Kirkham not to be a factor. But, Mason, if you were in one of those top 3 positions, so I'm including Joe Peters in this, who's a little bit away from that loop there, obviously you're trying to counter the other drivers that you're around. But it's really important you've got a handle about where you come out of the pits and what you come out into, right? You do not want to come out needlessly into somebody else's battle that's not related to you.
Right, correct. And right now, if Harrison Kirkham decided to pit, he'd come out right behind Ben Churchill. So
it could well be. That would be the Churchill and Tompkins area. But anyway, it would. Do you know what? You might not be far wrong with that. It could well be that kind of gap anyway, as everyone's running very fast times. But it's all sort of that low 30s, 32, 34, 35. The slowest is 38, but there's a lot of 30.6 as well. So it is very close between. There are the 2 leaders. With 7 minutes to go, they're still not coming in. Now, 7 minutes around here, plus that lap for the last lap. What are we looking at? 15 laps to go now. And still, none of the top 3 are in. Alex Ford, has he been in? No, he hasn't. Nor is Oliver Dankovic. Now, there's Peters there. Really, he's looking at 3rd place finishing this one, Mason. But that's going to be a fantastic point all for him, isn't it?
Yeah, that's definitely going to be semifinals for Joe Peters. You know, I would think that'd put him close.
Yeah, we'd have to look at some of the earlier heat races, like from yesterday morning. But I think you could be right, because we're generally working on the idea of, if you are top 3 in your heats, if you can just do that all competition long, if you were third, all things being equal, that would put you just in the semi-final.
Barely, yeah, just barely.
Yeah, that will put you in the 20s of point scores. Now, you can see the thumb up there by Joe Peters. That will be Henry Barrington, who's moved out of the way. Joe Peters very chuffed with that and grateful for it. It's so easy to lose so much time trying to battle past people who are let down in their place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now the battle for the lead is going to be on. At 6 minutes left, Harrison Kirkham is now close to that point where he's going to start looking for moves rather than following behind. You know, it's not an advantage to pit first. So if he can make that move on track first, if he doesn't get it, then he should pit. But yeah, he's starting to look. You can see his line starting to change.
What I was going to ask, Mason, if you were advising Harrison right now, if you were, on the red now, there was a wave there from Harrison as he coming in, would you do a pit stop, then attack, or would you attack, then do the pit stop? Because surely pitting behind is going to be a little bit better than pitting in front.
I think
there's no point passing and then going straight to the pits, is there?
No, the second driver to pit is always going to have the advantage because they can hold the inside on the exit.
Yeah.
So I always choose attack. Get the position, get the track position, and then if you're faster, if you catch up to them and catch someone, you can pass them and then pit. Don't let them learn off you.
Yeah.
So that's the only way I would see it. Pitting first being at the advantage.
So looking now at Dante Dillon, Harrison Kirkham, it really is cat and mouse there, isn't it? There's Dillon, there's Kirkham following. So Mason, taking this based on what you said, if you were advising Kirkham, you'd say pass Dillon pits, then you pit.
In the pits, Craig Tucker.
Into the pit lane, coming in. Now it's the number 10, so Craig Tucker. Now it's his turn to have a go. Green light on the first gate, pulls into gate number 2 and gets a good exit. Green light's going to come out with a bit of traffic.
Yeah, so Craig Tucker, he's now back out on the track. There he is with the orange bit on the back of his helmet there. We're back with Dante Dillon and Harrison Kirkham. Now these two are the key pit stoppers.
Dante's going to pit. Dante's going to
Dante's
pit.
arms up. Dante Dillon, arm in the air. Barry Lake's behind him and Dante Dillon's going to come in.
Let's have a look. Is he going to
commit?
commit? No, he's not.
All right, he raised his hand on the backstretch.
Whoa.
I think he threw the dummy.
Maybe they were thanking the lapper. They might have been thanking the back marker.
Yeah, it could have been that. Barry Lake's there. It would have been a bit early to raise the hand, the sort of, sportsman-like, listen, I'm coming in kind of thing. It was probably Mason. They've just passed, it looks like Barry Lake's. So, obviously Lake's getting the thank you sign from Dante Dillon. Now, it does beg the question, though, with 3 and a bit minutes, will it be this time for Dillon or will it be Kirkham? One's got to come in, not this time around.
Dante can't pit first. He's got to run until the pit's closing light. He's got about a minute and a half until, so 3 laps. Harrison Kirkham has to find a move done in these next 2 laps, or else he's going to be stuck behind Dante.
But crucially, just before we get near either pitting, surely Kirkham must need to come in very soon, because the worst thing to happen would be, yes, he's got his arm up. I think this is for a pit stop. Anthony, we're expecting Kirkham in. He's going to pit behind Dante Dillon. Here we go now. Is he coming in? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Let's talk you through it. Pulls into gate number 1. It's a nice entry into the pit lane. Didn't smack any barriers, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2. Waits for that green. Oh, he's murdered the clutch on that one, but he gets a good getaway and back out on track.
Yeah, now the question is, he's tapped the back of the cart, meaning follow me, Craig Tucker. He doesn't want any fighting going on into the Snell section. Dillon's been released on his own. Will we see Dillon in on this lap? Dillon will know that Kirkham's pitted. Would you call Dillon in now, Mason?
Yes, get him in,
Yes, he's in.
Yeah, he's pulled in. Right, okay, let's talk through this one again. Nice quick entry. Just skipping through those barriers. Gets the green light on gate number 1. Late on the brakes for gate 2, early on the throttle, gets it. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close. And Dante Dillon has someone alongside him, but it's not Harrison Kirkham. It's Barrington. Barrington's alongside. Barrington lets Kirkham through, and Dante Dillon's done enough. Harrison Kirkham couldn't quite close the gap that he needed to do. Mason, he needed to be alongside coming out that pit lane. There was a car alongside Dante Dillon, but it wasn't Harrison Kirkham, it was Barrington. Kirkham just simply wasn't close enough. Another one in.
Yep, this is Joe Peters finally for his first pit stop, and it's all good on gate number 1. Gets the green light, pulls up towards gate number 2. Race leaders go past, he gets that green light, and he's back out on track.
Yeah, Joe Peters comfortably in second place. Another one in.
This is the number 12 that's pulled in. Now, this is Oliver Dankovic. He's the last person to take the pit stop now. He gets the green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2 is good. He's back out on track.
Yeah, and battles. Oh, now it's getting intense now because Dante Dillon has been punted there by Harrison Kirkham. Just a karting tap. But you could see there Dante Dillon going to the inside to defend the line. And that means he's genuinely worried. Mason, we've got a minute in the bit and then a lap. Harrison Kirkham is now in the attack mode. So Harrison Kirkham is really piling the pressure on Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon's got the race of his life to hang on to this one here. There they are. There's Dillon, there's Kirkham. On the backstretch, which side's Dillon going to be? If he's not worried, he is worried. He's on the inside to cover it all off.
Yep, the peace treaty is ashes now. It's all on the table now. It's Harrison Kirkham. It's going to be tough. Dante Dillon can defend everything here. It's a very easy track to just kind of shut everything down. But Harrison Kirkham, he's going to be looking for every little inch that he can fit his card into.
And this could happen here, but Dante Dillon, as you can see, is hugging the most inside line he can. Those watching at home, you'll notice now on the live stream how Dante Dillon is not using the traditional wide, tight, wide line you'd expect in motorsport. He's covering the inside. There he is. He's gone to the left, even though it's left-hander coming up. He's not so much worried about speed as position now. And Dante Dillon, you can see, it's costing him his speed. But crucially, Mason, he's maintaining the position, and that is everything at this stage.
Yep, at this point, we've got 20 seconds left when they cross the line, so we're at 2 laps to go for Harrison Kirkham. He's got a little bump there to the snail section. Dante Dillon's offline. He's looking for the cross. Dante covers it. In this middle pack battle, we got Jenny Tompkins followed by Ben Churchill and Alex Ford all battling. But we're watching the battle for the lead. Dante Dillon down the inside on the backstretch. Harrison Kirkham goes back to look, but he fakes him out. Goes back to the outside, still behind, coming to the last lap.
And here we are about to enter the last lap now. We're completing the penultimate one, crossing line. Dante Dillon from Harrison Kirkham. Joe Peters is not really close enough to benefit from this squabble. Wow, Kirkham to the outside. He couldn't really cut back. Dante Dillon, it has to be said, has this covered, but he's having to use the most defensive lines you could legally imagine, Mason. This is, I mean, Harrison Kirkham's going to go to the outside. Even he doesn't bother. They're both on the inside there. Harrison moves to the outside to try and get some kind of cutback, but it's not going to work. It's the final lap. We've got just one more corner. Here they are. Is it going to be Dante Dillon? Yes, it is. He's going to cross the line. It's Dillon. Dante Dillon takes it from Harrison Kirkham. Third, surely he's good. There's getting the congratulations from Harrison Kirkham is Dante Dillon. It's going to be Joe Peters in third. A massive load of points for him. Jenny Tompkins, is she going to do it? Yes, she is. She's going to maintain fourth. Ben Churchill's following her. Alex Ford's following him, and it's across the line. Tompkins, Churchill, Ford, Dankovic will be 7th. Barry Lace is going to be confirmed in 8th. And Henry Barrington, Craig Tucker, 9th and 10th. Mason, an amazing race there, and nose tail all the way. Look, Harrison Kirkham, all he can see is the face of Dante Dillon. Dante Dillon's just driven the last 2 corners without once looking forward. Anthony, they're with you in the pit lane. An epic cat and mouse scrap there with Dante Dillon, with Harrison Kirkham. Pretty impressive stuff.
Very impressive indeed. Now, they console each other a little bit there, but Kirkham was shaking his head to one of his teammates there when he came into the pit lane. Dillon with the thumbs up. That's definitely something that he needed. He definitely needed that win to secure possibly a spot into the semi-finals and maybe even into the finals later on. Let's see if we can chat with him as Dillon, again, struggling to get his seat set out. It's quite heavy, so we'll let him do that. While we wait for Dante Dillon, let's go over to Mr. Kirkham over here. Harrison, I know you're chatting with your team there. Sorry, we've got you all signed up. You chuck that over there. A very close fight on that one all the way throughout the end. Pit stop strategy really came in. You were the first to pit, but do you think it was the right call?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I left any longer, it would have just gone to the last lap, and I would have followed Dante into the pits anyway. So it was really just a lucky chance and hope that I made the better pit stop, and maybe Dante under pressure was a bit slow, but he played it really well and drove really well, so there's nothing I could really do.
Yeah, it was a cat and mouse game though all the way to the end, but certainly a very nice little run, and I'm sure you could be happy with that one. Still some nice points.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, I had a couple of horrible rounds yesterday. I'll probably be on the brim of making semis if I'm lucky, but yeah, I mean, it was a great result. I've had good fun. Just been a bit unlucky with karts and stuff, but
you know, it's always good fun coming here, and great racing with Dante as always.
Well, let's see if you've made it, and we'll wish you all the best for it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Excellent. Let's go over to Dante Dillon then. I believe his first win of the weekend. Dante, that is more like what we expect from you on the top spot. A nice little run and a close fight all the way to the end there. It was nail-biting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Harrison showing why he's a very true character, a really good friend, very trustworthy. Because we spoke about it in the qualifying, we would just settle it at the pit stop stage, just crack on, get away from everyone else, and he held his word. And yeah, so he's a good guy to race, and you know, very trustworthy. And it was a great battle at the end. Obviously, very hard to overtake if the defence is going well, but nonetheless, it was a good fight.
That's exactly what you needed, though, isn't it? Those maximum points certainly help you out for a good end to the day.
Yeah, definitely. So first, second, fourth, definitely better than previous years. See how the semi-final goes.
Best of luck for it. Well done. Well, there you go. Very close race then between those two. Good friends as well. Last race then for the first half of round number 4 is about to get out on track. James, qualifying underway. Why don't you take us through it?
Yeah, great stuff there, Anthony. Obviously, Dante Dillon appearing nice and calm and collected there. He's got some good points in this. He's looking good for a place in the semi-final. We'll see exactly how that pans out. We have got the last race of this round before the fuel stop, which is halfway through the round. So it's heat number 5 of 10 in the 4th and final round. And this time we've got Bartosz Babic, Slavik Piskors, Bobby McGirr, Eliana de Vos, Melanie Motz, Jonathan Wilson, James Burgess, James Wilshire, Thomas Wilshire and Kieran Eve in this race, and this could be a tough one. It's hard to look beyond Eliana de Vos for the overall victory. De Vos has had 3 wins. This is his 4th and final heat race of the weekend, and if he wins this, he will have the perfect score of 40 points, having won 10 points with each win he has taken. So Eliana de Vos really is kind of looking pretty good for making it in, regardless of what happens. But de Vos, he will want to make it a clean sweep, 4 out of 4, and he will aim to take that from a pole position if he can do it. But challenging him, we know that really very strong, likely contenders start with Melanie Motz, who was in an epic battle last night over second place. Melanie Motz, she's been the ladies world champion 10 years ago, and she's very strong from the Netherlands there, Melanie Motz, and they are probably the most likely contenders. However, who can rule out Bartosz Babic? He's been in the top 3 so far. Slavik Piskors has won a BRKC heat race in the past. Bobby McGeer, now that he's got his head round the pit stops, he's running very quick indeed. Jonathan Wilson can't be ruled out. We've seen him run right at the front. James Burgess ditto, the Wiltshire boys, James and Thomas, and Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve's had some trouble earlier on, but he has been scoring very well in this championship. The qualifying laps are underway. They're out completing that warm-up lap and starting the qualifying run. Lewis Manley, obviously Eliana de Vos going into it on paper has to be the favourite. Melanie Motz probably number 2 on that. Where else would you be looking for a result?
Well, it wouldn't be a surprise if de Vos is on pole, because he's had a perfect day yesterday and the weekend so far. But it's all about this heat. As you say, don't rule out Babic, because he's, as you can see, he's got car 11 and Moss 18 and Melanie Moss 20, so check the flags out. So let's see where they are, as Babic has gone fast. Just 30.4 is a pretty good time. De Vos is P2, just under a tenth behind him, so we've got Babic on pole.
That's an incredible run there. Bartosz Babic is the first one this weekend to push Eliana de Vos off the top spot. Eliana de Vos will not be pleased when he comes around to find he is not on pole. He intends to take it from the front, and he's going to have to make a move early if he's going to get to that front now. Maybe it'll be an early pit stop, who knows. Eliana de Vos, he will have among the best pit crew support, so they'll be telling him what to do. They'll be advising from the pit lane or one of the vantage points around the course, so he will have that backup, but he also has the racing brain to do it anyway. So de Vos, we'll see what he can do. The carts, they're being organised now, but Bartosz Babic, now there you can see on the screen if you're watching the live stream, there's Eliana de Vos. He's just nodding his head, he's looking back to Melanie Motz. Now it looks like those two could be making a plan. Motz will be sort of perhaps advising Eliana what her ideas are. Lewis, when you think about it, Babbitt is more of a wild card in the sense of the experience he has internationally, whereas DeVos, Melanie Motz, they've been regulars for years at this level. So they will, maybe Motz is kind of going to be expecting DeVos to do something soon, and she'll go with it.
Exactly. It doesn't matter how much experience you've got here, because obviously if you're European-wide and other karting circuits like Babbage, has his debut here, so he's going to take the start, and he's gone already, has he? Very wide,
yeah,
actually,
he's awfully wide
at the last corner.
Yeah, they've given it yellow. That's a discounted start. The false start there. There is a green light on the main gantry, but it's yellows all the way around. So they're going to come around and do it again. The marshals on the back stretch there will be grouping them up to retake that start. It looks as though Babbage went to go and kind of backed off, ran wide in the corner. It wasn't a very tight start, which is normally what they're looking for. Babbage, maybe he's just sort of feeling the heat of Elian DeVos breathing down his neck. So they're coming down the back straight. They're going to be brought back to the stopping point at the end where the hairpin is. And there's Bartosz Babbage, the Polish driver. He's sitting there ready to retake that start. He's got right behind him Elian DeVos. Elian DeVos probably won't be too impressed by that start there, but he's got it all again to do. So Babbage bringing it round, and here comes Bartosz Babbage. He's going to start this race from the pole position. What's going to happen this time around? Surely it's going to be an awful lot cleaner there. Babbage just maintaining a constant pace, getting a couple of taps there by DeVos. Babbage has pulled the pin, it's going green, and Babbage across the line to lead the way. Now, what's going to happen in the Snell section is just Babbage has got the lead he needs because DeVos can't tackle him in the Snell. It's a pretty clean run through the Snell. We didn't see that in every race, certainly not in the last one. As he comes steaming through now, it's Bartosz Babbage. He's onto the long loop that leads to the backstretch here. Bartosz Babbage down the backstretch. Elian DeVos. Will DeVos move early, or is he content to sit behind the Polish driver? We're looking on stream there. Yes, he's content to sit behind. We didn't see that backstretch, but certainly nothing happened there of note at the front. Babbage completes the lap, still in the lead. He's got Elian DeVos, Melanie Motz behind, and it's pretty nose to tail there, there and backwards. Lewis Manley, do you expect any early pit stops?
Probably not at the moment, unless you're at the back. You could go for a bit of an early stop to see if you can undercut the others. As you can see, DeVos is slightly pulled away from Melanie Motz and right on Babbage. I think he's gone half defensive. Yeah, he's gone defensive right at that corner, so he's got a task in his hands already. So he's, as I was saying not long ago, he's got plenty of experience
Motz
outside the
pits.
UK.
Melanie
Motz is in the pit lane. Let's see how good this stop is. Gate number 1 is good, gets that green light. She seemed happy with that one. Nod of the head, comes into gate number 2, gets a good exit, and again another nod of the head. She's happy with that. She's back out on track.
Yeah, well, Melanie Motz there read the situation right. She can see that Bartosz Babbage is getting combative already. Anyone getting defensive on the second lap there is really going to carry that right the way through. Maybe we'll see a pit stop by Elian DeVos, maybe not. He's going to try and pass Babbage. If he can pass Babbage on the track,
and into the pits,
that will open up, that will keep that pit stop in hand. There's another one in.
Yeah, it's the number 12 that's in the pit lane, and it is Bobby McGurr, and it's green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2 gets the green, back out on track. Nice stop, but comes up behind Melanie Motz.
Yeah, Bobby McGurr, we've seen him yesterday, of course. He seemed very quick indeed, Anthony, and Bobby McGurr was someone keeping an eye on. Now there's Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve was running 4th, and when Melanie Motz pitted, he now gets the chance to fill that gap. He's now in 3rd place.
And into the pits.
In the pits.
And once again, it's been lap after lap here. It's the number 15 that's pulled into the pit lane this time around. This is Jonathan Wilson, green on gate number 1, pulls in to gate 2, gets a green light. Here comes Melanie Motz. It's going to be close.
Yeah, and out on the track there, this side-by-side, Melanie Motz just gets around Jonathan Wilson there. So that was very, very close indeed. It must have been an amazing stop by Jonathan Wilson, because Melanie Motz came through with momentum across the line and got past Jonathan Wilson, able to cut across. Now, DeVos continues to follow. He continues to follow the leader, Bartosz Babbage. And is he going to make a move down this Snell, or does he feel that Babbage's speed is there? Lewis, obviously, Bartosz Babbage, he's in the lead of a major heat race, and he's getting defensive. Do you think he's correct to be this defensive this early, or would he be better to just focus on building up some speed, even if it was running 2nd place? Because if he pulls things back and other people pit, he could get leapfrogged by more than one car, starting with Melanie Motz.
Well, he's sort of doing the right thing, because DeVos is literally right on his tail, so he doesn't want to lose the lead, so that's also an extra point. Right, he is a little bit defensive at the Snell, so he's doing completely the right thing, defending his line and keeping the lead. But the more they do this, then the more chances that Motz and Wilson behind can get closer and potentially do the undercut, but all depends when these top two pit.
Yeah, former ladies world champion Melanie Motz is out on her own now, and she's got Jonathan Wilson with her, to be fair, but she is the one in front, so she can set whatever pace she's capable of doing. Now, the key thing of that is that she was in third. She pitted out of the DeVos-Babbitt battle. DeVos content to stay behind Babbitt, maybe try and make a pass, but DeVos, he does keep his cards close to his chest. We won't see him doing anything like his normal line unless he's actually in the process of passing. Will it be here to see how he doesn't feign any move or anything like that? He just maintains position until it counts. Now, he's going to at some point get, well, no, he's obviously got some faith still in Babbitt, and that's why he's staying behind them. If he felt that Babbitt was at all holding him up or at all slow and he wasn't really able to do anything without losing a lot of time, surely we'd see the second place driver there, Eliana DeVos, in the blue and white overalls there. We would see him coming into the pit. So he's obviously still got some faith in Babbage. Do you see that faith lasting the entire race, or is he going to get pretty tired of this early on, Lewis?
It's going to be very tight towards the end and pretty much all this race, to be honest, because it looks like DeVos has got slightly more pace on Babbage at the moment. So, but of course, Babbage has got the advantage while leading the race. So, at the now he's sort of took the usual line, but it all depends when they come down the straight how close DeVos is going to be. It looked pretty close through that left-handers, but let's see how close DeVos can be by the time they get down the back straight. But rather Babbage will go defensive or not. It looks, he's just overlooked to his shoulder, but no attack just yet.
And those watching on the live stream there, we saw Babbage look over his shoulder, and immediately Eliana DeVos was waving at him. That wave is not to say, get out of my way. That wave is saying, come on, just keep being fast. What DeVos needs now, if DeVos is feeling very confident, what he needs now is Babbage to put in some fast laps. He needs fast laps so that he can stay out and not pass Babbage for position or in the pit, because he wants that pit stop in hand for later. His concern will be Melanie Motz, who's running 8th. He knows Melanie Motz well, he knows Melanie Motz is fast, and he knows Melanie Motz pitted right behind him. So his concern is, if they were to fight, Motz will close in on them when the pit stop cycles through. So DeVos is saying, look, just get on with it, just go fast, keep going, and that is the communication between those drivers there. We're less likely to see any defensive action now from Babbage for some time on the basis of that signal. We'll keep an eye on it, and those of you at home, look for Babbage to take a more conventional line rather than any defensive line, being in the middle of the road, entering a corner, or even to the inside. Lewis Manley, we're into that sort of zone now where we're not expecting any pit stops, and we're certainly not getting in the front, although DeVos is absolutely glued to the back of race leader Bartos Babbage.
Indeed, he's trying everything he can, but it's still no overtake at the moment. But the fastest one on track at the minute is Melanie Motz, because she's done a 30.3, so the more she keeps pacing the top two, and then the potential undercut is possibility, but it's not there just yet. She's 12 seconds behind the leaders, so that's a couple of seconds in hand. As Babbage very heavily defensive in that left-hander, so he's definitely looking a bit edgy, that's for sure.
And this is what the second place driver, Eliana DeVos, will not want to see. Vastly experienced now, DeVos, who's been racing from a very young age, but he's also been racing a very long time now. So huge amount of experience there by the still relatively young Eliana DeVos. He's actually borrowing one of Ruben Boughton's suits for this weekend. He's worn his others out, but he's still won the Blue Star Racing team, so it's the right colour, shall we say, just with a different name on the back. Eliana DeVos, he will probably be aware now that he'll be made aware that Melanie Motz is picking up the speed, and she is currently would you believe Jonathan Wilson is the fastest on track now.
And
in the pits, there's one with you, it looks like Wilshire.
Yeah, it is the number 17 of Thomas Wilshire who pulls in. It's a green light on gate number 1. Pulls in towards gate number 2. Wait for the green. Gets the green. He pulls out on track.
And out comes Thomas Wilshire. Well, it's Thomas Wilshire who pitted there. He resumes in 10th place, but we'll probably see him move up through the order as the others come in. Now, still not coming in are the two leaders, which is Babbage and Eliana DeVos. He's running very close. Lewis, would you think it's a surprise for DeVos to be running this close? In the pits?
Yeah, it's the number 19. This is Slavik, of course, in the pit lane. Now he gets the green light on gate number 1. Oh, it's a good stop on gate 2. That was very nice, and he gets out on track.
Yeah, great stop there by Slavik Piskors. Slavik Piskors actually comes out ahead of Thomas Wilshire, so he resumes the race in the 9th place there. Slavik Piskors, he has won a BRKC heat race before, and he is he's a class act in his own right. Such is the standard that he finds himself in 9th, and the standard is at the moment being set by the likes of Bartosz Babic, we're looking at on screen, and the following, Eliana de Vos. Eliana de Vos is really rapid down this back straight. Now, will Bartosz get defensive? No, he does not. That signal there, although Bartosz has checked over his shoulder just to see that things are as he expects. Oh, is this another one in? No, it's just a tyre squill from Bartosz Babic, the race leader, across the line to start another lap. Now, Lewis, we're in this sort of dead zone now. It's probably going to be some time before we do see some pit stops. The first 5 have yet to pit. James Burgess at the bottom of that, then it's James Wilshere 1 up. But Kieran Eve in third. I'm sure we can see Kieran Eve playing a long game in this race.
There's a pass at the snail. Melanie Motz has just passed James Burgess, and that's a crucial move because if she didn't get past, then it wouldn't have helped her chances winning this race. So that's a golden move, that is, to be honest. So as she's still the fastest on the track. So we're into the second half of the race now. So I think DeVos slightly dropped back a little bit from Babic. So there's still a long way to go. Yeah, we're just over halfway.
We've got one in the pits.
In the pits.
It's the number 13. Oh, very heavy on the brakes there. Pulls into gate number 1, gets the green light. This is Burgess in the pit lane, and he gets a green light on the second gate. He's back out on track.
Yeah, and Melanie Motz has actually, she passed Burgess there, and then he came in. Now, Melanie Motz is fastest on the track. The previous, 10 years ago, ladies world champion Melanie Motz. And she arguably is the one most threatening to these two leaders we're looking now on screen. She's made a pit stop, they haven't, and that is why the three of them are not running together on the track. But these two guys running up the front, they were first and second. Melanie Motz was third. She came straight into the pits as early as possible. Eliana de Vos has taken his chances, running out in the lead now. Running out in second place behind the leader, Bartosz Babic. And both of them continue. No pit stops by the leaders yet. Only the top 4 yet to pit. That includes Kieran Eve. And there is Kieran Eve crossing the line now. There's Melanie Motz. Now, Melanie Motz there, she has been in the pits, but she's working her way through. She's currently something like just outside. I think if they pitted now, they would come out just in front of Melanie Motz. But that could change. It is worth noting, Lewis Manley, that she is still the fastest on the track, and a new personal best by Melanie Motz, and a new fastest lap in this race by the Dutch lady that we're looking at now, Melanie Motz.
Indeed, absolutely. Still going very good, showing really strong pace, but I think she's got a couple of seconds outside the top 2, so looking good for a P3 at the moment, but it all depends what the top 2's pit stops are like.
And Melanie Motz, a regular in indoor karting at world and international level for a number of years now. She's making her way through the snail there. There's Melanie Motz. She's the one most likely to challenge the top 2. It looks like a 2-way fight on the track, which it is at the front right now, but it's really a 3-way fight involving Melanie Motz when these pit stops cycle through. Bartosz Babic, he's got 22 laps in, just over 7 minutes to go. We're getting to the point where hands are going to start getting forced in terms of pit stops. Anthony, you've only got 4 of them left to come in, which a bit of a rarity at this point of the race so far today.
Yeah, everyone's left it quite late, haven't they? But this time around, yeah, it's been a nice steady streak across the entirety of the session. Yeah, Bartosz Babic, who's leading the way, still yet to pit, but Eliana de Vos as well also. Now, there's a worry that these two are going to go right to the end of the race, like we saw from the previous race. We were speaking to Kirkham, we were speaking to Dylan. They were saying that they left it right to the end. So I suspect if this is the case, we might see Eliana de Vos pick first out of these two. But again, that's the ultimate question. It might happen, it might not happen. Same with James Wilshere in the number 9. He's still yet to pit as well. The same as Kieran Eve. Kieran Eve, who's currently running in 3rd place, is a good running for him as well. I think his best running for today as well. Still another driver in a contention for this one.
Yeah, Kieran Eve there is looking good in 3rd. James Wilshere is 5 seconds ahead of Melanie Motz, who's the highest place of the drivers who pitted. Now, interesting thing you brought forward there about how late they're going to leave in those 2 runs. I'm going to throw that at you, Lewis Manley. Obviously, you've won here at BRKC in heats and semi-finals before. In terms of pit stops, Eliana de Vos is going to have to be very careful here that he doesn't end up double stacking by accident with Bartosz Babic in the pit lane, coming in right behind him and therefore losing extra time.
Well, exactly, as I said, never a good idea pitting behind someone because it'll just lose time dramatically. So that's why do not pit behind someone or in front of someone. So like if someone's ahead of you, then just don't pit, just keep going or just try and undercut them or overcut them. These two stay out for now. So The change of position for 8th place as Thomas Wiltshire passed Larry Scott at the snow, which was a nice one. So, and it's still, I think, Melanie Mott's the fastest on the track. Yeah.
Yeah, Melanie Motts continues to hold the fastest lap of this race. We're looking at her on screen now, the black suit and yellow helmet. She is the one most in contention with these two leaders here. Now, Melanie Motts has pitted, which is why you don't see her with them. These have not pitted. That is the Polish driver, Bartosz Babic, and the Dutchman, Eliana de Vos. And neither of them are in, and not this time either. So both are leaving it as late as possible with just under 5 minutes to go. We're looking at probably about 10 laps left in this race. And the one really who's got to be careful is Eliana de Vos. He gets to really kind of call it, if you like, Lewis, because he can see what's happening in front. He can't surprise Bartosz Babic with a pit stop, but Babic is looking over his shoulder again. But he's not worried, he's not concerned, otherwise he would be taking that central or inside defensive line. Is anyone coming in this time? No, they're not. Anthony, these two seem like they're going to hold it right out to the end, but it could be a risky one for Eliana de Vos.
It very much could do, because of course if they both wait for that white light to come onto the start-finish line indicating the pit lane is closing, well, they've messed up. So they definitely need to make sure that one of them comes in sooner rather than later. Big check over the shoulder there for Bartosz Babic going into the hairpin. Are we going to see one in this time? I saw a hand go up. No one's coming in this time. They're staying out.
With less than 4 minutes to go, it's getting tight. They're going to have to come in probably before 2 minutes. That's when we expect the light to come on for the last lap.
And here we go, one in the pit lane. It is the number 9. This is James Wilshere now in the pit lane, and he gets a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2 now, and it is a red light, green light. He's on his way.
Yes, and crucially, he's come out ahead of the other Wiltshire. And so the Wiltshire boys, James is leading Thomas. Now, still the leaders have not come in. It's getting to the point where somebody's going to have to, because both of them have to pit. Neither of them come in this time, so they're crossing the line. There they are on screen. Eliana de Vos and Bartosz Babic are seriously playing a dangerous game here. One of them's got to come in before the other, and they don't want to be stopping at the same time, particularly from de Vos's point of view. Of course, Bartosz Babic probably wouldn't care. An update on the Melanie Mott situation. She's still the fastest, but she's 12 seconds behind, so she's probably going to be third when these two come in.
De Vos is in.
In comes second, de Vos.
Yep, de Vos is in the pit lane. Right, let's see how good this is. Gets the green light, nicely done on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2. Wait for it, there it is. It got the green light, out on track. It's going to be very close side by side with Eve.
And here comes Melanie Motts. He's lost position to Eve, but he's got Melanie Motts out for him. And Melanie Motts trying to close in on the snail section. She's closing, but not enough. There's a cart or so length between them. And Eliana de Vos has timed that to perfection. He's left it nice and late. Surely we can have the leader in this time. No. Babic continues on. There's a wave. Kieran Eve, I think, is going to come in on this lap. I think Kieran Eve is going to pit from second place. He's going to be with you any moment now.
Yep, here he is. He's coming into the pit lane now, nice and quick into the pit lane, pulls into gate number 1. Nicely done, gets the green light. This is a good stop in towards gate number 2. Nicely done once more. And, it's a yellow light on gate 2 for Kieran Eve. Disaster strikes.
And does he have time? Does he have time to take his penalty? Into the pits comes the leader.
Yep, here we go then, into towards gate number 1, gets that green light, it's all good. Pulls into gate number 2, wait for it, there it is, green light. Here comes second and third, it's close but not enough.
And Bartosz Babic maintains the lead. He's going slower because he's just come out of the pit lane. They're catching him into the snail, but he crucially is ahead as they sweep into the left-hander and away. It is Bartosz Babic maintains the lead. He's going to do the incredible. He's going to finish ahead, surely. Oh, in the pits.
Yeah, this is Kieran Eve for his penalty, and he gets 2 green lights this time around and a shake of the head.
And he just about made that one in time, didn't he, Andy?
He certainly did, yeah. The light went on. You can serve a penalty after the pit lane has closed. It's only official pit stops you can't do after the pit lane's closed.
Okay, well, we'll have a look now as we can see the 3 leaders, Melanie Motts, and now the pit stops to cycle through, has caught on that lead group. It's Bartosz Babic, it's Eliana de Vos in the blue, and it's Melanie Motts in the black with the yellow helmet. The 3 leaders going down the backstretch there. There's Bartosz Babic. He knows it's game on now. That's why he was to the inside well early. Those who understand motorsport really well will know the racing line. And there's Babic in the middle of the track. And that's why they're closing even more. There's some 3 laps to go probably. The time ends. He goes to 0 and there's the next lap. And it's all action into the snail. Melanie Motts had a good look there to the outside of de Vos. Here comes Babic, there is DeVos, and there is Melanie Motz now. It's more Melanie Motz on the back of Elio DeVos this time, and Elio DeVos is not going to be able to do anything about Babic here, but he might lose a place. He's got to be careful. He makes up a lot of ground on Babic there through the braking sector there. As round goes Babic, a lot of, as you can see, a lot of middle of the road driving going on. We're going to be on the penultimate lap now, surely. Lewis Manley, this one has really come alive, but what about Elio DeVos going to be defeated for the first time this year?
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't matter how much time they lose now, because this is the battle to the finish. So Babic has got a bit of a gap on DeVos. I think DeVos is more under pressure from Melanie Motz. As you expect, DeVos has gone very defensive down the straight. I think it's game over for the win, but DeVos, we know how good he is at defending, so I don't expect him to lose second at this moment.
And it will be an almighty win if Bartosz Babic can hang on for one lap. He's looking good because the gap is as big as it's ever been this whole race. Eliana DeVos is trying to go fast into the snail. There he is to try and stay ahead of Melanie Motz, the Ladies World Championship 10 years ago. And Motz has done so much winning in that time. So is Eliana DeVos, but a relative new name for us is Bartosz Babic. And Bartosz Babic surely can't lose it now. He's coming through that hairpin. He's on the final couple of corners. Here he comes. He's taking a normal line. He's not feeling the pressure. He's going to cross the line. He's going to win. As Bartosz Babic takes it from Eliana DeVos. Melanie Motz into third. Jonathan Wilson seems like he's grabbed fourth, and he wasn't that far behind either. My goodness me. Jonathan Wilson was only at about 2.5 seconds behind the winner. So there's Babic, there's DeVos, there's Melanie Motz, and there is the incredible Jonathan Wilson, seeming to come in from nowhere. Bobby McGeer is really close as well. He's only 4 seconds off. And so an incredible result there for the spectacular pole. Bartosz Babic, and he's missed the pit lane. He's missed the pit lane. Bartosz Babic so chuffed. He's forgot to come into the pits. He's taking another slowing down lap.
It's a victory lap.
They're all with you, but you're not going to see the race winner for a while, Anthony.
Yeah, it's a victory lap. You can forgive him for that. He's so happy he's won. He's gone round again.
But, it's an extra victory lap. He's milking it.
Yeah. But no, good stuff there, which means at least we'll be able to chat to him in front of the branding, so he'll be on the right side of the pit lane for us. But yeah, certainly excellent stuff there for all of them. Eliana DeVos, though, that's his first loss of this weekend so far. He's had maximum points all the way throughout it, and unfortunately, this time around, it's not gone his way. But it's still a second place. He can still be happy with that one. And we've got Eliana DeVos just here. Eliana, before you go get weighed up, if we can have a quick chat here. Go and weigh yourself first. Weigh yourself first. There you go. It's understandable. Nearly break my cardinal rule there, but there you go. He'll go weigh himself. Eliana, I know you wanted to walk away just then. Come on in. Talk over a desk there. Not the result I think you would have wanted, but still a P2. It's still good points. It's still what you need to get through to the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's enough points, but it was for this race it was shit because I couldn't follow him with my engine. My engine was too slow to follow him on the straight, so it was also hard to attack him. So.
You still got a good result though. The points are still there. The rest of the day is still looking good for you, and you can still be happy with the results on that one.
I'm happy for today, but yeah, not the result that I wanted.
Understandable. We'll let you get on and relax and get ready for the races later on today. Bartosz, come on in. Nice result there for you. Were you expecting that one?
First thing first, pozdrawiam całe Brzesko I mamę I tatę. Yeah, I was expecting that. Yeah.
Qualifying was good. You had exactly what you needed. Tough race all the way throughout that one. Nailed the pit stop though.
Yeah, it was very tough. The pit stop was on the limit. Yeah.
But all the way throughout this weekend, there's been lots of races to go. There's still plenty more to do. Has that win helped you out a little bit getting into the semi-finals later?
Yeah, to be honest, I had some problems because we were training only on Friday, and this is my first time on the track, so it's my debut. But race after race, I get up quicker, so yeah, it's good.
Brilliant work, well done. We'll let you relax and hopefully we'll see you out there later.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there for Bartosz Babic and the rest of the group as well. That's the first half of round 4 completed. There will be a short break now. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for the second half of round number 4. And then we go into, of course, the all-important semi-finals. And then, of course, the grand final later on today. Make sure you stay with us. But James, that race was brilliant. The races that we're expecting later on today should be even better.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. What a spectacular race that was. Obviously, Elian Vos has been defeated for the first time this weekend. He's still looking very good with 3 wins and a second place. That's 1 point off perfection. So he's definitely booked himself into the semi-final and quite possibly into the final itself. Cracking performance there by Bartosz Babic. As he said there, he's he's new to the track, but he's certainly got his head around it. To defeat Elian Vos in a straight fight is certainly something. And we've now got a fuel break, and we'll complete the final heat races. We've only got 5 left to go now, and then we'll be into the semi-final. So 5 more races remaining. These drivers that we're going to be seeing are all racing for the last time in the heat. So some of them are going to be trying to book themselves already into the final itself, and some are going to be fighting just to stay in the tournament. So please join us later on. It's probably going to be around about 2 o'clock, we think, or thereabouts, half an hour, and rejoin us for the rest of the event. Thank you.
Ready, set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go.
And welcome back to Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes. I'm James Auld. Anthony Jordan is going to be down in the pit lane. We're going to be bringing to you the British Rental Kart Championship of 2024. Scruffy Bear Media are providing the pictures for this and some great shots already. Now we're going out for the to end the qualifying heats. Basically, there are 4 rounds of qualifying heats, and we're halfway through the 4th one. This is the last chance saloon for a lot of drivers. Some are trying to gain points to book themselves a place in the final. Some are trying to scrape the semi-final, and some are looking already at the door. Some will not make it through any further in this competition. So let's have a look at the track now, and we can see they're out qualifying as the karts come through. They're going to begin their qualifying laps now. In this race, we have Freddie Farrell, Adrian Hull, Colin Marshall, Sam Slater, Bradley Shepherd, David Edwards, Dan Dixon, Kuba Puchelski, Miles Brown and Aaron Mitchell-Begley out there. So quite a strong contest there. The Polish driver, Kuba Puchelski, won yesterday, and also Miles Brown from the United States is definitely looking to make up points to continue in this championship. Now, when you consider someone like Miles Brown is looking to continue in the championship by scoring enough points, well, that's, you know, we are talking about a double champion over there in the US at his local track, so no slouch at all. The checker flag is out. The times are coming in. Colin Marshall's fast at the moment from Bradley Shepherd. They've all been beaten by Sam Slater, though. Sam Slater has taken the top spot from the incredible Colin Marshall. Bradley Shepherd, Dan Dixon, Freddie Farrell, Miles Brown there in 6th place. Kuba Puchelski is now 2nd. Puchelski and Brown up to 3rd. So Brown, who needs to score well in this event, has moved himself up into the 3rd position ahead of Colin Marshall. Bradley Shepherd is down in 5th. Dan Dixon 6th. Freddie Farrell 7th. Adrian Hull is 8th. David Edwards is 9th. And Aaron Mitchell-Begley is down there in 10th place. So Sam Slater, who we saw has had a win, has had a 2nd. He is trying to aim for the final. He needs the points from this. Probably his best idea here is to check out in the lead. He's going to start from the pole position, but Kuba Puchelski right behind him is going to provide a very, very strong threat indeed. Anthony Jordan down in the pit lane there. Sam Slater does start on the pole position, but Kuba Puchelski in 2nd behind him. That's going to be a very serious threat indeed.
It certainly is going to be a threat. I mean, these drivers have been down each other's throat nearly all weekend long. And right now with Slater having qualified on pole earlier on today but not taking the win, may have to contend with something like that again in this race. But, well, yet to be seen on that one. Yellow flag still out as the last drivers just get pushed into position. I think we're waiting for a thumbs up from race control before we get with this one going. But as you can imagine, I'm sure nerves are starting to rise as we end this first half of the weekend.
Absolutely, Andy. They're getting underway. But I want to draw attention very quickly to the 3rd place driver, Miles Brown from the USA. Now, Miles Brown does need points from this, and he's in 3rd place. So that's going to be a good start for him. So let's have a look. Sam Slater takes the flag to start the event.
It's a false start.
Oh no, they've gone yellow. So they're going to restart this one. They're going to pull up on the back stretch there. So Sam Slater just going to cruise them all around. Now what Sam won't want to do is sit there for half an hour waiting. So it'll probably be a fairly slow run round so the field isn't too spread out behind him. They're coming out of the Snell section now onto the back stretch, where they will be brought to a halt by the marshals, and we will have a complete restart. So they'll be coming to the start point, which is down at the hairpin, and Sam Slater will be back in that position there, the marshal there holding them in place. So there's Sam Slater in the orange. He's in the Bradley Shepherd Racing overalls, so they're going to be waved off again. So this is the restart of this 4th heat for all of these drivers, and it's their final chance to score points to get into the semi-final. Here comes Sam Slater, and they're going green this time. So Slater leads across the line. Kuba Puchelski from Poland follows, and Miles Brown, the American, is in pursuit of Puchelski, all down in the Snell area there. There's no passing going on this race. We have seen some real dramas down there, but Sam Slater is racing out onto the back part of the track, through the sweeping bends, onto the back stretch. Down the back stretch they go, and around the sweeping bends there we can see that's the entire field down the straight, and well, there are often overtaking going on down there into the hairpin, but not this this particular race and not this particular lap. Sam Slater continues on in the lead into the Snell section. Now he's coming under increasing pressure from Kuba Pucholski. Kuba Pucholski is trying to get into the lead there from Sam Slater. Miles Brown would like to go with him, but there's about a cart length gap between them. As you can see on screen now, there's Sam Slater entering the backstretch. There he is, followed by Pucholski. A little bit of a gap there now, opening to third place, Miles Brown. Turning in at the end of the straight there, here comes Sam Slater. Look at these pictures now. Kuba Pucholski already starting to work on the back of Slater. Is Slater trying to cover some of these possible overtaking points? He's down in the sort of more towards the midsection there. He's already feeling a little bit defensive there. It may well be that Sam Slater's trying to adopt that as a natural line, but on his own he'd probably be further wide. That suggests he's feeling some heat from Kuba Pucholski. Now, Sam Slater on the right, he certainly feels it's going to be fairly secure there into the hairpin. Here he comes. Bit of a gap now opening to Miles Brown, but it's also true that Miles Brown is pulling away ever so slightly from Colin Marshall. Sam Slater across the line, then Brown, and there's definitely a gap. Have we anyone in the pits?
Yeah, we got one in the pits. It's the number 16 that's pulling into the pit lane, so it is a green light on gate number 1, and it's a good stop so far for Adrian Hull. Pulls into gate number 2, gets the green light, and away he goes.
And there is Adrian Hull. He was running in the lower order. He's now resumed in 10th place, but no slouch himself is Adrian Hull. He's a car racer. We know more about him. He's been a car racer, and he actually finished second in his first ever race in Formula Ford. As an ex-Formula Ford racer myself, I tell you now, that's something. Finishing second at all is saying a lot, but in your first race is just unbelievable. Obviously he needs to find a bit more form to do that in the BRKC, in the indoor karting, but I'm sure it will come. He's resumed. It's probably going to be his last race of the tournament. I don't think he'll score enough to make it through to the semi-final, so that will be the last pit stop of the weekend for Adrian Hull, the first and so far only pit stop for in this race. Now, continuing on without a pit stop is Sam Slater. There's an increasing gap there. Now, Miles Brown has definitely fallen back away from second place, Kuba Pucholski from Poland. He's into the clutches of Colin Marshall and Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd there in the orange helmet is the boss of the BSR team, Bradley Shepherd Racing, after his own name. And Bradley Shepherd, he's another one who'll want to make up a lot of points in this race. So Slater leads. He's one of Bradley Shepherd's actual drivers. So Slater scoring team points for BSR, and Pucholski behind him with a gap to Miles Brown. Now Miles Brown, third place here, does give him those additional points that he will be looking for. Whether it's enough to actually get in the semi-final, we're not
and
sure.
Into the pits.
In the pits.
Yep, we've got Freddie Farrell into the pit lane, the number 12 driver in. It's a green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2, gets the green light again, heads back out on track in last place. There's still a good stop though.
Yeah, Freddie Farrell comes back out there in the as a junior racer. Last year this is. He was third in the junior of the BRKC, the national championship running throughout the year. So Freddie Farrell, he knows his way around an indoor course for sure. He's actually taken up 10th places behind Adrian Hull, but I don't think there's a lot in it between those two. Moving back towards the front then, on screen there, who we're looking at. That is Farrell actually, who's now on screen. So there's Freddie Farrell putting another lap in the books there. He was third in the junior championship in a travelling series last summer for indoor karting, the BIKC, different to this, and he's chasing down. Now, who is Adrian Hull closing in on? Is that David Edwards? It looks like we're going to have a 3-kart battle at the back there, as Adrian Hull and Freddie Farrell seem to be closing in on David Edwards. As we checked, yes, Adrian Hull is right on his tail. So a tense battle at the back has now been developing over these laps between David Edwards and Adrian Hull. They're on screen, yes they are, because that looks like David Edwards up the front there in the white helmet and orange and black, yes it is. Adrian Hull in blue and Freddie Farrell on the tail of him. So here they go, that's David Edwards, Adrian Hull and Freddie Farrell. David Edwards, great shot of him entering the backstretch. There he is down the backstretch. And they're all over to the right. That's the normal line entering this hairpin. Expect that line to change if a driver feels threatened. They'll move more towards the middle or even to the inside to defend any opportunistic passing move. There they go across the line. There's a bit of a gap though between Edwards. It seemed to close in more between Edwards and Hull, but now Farrell is all over the back of Adrian Hull there. This is the battle to not be last, basically. Anthony, your 3 pit visitors are now locked in contest out on the track.
Yeah, nicely done. David Edwards pitted not long ago, which has put him in this position, so he managed to get ahead of these two, so he's not had to struggle too much. But like I say, they are having a fantastic little scrap behind. Freddie Farrell, the junior driver, of course, a regular in the Daniel Ricciardo series as well in last year's 2023 season, certainly showing he's got some pace here.
And he's down the inside. He's made it.
There it is. Nice move.
Yeah, that was Freddie Farrell, who's made a move on Adrian Hull. He's taken that position 9th. Now he's got to try and close it on David Edwards. There's David Edwards. Where's Farrell? Farrell's further back. Yes, there he is. Just seen him come into view there as they head down the backstretch. Now, can Farrell bridge that gap? He's got about something like a second to make up. It does actually look closer out the window than it does on the track. These pictures here from Scruffy Bear Media looking really good, and that is showing us their Farrell. And there's Adrian Hull we're looking at now in the blue suit. He is now the one in 10th place as there he is trying to get back on terms with Farrell. Now what he can hope for here is that Farrell pulls him along. If the pair of them can catch David Edwards, it will become a 3-way scrap again, because David Edwards has been able to pull away a little bit. Look, he's turning in way in front of him. There's David Edwards comfortably ahead of Farrell there. The question I would now ask is Edwards pulling away? And if I look at the lap times, no, he's not. They're all matching each other for speed. And so David Edwards seems to be pacing them there. Farrell is not able to close in, but equally he's not losing time at the moment to David Edwards according to lap times. Well, I'll keep an eye on that, see how that's developing. Meantime, the fastest lap of the race is currently held by 4th place driver Colin Marshall. Colin Marshall in 4th place is the fastest on the track at the moment as around they go. And yeah, down at the back there we are seeing that close battle. Now, meantime, we move further up the order now, and looks like we're looking at that could be Colin Marshall. I'll double check. No, we're back. Yes, it is Colin Marshall, because he is sandwiched between Miles Brown, the American, in the blue suit there. So in the blue suit, that is Miles Brown, that is Colin Marshall, and then Bradley Shepherd, BSR team boss. Now, Bradley Shepherd has won in every form of karting there is. Bradley Shepherd, one of the most formidable competitors around for the UK, tends not to go abroad and do the international stuff. He's very well known in the UK paddocks in all different types of karting, whether you're talking Rotax Max or indoor rental karting. Bradley Shepherd has been there. He has won, usually one of the most popular guys in the paddock, and the BSR team warning is very often one of the most popular places to be at any given racetrack. Certainly noted for a fine cup of tea. Anyway, so Sam Slater continues in the lead. He's got 15 laps in. We're halfway through the race, and Anthony down in the pit lane from the front end of the pack here. Absolutely no pit stops at all with 10 minutes to go.
Well, we've got one now. The number 10's just come in. This is Kuba Pocholski. Now, green light on the first gate. Comes in towards gate number 2 now. Gets the green, and he leaves the pit lane. That is a superb pit stop.
And Kuba Pocholski, a very important one there. I believe he may have come out in front of Dan Dixon. Yes, he has. So Dan Dixon is the one behind Kuba Pocholski. There's Pocholski in the red and black, and it's Dan Dixon who's tailing him. Now, this is 4th position, but Dan Dixon has yet to make a pit stop, so it's not true. Oh, in the pits is Bradley Shepherd.
It is indeed, yep, the number 17. No, this is Sam Slater. Sam Slater in the pit lane. So he's come in. It's a green light on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. It's another green light, another good pit stop. It comes out in front of the number 10 of Pocholski.
And right there you're seeing a golden example of a covering pit stop. Those who've been with us all morning so far have noted how there's been this lull in the mid-pack where nobody's coming in. People either seem to be coming in the first quarter of the race or leaving it nearer the end. Nobody's really pitting around this 10 minutes area. Bearing in mind it's about half a minute a lap. So if you have, 5 laps where no one's coming. Oh, there is another one in the pit.
Colin Marshall in the pit lane now as well. Gate number 1 is green. Gate 2 is green as well. He'll have a clear track. That's a nice pit stop.
Yeah, so going back to the Sam Slater situation there, clearly Sam would have seen Kuba Pocholski came in. He knew Pocholski was his main rival for this race. They had been pulling away from Miles Brown, who is now running in the lead. Miles Brown is in the lead as we speak. But Sam Slater will have seen Pocholski coming in. In comes Miles Brown. The lead is in.
Gate 1. It's green. This is a good stop. In towards gate 2. Wait for it. Green light. That's a nice stop. It's going to be busy, but it's a good stop.
And will Miles Brown have done enough to maintain his third? Where is Bradley Shepherd? Is Bradley Shepherd ahead? We're not sure. We've yet to see Bradley Shepherd come in. I mistakenly, with them both being in BSR team overalls and orange on their helmets, I thought Bradley Shepherd was Sam Slater earlier on, but I believe Shepherd, he's in the lead, so Shepherd is yet to pit and he has the lead. So we're looking at Sam Slater there, but Bradley Shepherd is the one who's in the lead. Slater is in second. He has made a pit stop. There's only 2 others yet to stop. The leader, Shepherd.
Well, Dan Dixon's in.
Dixon.
Yep, Dixon's at the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2. Ooh, clips a barrier a bit, but gets a green light and out onto a clear track.
Now, where does Dan Dixon come out? Because he was a solid midfield runner there. Yes, he's in 7th place. He's behind Aaron Mitchell-Begley. And Begley is yet to pit, so it could be that we see Dixon move from 7th to 6th. There's Dixon on track now. Dan Dixon working his way around the track there. He's actually been disqualified from the BRKC race before for being underweight, so hopefully that won't happen this time. There is the race leader, Bradley Shepherd. Bradley Shepherd, so much has been said about him over the years. He can win in any kart, literally. He's well known in every paddock in the country. BSR team, his team, send drivers often headed by Bradley himself to many different events, whether it's indoor, outdoor, owner driver, rental, the lot, endurance races. They do a lot of all sorts. One of the real stalwarts of British karting is Bradley Shepherd. He's currently leading the race 22 laps in. Now, is he going to play a long game? That's the question we're asking. There's only one other pit stop we're waiting for, which is Aaron Mitchell-Begley. And Aaron Mitchell-Begley is not in contention, it has to be said, with Bradley Shepherd or the other 2, Slater and Pachulski, from the original lead group. Anthony, we've got Bradley Shepherd, who is not fastest on the track. Can he have done enough to come out among Slater and potentially challenge for the victory?
Well, let's have a look at that, if that's possible. Well, I mean, he's only 4 seconds ahead of Sam Slater, and Slater has already pitted. So Shepherd, well, I mean, he's looking like he's going to come down and possibly even about 4th place behind Miles Brown. So
yeah,
Shepherd's going to have a lot of work ahead of him if he thinks he's going to win this one.
Well, in the original running order, he was with the Brown and Marshall group. They were battling over 3rd place. So there's Bradley Shepherd. Hopefully he's got enough points to continue in the tournament. He's leading the way. I mean, this is a really good showing by Bradley Shepherd. He's looking very strong. There's a bit of a nod of the head there, so he may have received some information, possibly even a call into the pits. He's in charge of the team, but he will allow them to be in charge of him out on the track. He's smart enough to take all the advice he can get from those he trusts around him, particularly if they've spotted something that he maybe hasn't. But no, he continues on. He's not taken to the pits on this lap. Now, he's closing in on Adrian Hull, who's running 10th. There's Hull in the blue suit. We were seeing that big battle ahead earlier on, ahead of Bradley Shepherd, between Edwards, Farrell and Hull. Now, Shepherd start catching that. That would probably be a good time to come in the pits, because Shepherd's real concern is the battle of Miles Brown and Colin Marshall. Let's have a look at the timing screen here. Yes, he's just 10 seconds in front. So, to be honest, Anthony, if Shepherd pitted right now, he's going to be smack in the middle of Miles Brown and Colin Marshall. That would get very interesting indeed.
Well, he's going to have quite a job getting in between the 2 of them, because they are line astern right now going into the snail section. So there you can see them on your screen just going through it. But there is your current 2nd place, and I would say race leader at the moment, Sam Slater, who is doing a good job, and he is closing in here on Bradley Shepherd. There is only 1 corner between the 2 of them, so as soon as Shepherd pits, he's going to have quite some way to close in. But this is certainly going to be an exciting one, definitely for that battle for about 3rd and 4th place.
So there was Bradley Shepherd just going out of view. Now there's Sam Slater. Let's wait for Miles Brown, if we can get Miles Brown on screen in the blue suit as he's working his way around with Colin Marshall. This is where we expect, there it is, that gap there is where we expect the race leader to end up in at the moment if he pitted right now. So the pressure is on Bradley Shepherd to be fast. Is he faster than Miles Brown and Colin Marshall? The answer is sort of, but by 1/10 of a second. Is that making much difference on the gap? Yes, it is actually slightly. He's now 10.5 seconds away from gap between him and Miles Brown. So if Bradley Shepherd pits, and makes the most blinding pit stop of the tournament, he will come out in third place. Now we're looking at on screen. There's Miles Brown, the American. He's been chased down by Colin Marshall. Miles Brown getting defensive. This is going to cost time. This is important from Bradley Shepherd's point of view, because if these two battle and run offline, they will lose time to Bradley Shepherd, the current race leader, and that may mean that Bradley Shepherd moves from an original 5th place right up into 3rd. That'll be a lot of points and helps his chances in terms of a place in the semi-final in the next few races. We're not far from that now. But that battle rages on. And what's the situation, Bradley Smith? Does he come in? He's waving to the marshals about Adrian Hull. Now, Adrian Hull's been pretty good all weekend. He will move out of Bradley Shepherd's way even if he sees, and definitely if he gets the blue flags. And Bradley Shepherd just doing the reminding number. But I think he may well be in a good position now to come out in 3rd place, because there's a pair of battling. There's Miles Brown and there's Colin Marshall. Those two fighting is playing right into the hands of current race leader Bradley Shepherd. When he pits, he will come out near them. And I think this, there you go. So Miles Brown over to the left when normally bids right. Yes, see, he's losing time all the way. This is great news for current race leader Bradley Shepherd. This is why he's staying out this long. Anthony, he's only got 2 and a bit minutes. Is that last lap board coming out yet for the pit stops?
I've not seen it, but I suspect it will be out either this lap or next.
Bradley Shepherd surely is going to be in on this lap.
I would say he would.
Here he comes now. Is he coming in? Yes, he is. The race leader's in.
Okay, let's see how good this is. Okay, now Sam Slater's going past the pit lane now. He will have lost the lead, but he gets the green light on the first one. Comes into gate number 2, gets the green light, and because of that battling, look at the lead he's got on these two here.
And that is the difference. That is the difference. We see Bradley Shepherd out on his own in 3rd place. So there was Shepherd. Now, before they started fighting, reality, he was behind these two following him. They've been fighting that hard. They have lost that time. And Shepherd waves to his crew the acknowledgement. They've obviously, given him a big, massive thumbs up over that. That is what happens. Now, see, there you go. See, we saw Miles Brown there. He's seen what's happened with Shepherd. He knows Shepherd has leapfrogged the pair of them, so he's slapping his helmet saying to Colin Marshall, come on, we need to get Shepherd.
Well, I think this is a little bit unfair, slightly, towards Colin Marshall, because Miles Brown is saying, think, come on, that was who we were supposed to be attacking, but Miles, it was you defending. It wasn't Colin attacking, and that's what's caused you to go slower. So, it's things like that can cause a little bit of confusion amongst drivers. And, heated debates do erupt in these sort of races. But right now, they just need to knuckle down, focus, and try and close that gap.
And drivers like Miles Brown and Colin Marshall are still relatively young, cutting their teeth at this level of the game. And, these sort of things will be experience in the bank. This is the kind of thing that the trap that has been set by Bradley Shepherd. He let them pit, he let them fight, and all that time he banged out those fast laps. That's why Bradley Shepherd's in front. He knew this would happen and he played them to perfection. Miles Brown battling away. Oh, and a battle at the front there, because Kuba Pucholski, now on screen, is right up on race leader Sam Slater with less than a minute to go. So up at the front now, we've got a real battle on our hands. There's Slater fighting to win this race from previous winner Kuba Pucholski. Both of these drivers have won this weekend. There is Sam Slater. There's Kuba Pucholski to the inside. Slater gets defensive. He has to. There's only half a minute remaining. There's no pit stops for anyone. They've all been in, so it's battle to the line now. There's Slater trying to hold off the Polish driver Kuba Pucholski. Bradley Shepherd is the 1/3. There he comes onto your screen in the orange, but it's these two up at the front that count. Here is Sam Slater, very tight going in. He doesn't care about losing speed now. He just has to maintain position, whatever it takes. And here comes Sam Slater, and Sam Slater is maintaining the lead. We've got Steve Gray up here from the Unthinkables team. Steve, you're joining us at the very end of the most spectacular race that we've seen for, well, every race is spectacular, but this is quite a finish. They're on the penultimate lap. They're at the end. Sam Slater, he's going to make it his 2nd win of the weekend, or maybe the 3rd. I'll have to double check back. But certainly he's going to win this one if he can hold off Kuba Pucholski. Kuba Pucholski is really working hard all over the back of Slater there. Can he take the lead? They're on the last lap now. It's going to come down the wire. Steve, this is exciting.
Exciting stuff in the BRKC, as always. And who's going to get it in the end? Sam Slater, who's been on such fire this year, though, hasn't he? And he's already holding him off. Look at that. Go on, Sam. He's going to do it. He's going to hold them off. Great result for Sam Slater yet again.
Sam Slater takes the win. He wins it from Kuba Puchalski. What about Bradley Shepherd? Inspired strategy there. That is the experience of a driver like Bradley Shepherd coming to the fore. But Sam Slater wins it, absorbed massive pressure from Kuba Puchalski. Both drivers have won, and Sam Slater definitely wins again. And Bradley Shepherd worked his way through to third from fifth. Miles Brown dropped to place. Colin Marshall, they were in an epic battle all race long. Dan Dixon was sixth. David Edwards, Freddie Farrell, Adrian Hull in seventh, eighth and ninth, and Aaron Mitchell-Begley. A big thumbs up, well, shake of hands there from the team boss, Bradley Shepherd. So it's been a BSR first and third. I know they're actually probably in different teams. No, in fact, I think they're in the same one. They're BSR Black, aren't they? So the boss is very happy with that. Anthony, an epic finish to that race. Down to you in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Very, very close at the end. And I've got to say, huge congratulations to some of our drivers in that one. Their best results of the weekend so far. Got to give it to them. But for Sam Slater, that is exactly what he needed. Right, let's have a quick chat. I mean, Sam, do you want to get yourself weighed first? Yeah, we'll do that. Make sure he's actually legal first, because, yeah, again, nothing worse. Who has got themselves weighed in already? I don't think anyone has. Right, okay, so we'll chat to Sam first, who gets themselves sorted out. He's having a quick chat at the moment. Right, okay, Sam, we'll let you get your helmet off. Good lad. That's more like it, isn't it? Pole, flag to flag. Nice job.
Oh, I wouldn't say it was flag to flag. That was very stressful, but yeah, no, it was good. I knew I had to put in a good qualifying. It was going to be a pretty tough heat with some of the names, obviously Kuba pushing me all the way there. But I think the most important part for me was just making sure that I didn't give him 1 single inch, because I made that mistake with Sean earlier today. So I think I maybe overparked the bus, but I just wasn't going to. I saw the gap between second and third was big enough for me to do that. So
it was a nice retaliative pit stop. You saw Kuba came in first. What were you thinking at that point as soon as he came into the pit lane?
Yeah, I was, you got to be mindful of who's behind you and also what they're doing, what their plan is. And Kuba had the pace to jump me, so if I'd have stayed out, I think he could have challenged for it. As soon as I saw him go in, that's it, cut him off. Yeah. That's well,
it's nice points though, and it means the rest of the day should be nice and interesting for you. So that certainly helps you out.
Well, I hope so.
Perfect. Cheers, Sam. Thank you very much. Let's see who else we got. We got Bradley Shepherd there. Oh, we got Kuba Puchalski here. Kuba, let's have a quick chat. Again, I'll let you take your helmet off. We saw you battling away there with Sam. It was very close. You decided to pit first before Sam, and yeah, a good call, I think, because it certainly could have been interesting, but he countered it by pitting immediately after you.
Yeah, like what I would say is that Sam have very quick splits, so I knew that it will be very hard to come in front of him. Like the lap after the pit was good, but Sam did absolutely very quick pit. And the rest was just trying to overtake, but on a such short and track like that is really hard to do so. So yeah.
Good result though still. Congratulations on the P2.
Sorry?
Congratulations on P2.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Kuba Puchalski and for Sam Slater, of course. Next one's out on track. James, over to you.
Right then, Anthony, so we're moving on to the next heat race. It's heat number 7, and we've got Ian Wilson, Josh Ostick, Gary Jones, Josh Green, Selena Balnega, Harley Smith, Seb Miller, Luke Evans, Bran van der Einde and Jupp van Lionhorst out in this one. And, well, let's see what happens here. The qualifying is underway. We've got Steve Gray up in the commentary. We saw Steve Gray racing earlier on. It seems, Steve, that you'll not be able to continue. You're not scored enough points to make the semi-final, but you are up here with us and obviously heading back to Blackpool. You do have a driver in this race. The Unthinkables team has Gary Jones in. Josh Ostick is showing well at the moment with Gary Jones. We're going to see what happens. The times are coming in now as the drivers start through. Gary Jones is quickest. Gary Jones fastest. He's on the pole position. And, yep, Jupp van Lionhorst and Selena Balnega, Seb Miller, they've beaten Gary Jones. But Jones is only third. Jupp van Lionhorst is behind him in fourth. Josh Green into fifth. Josh Ostick up to fourth place now. Harley Smith to sixth. So, Selena Balnega, the ladies world champ, 6 times ladies world champion she has been, and she was famous in 2020 here at Formula Fast. She won every heat race she was in. So she's going to look to win again. She hasn't won every one this year, but she's certainly starting to in the right place to win this one. Seb Miller, we saw him win earlier, he's second. Gary Jones, your teammate, is third. Josh Ostick, that's an outstanding performance there. Joop van Leinhorst, now we've seen improvement from him. He was a semi-finalist in the World Championship last year, so you know, he's a known factor. Harley Smith there, good performance by him earlier on. Josh Green, Luke Evans, Brand van der Einde and Ian Wilson rounds them out in 10. Steve, who are we looking at in this one? Strong contenders, Balnega, Miller, but what about Gary Jones, your teammate?
I mean, you look at that, and the thing is, that's a mirror of Gary's previous heat. He was racing against Selena for, I think it was, what, 90% of that race before, so he's dropped 20 quid and picked up sixpence there by racing against Selena.
Steve, I'm going to cut in. Down to Anthony in the pits. Have we got a kart swap, Anthony, and who is it and why?
It is Ian Wilson who is going for the pit stop out of kart number 18. Now he needs to go and pick a kart. You need to go and pick a kart, Ian. Go on. I'll try and ascertain why, but obviously he's got to get seated and get going. Right, so he's going into kart 19. I'll let him crack on because he's got to get out there pretty quickly. You're in kart 19. There you go. That's the number you picked. Good lad. Perfect. You seem to have got confused by that one. But no, engine's all fired up. And, well, he said, let's see, he's saying, his weight. Well, he didn't have any weights in his original kart. I don't know, just checking it. But yeah, he's adjusting his seat. There we go. That's why. Perfect. Well, he's going to get all cozy up. He gets going. Nearly runs over a marshal, but all is well. Yeah, not too sure why he came in and swapped that over, but he's got a new kart and he's on his way back out.
Well, he's qualified last, Anthony, so it may well be that he feels that you know, he would suit a different kart more. He's not going to lose anything by this because he is actually starting from where he would have anyway. It's not like he's pulling out of 5th place and ending up starting 10th. So he qualified 10th and he's going to start 10th. He's going to join him at the back there, and leading the way round is going to be Selena Balnega from Seb Miller. We can see Seb Miller on the left of the screen, those watching at home, and there is Gary Jones. Now, Gary Jones needs these points. He's going to be one to watch in this race. Here comes Selena Balnega, 6 times ladies world champion. She's going to bring around for the start. Is she going to go early? Is she going to go late? That's the question. So she's on the gas now. Yeah, she's picking up the pace. They're going green, and the race is on. Across the line, it's Balnega, it's Miller, it's Jones, and the rest is ahead for the Snell. Are we going to see some action? It's a great place to make. Oh, Gary Jones had a little look at that one. No action further back in the field there in the Snell section. It's one of those where people either jump or stay in line. Steve, it's pretty clean on this opening lap so far.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Yeah, Gary did have a little think there, didn't he? That's the unthinkable sort of mentality about things. But no, clean as you were, James. And this is Selena Balnega again, another fantastic opportunity for her. As you say, 6 times ladies world champion. You know, you don't get a title like that for not being a silly quick driver. So let's see how she does in this one.
Absolutely, and talking of being silly quick, that would be a great way of describing Seb Miller. There's a move for position, there's a pass. Did it come off? That's the question.
It was, yeah. It was Luke Evans, I think, just making a pass on the inside of Brand van der Einde, just getting into 8th place after starting 9th.
So Brand van der Einde will be pushed down the spot there by Luke Evans. In fact, was that? Because we'll have to double check as they cross the line again. It may well be that Luke Evans is even further ahead. Let's have a look. So
into the pits.
Pit lane. Yep.
I've got Luke Evans into the pit lane. It's an early stop and it's good on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2 and away he goes. That's a nice pit stop.
Anyway, there's Luke Evans out of the pits, wiggling the wheel quite a lot there, Steve. We were trying to work out, is that in reaction to movement of the car, or is he actually wiggling it around? And why would he do that? Is it just one of those quirky things a driver may end up doing?
It could be a quirk. But then again, it's like, you know, you're saying it's the lateral movement of the wheels going left,
it's the pits.
Right,
another in the pits.
It's the number 9 that's in. It's Brand van der Einde who's in the pit lane. 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
So, Brand van der Einde, he's come out, well, he's listed ahead of Luke Evans. Where is Luke Evans? Surely he's in front. No, he's not. He's behind Brand van der Einde, and there they are actually on track. So they are the 2 who've been in the pits. Here's Brand van der Einde, and he's got Luke Evans behind. Now, obviously, Steve, an early pit stop is a risky move. There's another one in.
Yeah, it's the number 16 that's in. This is Harley Smith that's in the pit lane, the BRKC national finalist, gets 2 green lights and he's back out on track.
And he rejoins in 8th place, and crucially from his point of view to come out in front of Bram van der Ende. Now, Steve, early pit stops are a risk, aren't they? Because obviously that's your sort of joker card, something you can carry forward should you need to get away from somebody you feel you've been held up by later on. Play it now though, and you might gain, but you might lose.
It's also one of those, it depends if you're one of these drivers who could run in clean air and get the lap times in. I know for someone like me, I prefer to be behind someone, following someone like, you could say, Ruben Boutons, following their line, it edges you on more. So it all depends on driver's preference. If you want to be out there in clean track by yourself and you can get the times in, then do it. But also, this is what we've said before, 90% of the driver's mentality is knowing where you're going to come out after a pit stop. Are you going to be in traffic? Are you going to be in between a big battle? That is so much part of it that a lot of people don't realise.
And the point there, of course, Steve, is that obviously the BRKC, it falls in line with the various European national championships, which all run this format. The qualifying lap, single file race start, pit stops, things like that, in every heat race. That's not normal from a British point of view. So it can be that some of the Brit drivers are, you know, as I said, I said it before about a golf analogy, where when it comes to driving fast on the track, they're all scratch golfers, but when we come to a pit stop, there are some double-digit handicaps out there.
Yeah, that's a very, very good analogy, actually. Yeah, but it does. It makes it's so much of a thinking game, this, and it's why you can everything can go to plan, but then sometimes all it takes is that one little problem, and the whole event is thrown into the bull ring, really, as you say. I'm just really fixated on this battle, James, between Selina and Sebastian Miller. Before we saw that when Selina was working against Gary Jones, that she was able to just pull that slight gap, 10th to 10th to 10th lap. But Sebastian Miller is going right with it. Gary Jones is still there in 3rd place, but you could say just coming under a little bit of pressure from Josh Ostick and
And the pass there. Joop van Lijnhorst has overtaken Josh Ostick there.
You've had so much more practice with these names, I tell you.
We've got Gary Jones there on the screen, and there's Joop van Lijnhorst now. He's waved back at Ostick as if to say, look, come with me, or we're going to tackle Gary Jones. That's what that will have meant. That's probably also a slightly, please don't come back at me, and let's catch Gary Jones, because Josh Ostick is another one who it's a different strategy game to what he might be used to, and that is going to play a part. Van Lijnhorst has no idea who Ostick is. He doesn't know what he's dealing with. All he knows is it passed him. His main concern is Gary Jones. He'd rather Ostick went with him than they battled and lost ground to Gary Jones. But this is a great performance by Gary Jones. Oh, very wide by Lijnhorst. Like, he even waves up to say, sorry, mate. Acknowledging the fault. He's held them both up a little bit there. But Gary Jones, this is a staggeringly good performance from him. If he can hold this 3rd place, how close is he to a spot in the semi-final? Because we saw a great result earlier on.
Yeah, this has got to be Gary's best performance, bar none. His whole, he had a little bit of a problem in Heat 1 where he ended up, I think he got a 9th place, but the rest of the event has gone absolutely superb, and he really is. He's the number 1 driver this year. We think of him, Carl, in our team, but he's doing a great job here, and he's still well in contention with Selina and Sebastian Miller, so do not count him out.
That's right. Is he in contention? Do we believe? We're looking at Gary Jones now. This is the driver we're talking about. Steve Gray, you're his teammate. Is Gary Jones in contention on an individual basis for a place in the semi-final?
Yes, absolutely. I think he said we were talking about this in the break before, and we're looking at it. He needs maybe, I think if it was a 3rd or 4th place, he's certainly going to be in contention. So he is at the moment. You could say he is potentially looking. Obviously, other results will affect that possibly, but 3rd, even a 2nd, and I would say near enough, he should be guaranteed a place.
So really, Gary's main concern, we're not even quite halfway through the race yet. Gary Jones is looking solid in 3rd place though. Should this be the end result, he's then going to be more concerned not so much about what's happening in his race as other results in other races as to whether he's in or out of the semi-final. It must be very tight this year. A lot of people will have a similar score.
Oh yeah, it will be. I mean, usually there's you get 4 or 5 people tied on. Oh, we got a move there. That's going to be
Harley Smith.
Harley Smith down the inside there of is that Ian Wilson
yes,
now? Ian Wilson,
but he's sorry, Steve Cuddy, he's taken Bram van der Ende. I thought I'd get that name in because I knew he'd struggle with that one.
And you know what, you were right, because I would have massacred that.
Harley has passed the position up. He's taken Bram van der Ende with him. as they cross the line now, the scores will update themselves. There we see it. So Harley Smith up to 7th place, Bram van der Ende up to 8th, and that's all at the expense of Ian Wilson, who's been shoveled down to 9th place, and now under the attentions of Luke Evans. Now this four-way battle here is almost half of the entire field.
It is, but you've got to remember Luke Evans has already been in the pits, so these guys potentially will be departing in front of him. Quick shout out for Ian Wilson, because he's been here all weekend from the Thursday, and he started off, he was certainly not the quickest driver here, but he has progressed race after race after race, and he'll be gutted that he was there in a very solid 7th position and just losing out to those two drivers on one move.
Anthony down in the pits there. It's been pretty quiet for the last few. Strategy-wise, there's certainly no reason why certainly the top two would be coming in anytime soon. It's going to be a late stop for both of them. It's very similar to what we've seen so far this morning, where when the top two have that breakaway, they tend to leave it really late, literally one lap after another, in order to make the pit stops.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that one. Now, I was just looking at Selina Balnega there going down the back straight, and she was gesturing there towards Sebastian Miller with some form of disapproval. Not quite sure what had happened between the two of them out on track, but clearly some frustration going on there. So maybe with that frustration, that might force a pit stop in the next lap or two.
Well, just to look at this, we've got a change of lead. Seb Miller has gone into the lead. That'll be a lot of what that was about. Maybe Selina feels like there's been a few too many taps. There's one thing to have a karting tap, there's another thing that pushes a kart wide. Now we've got a new leader in Sebastian Miller there. There is the 17, there's Selina Balnega. As Seb Miller, he's in the Snell section. This is where Selina could attack him. She's not going to. She's very, very close now. A build-up out of this Snell section here, Steve, could lead to a passing move on the back straight, which would be here. Can Selina send it down the inside? Is Miller thinking that? No, he's not. They continue line astern, but this is very close. Maybe an early pit stop, probably not, but if it was going to be, it would be now, which it's not. Anthony, they've changed position, but we're assuming that they're still going to stay out to the end.
Possibly so. I mean, the strategy's been like that when we've seen first and second absolutely glued to each other. It has always come down to the last couple of laps here. So, yeah, you're not wrong in thinking that that could be the case here as well. But, like I say, only time will tell. But right now, as they come into the bowl section here where the crane camera is, you can see them line astern. And again, no one coming into the pit lane as of yet. We have only had the 3 pit stops right now. There are still 7 drivers who are needing a pit stop, and we're at the halfway mark now, so I'm expecting 1 or 2 more in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, we're in that in the middle of that traditional grey zone of no pit stops there, Anthony. We've got a race up front for the lead with Seb Miller and Selina Balnega. She's obviously lost the lead. She was the early leader. Seb Miller took it over, but Selina Balnega, she's been racing an awful long time. She's been here before, not just in Formula Fast, but in this kind of position in many races over the years. She'll know exactly what to do. There'll be an alternative plan for pit stops. Any half-decent team, Steve, would have alternate plans for pit stops to try and get around drivers should they need to. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm just going to say that's every team has a plan, and they'll be looking at this now. And it's for me, Selina's body language in that car. She's not happy. She wants to get back ahead of Sebastian Miller. Whether she's going to wait until the pit stop to try and leave her, but you can see them now as they're going round. In our view, anyway, we're watching the battle. Gary Jones. Oh, Joop van Leinhold sideways there. That was a bit of contact from Josh Ostick going into the final hairpin there. Little nudgy, just again showing his interest, showing that he wants to maybe get past Josh Ostick. He's another driver who's had a great event this weekend, and
into the
Gary
pit lane.
Jones is still just in front of him.
Joshua Green in the pit lane, and it's a good stop on gate number 1, comes in towards gate number 2, nice and late on the brakes, early on the throttle, does this jumping technique, and he gets out on the track.
Okay, so in this, with that pit stop there, that would have been, Josh Green, as you said. Now, Steve, just going back to you.
Oh, and another one in the pit lane.
Another one in the pits.
It's the number 11. This time it is Joop van Leinhold who's in the pit lane. Green on light number 1, comes into light number 2. Oh, he's got a yellow. He's got a yellow on gate number 2. Now he stopped too early, and I think the kart rolled backwards on him. That's why the yellow went out. A disaster.
A penalty in the pit lane for Joop van Leinhold. Now, Joop van Leinhold was a semi-finalist in the World Championship as recently as 2022, Steve. And if he can make that kind of error, it shows how easy
And another one in.
Another one in the pits.
This one is the 19, so this is Ian Wilson, who's been running at the back too. Green lights, he's back out on track.
And Steve, you've been racing in this tournament yet again this weekend. You're a regular in the BRKC. I mean, particularly, this is the only time you really have to do pit stops. But it's so easy to overrun that light and get a penalty going too soon. Getting a penalty, have to do it all again. Now, talk us through it, Steve. What's it like?
Well, literally this morning I had got a yellow light on my first heat. I came into the pit lane that little bit too quick and I smacked into the barrier as I came in, which made me exhale quite harshly, which steamed up my visor. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face, so I ended up stopping short on the first light, getting the yellow, and basically thinking, why did I come in so quick? But it's those split-second decisions that you do, or mistakes that you make, that can cost you, the race position. It's that competitive.
And at the front here, with Selena Balnega closing on Seb Miller, they've got a back marker there. That back marker is Josh Green. He's been given the blue flag. He's out of the way.
Very good driving.
Yeah, and it's that kind of pressure. It's exactly this situation which forces the driver to take chance in the pit lane, Steve, and that's where the problems start. So we're going down to about 7 minutes, and we've still got the top four have yet to pit. Down in the pit lane, Anthony, we've got Gary Jones yet to pit, Josh Ostick yet to pit, and obviously the two leaders.
Yeah, Selena Balnega and Sebastian Miller also waiting to pit. We've still got four of them. How long have we got left on the race? I'm not too sure personally. About 4 minutes.
Oh, Selena! And there's a pass. Yes, Selena Balnega's got it back in the Snell section. Selena Balnega, you saw there, make the move on Seb Miller. Pretty robust, but, it's a karting move, so we're fine with that as Selena Balnega has taken the lead. Look over the shoulder, left and right, as she heads down into the final part of the lap. Now, will Seb Miller come in this lap? No, he doesn't. He's going to follow Selena. We're running out of time for pit stops, almost. We're into the last few minutes of that. Gary Jones is yet to stop. Josh Ostick is yet to stop from the top positions. Neither of them have come in, but look at this. We've got a new leader. This lead has swapped backwards and forwards. Steve Gray, Selena Balnega is now in command of this race. Has Seb Miller got anything to answer for? She's actually opening up a gap.
She is, and I tell you, that's what I said. Her body language was saying she was not happy that Seb Miller overtook him. All Seb's got to do now is just keep his head, keep his cool. Again, he's another driver who's had such a fantastic event this weekend. These two are literally in their element at the moment, and if Seb Miller can just be like you say, James, 6/10 of a second now, Selena's opened up the lead. Maybe she has just finally got the hammer down and is starting to pull away, but what a great battle between these two. Gary Jones still there in third and Josh Ostick fourth. Again, those two still yet to make a pit stop, and those two are going to have to be absolutely spot on in terms of times, or that order can change.
Absolutely, there's Seb Miller. He's been a semi-finalist here in the BRKC for the past 2 years. Last year he branched out more into the international events as well. He was a semi-finalist in France and in the Swedish Championship, so he also knows how to do well in a national title like this. But he's back on terms with Selena Balnega. Selena seemed to pull away a little bit, a couple of car lengths, just that safety little buffer, so she's not going to get lunged by, she's really carrying some speed, so is Miller. These two are absolutely on it. This is about as fast as you could go in a rental cart.
It really does. It looks like they're flying, doesn't it? Really, really good stuff between these two, and it's like you say, the gap is staying 0.5 of a second. But what would you do now if you were Sebastian Miller, James? Like you say, he's just behind, obviously the positions have changed. Is it worth him now, do you think, potentially coming in the pits, and trying to leapfrog him? It's one of those, isn't it? What do you do in that situation?
Yes, it is. This is where the driver of Selena Balnega's calibre and experience is trying to cover all those bases. It's like now, with that little bit of gap, that puts the pressure on Seb Miller, if he wants to win this thing, to do a perfect pit stop. What happens when there's pressure to do a perfect pit stop? That's when you blow the pit stop. That's when you have to come in again. But when you have to come in again, that's when you drop halfway down the order. That's when you don't make the semi-final. And these are all problems facing Seb Miller now, just for the sake of being 2 or 3 kart lengths back in a race he wants to win. Going back to Gary Jones now, Gary Jones is at the point where almost where Balnega and Miller could make a pit stop and come out in front of Gary, which is something they both will want. Who's going to come in first? It's not long now, and the two leaders carry on, but will Jones pit? Will we see Jones in this time? Anthony, you may have Gary Jones, because now will probably be a good time to avoid double stacking, Steve.
Let's see.
It's Ostick.
Yep, Ostrix came in, and let's have a look at his stop. Green light on, light number 1, pulls into gate 2. Little early on the stop, but gets a green light on exit. That's a nice stop.
Yeah, Josh Ostick needs to come out in front of those guys behind, though. He's getting hassled by Lionhorse. No, he's managed to tuck in. He's looking good. He's fine.
This is where Gary Jones now has got to make this count. I'm assuming Gary's going to be in this time. Absolutely everything crossed from him. He's at the event of his life. The arm goes up.
In.
Gary Jones in the pits, Anthony.
Yep, here he comes. Right, so let's have a look at this stop. Nice stop on the first gate. A little bit slow on the pull away, but it seems good. Gets the green light on both gate 1 and 2. He's out the pit lane and he's got the advantage. Another one in the pit lane. Now it's the number 11. This is Joop van Lijnhorst on his on his penalty. So this is him doing it again, and he's got 2 green lights this time.
Yeah,
now,
Van Lijnhorst, a semi-finalist.
Sebastian Miller.
Yes, Sebastian Miller, the second.
He's got the green light on gate 1. Comes into gate 2. 2 green lights. He's back out on track.
So Seb Miller, the crucial stop. It was vital he didn't blow it. Vital he didn't cave into the pressure. Selena Balnega is going to make a pit stop. She had 2 or 3 kart lengths over Seb Miller coming in, and she's the only one yet to pit. And you are going to see her any second now. Here he is into the pits, the race leader.
Here we go. Let's make sure this is a good one. Stops nice and early for the first one. Gets that green light. That's a good stop at gate number 1. Gate number 2, again, good on the brakes, good on the power. Here she comes out the pit lane. It's a nice pit stop.
And she's done enough. Here's Seb Miller. He's got momentum, but Selena Balnega's got the lead, and that's the difference there. In fact, she's opened it up. She's opened it up now, surely with a minute and a bit to go. There's probably about 4 laps left in this race, maybe 5, as they run to time and then a lap. So Selena Balnega has extended her lead through that pit stop cycle. This is the kind of result she wanted. She needs the win. Not so much to make the semi-final. She's going to be in the semi-final easily, but it's all about then in the semi-final, you're one of 30 drivers who are trying to be one of the top 10 to get to the final. Now, a driver of Selena Balnega's calibre is not going to be content with leaving this event at the semi-final stage. She's going to want to be in the final, and this is how to get there. So already, this win is part of her having her eyes on the place in the final, and it's just a case of getting through the semi-final, Steve.
Yeah, what a pit stop by Selena that was. She must have got that absolutely spot on, because the gap when she came out of the pits was 2 seconds, whereas we saw before how close they were, only 0.4 I think before the pit stop. So no, really well drilled was Selena there, and she's done the business, and with just 45 seconds plus a lap, you've got to say she's looking very, very strong for this one.
Years of practice lead to perfect execution, and that's what we saw there in the pit. Seb Miller's pit stop was unbelievable. Selena's was magical, and that was the difference it made. That is the only reason she's slightly ahead, because they are lapping on very similar lap times. Selena Balnega is the fastest on the track, but it's all on the same 10th of a second, so it's very fractional. They're probably on their penultimate lap now. I suspect that the next lap will be the start of the final lap. It's Selena Balnega who does seem to have it pretty convincingly now. Seb Miller is resigned second, but he's got a lot of points, Steve. He's probably still looking good for a place in the semi-final.
Oh, I'm very, very surprised if Sebastian Miller doesn't get through to the semi-finals. Like I say, he's had a great weekend. He's been very consistent all the way through. The battle, though, at the moment is between Gary Jones and Josh Ostick. Just 0.3 of a second between them. They're just going out onto the back straight now, coming down, and Gary Jones is driving the race of his life yet again. He's holding on to this. It'll be a fantastic 8 more points for Gary to hopefully get him through into that semi-final. And he's just, like you say, 3-10. They're absolutely together. He's, the car doesn't get inspected that closely when it gets serviced. John Ostick is right behind him all the way through into the Snell section. Gary holds the tight line. Josh Ostick looks to the outside, but there's no room. Gary driving fantastically.
Yeah, Gary is right on the limit himself, and Gary Jones, Steve, you're on the same team as him. And here we go. Selena Balnega's going to take the win. She's got it in the bag there, and here comes Seb Miller, a fantastic second place. And we're looking for Gary Jones now. Can Gary Jones hold off Josh Ostick on this last lap? He was to the inside. Ostick to the inside, but Gary Jones has got it. He's got that third place. Josh Ostick are fighting fourth. Josh Ostick. Bram van der Ende is in next. And then it's going to be Harley Smith, Luke Evans, Joop van Lijnhorst, who we saw the World Championship semi-finalist have a penalty on his pit stop. And Anthony, they're down in the pit lane with you. They're coming in as we speak. What a race.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, a lovely little race there. And for Selena Balnega gets, am I right in saying that's a second race win? I'll let you confirm that one while I think about that, ponder about that one, but I think it is. Right, yeah, but good little race there. We'll definitely have a chat with Selena Balnega. We'll also have a chat with Sebastian Miller as well. Both of them, I forget that Sebastian Miller's really tall. I'm going to need a box again for that interview. But next race is lining up ready to go as well, and some big names in that one about to go out for their final qualifying heats, and it should be a good one. Lewis Manley and
Ruben Boots in the same one. Right, let's jump in as I drop a lead weight on my toe. That's always a bad thing to do. Right, Selena, who's running away from me, understandable. Selena, have a quick chat. Get your gloves off, get your race suit on. It's fine, all good. Take your time, don't worry. We're not waiting. No, you're absolutely fine. Perfect. Selena, it was a race win earlier on. You came back because no one gave you a medal. Hopefully this time you get your medal straight away. But another race win for you. What a result.
Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I needed this for sure because now I said earlier my first heat was really bad. But now with 2 wins in the second, I'm hopefully back in the game, so we'll see.
That's exactly what you needed, isn't it? So hopefully your racing is not done for the day. Do you reckon with those 2 wins and possibly good results in the semi-finals, you could squeeze into the final? Do you reckon it's a possibility?
I need a really good result in the semis, and then it's maybe still possible. But yeah, it needs to be, I think, a first or a second in the semi to reach the final. So it's difficult because top 30 drivers. But yeah, we'll see. I'm going to do my best anyway, so we'll see.
Well done. Congratulations on the double win on that one. Congratulations to Selena Belnega there. Where is my second place? Mr. Miller. Excellent. What I will do is I will stand on this handy little thing here, and then I won't be as small. Perfect. Good run. Nice result again. Good little scrap, but certainly had to fight for it.
Yeah, that was a brilliant race, actually. Selena did really well at the end. She pulled a really good move, and she got the win, so fair play to Selena. She had the pace. Unfortunately, my seat moved back in the middle of the race, so I was adapting my lines a bit, but I'll take second place. That's still a really good result.
Yeah. Nice points as well. Certainly will help you out later in the fight. So semi-finals coming up next for you. Are you ready?
Yeah, definitely. I've got 38 points leading into the semi-finals, so hopefully I can make the grand final this year, but we'll see what the semi-final has in store for it.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations on that one. Don't pan down and look at what my feet are doing because, I was, well, he's going to do me dirty there, aren't you? Perfect. Well then, a couple more races to go. James, this should be a good one. 2 top names in this next race.
We've got some crackers. Just before we go to that, Anthony, I want you to be honest with this. We couldn't see on the live stream, but you did look rather tall there. Were you stood on something?
No. That was James's idea, not mine.
That answer was very fast. We know the reality. But talking of reality, the reality is this is going to be a very tough race indeed. We've got double world champion and 6-time former BRKC winner in this race in the form of Ruben Bertens, and we have multiple track champion and multiple finalist Lewis Manley out in this race, and really on paper that's where the contest is going to be. But we've also got Ben Paynes, James Solis, George Braun, Nadia Belnega, Jacob Fox, James Miller, Joe Simcock and Ben Picard in this. And in the pits we've got somebody, that's the 12, that looks like, is that Miller?
Yes, that's James Miller. It looks like his seat was slightly loose, so they've just come in, they've tightened it up and he's back out.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, Anthony. Does James begin his qualifying lap leaving the pit lane, or does he actually get a run at it? I mean, what can you say?
He starts it from the pit lane because he's already gone out and crossed the timing beam, so this is his flying lap he's on right now.
So it could well be a back of the grid start for him. It does seem a little bit unfair, but if the seat was loose, all that anyone would say is, well, you know, why didn't you leave the pits with that seat locked down? That would be the answer. You know, it's not. I'm not necessarily saying that is what I want it to be. It's literally that is probably what would be deemed to be the answer. But James Miller there has qualified at 31.9, so there's obviously sort of something worked out his way, because you think, having stopped in the pits, he would lose an inordinate amount of time, Anthony.
I think it's completely understandable. I mean, where did he qualify from that one?
Well, he's qualified 10th, but you think it would be like about, almost a 1 minute lap, or at very least a 40-second lap. Even if he's in and out, it's going to be a 3/4 minute lap, but it's not. He's qualified on 31.9. So we'll see what the actual outcome of that is. Anyway, it could well be that was his out lap, and that is what is going forward. But do you know what? we'll see what happens when they get the race underway. He's talking there with Ben Picard. There's Ben Picard on the right. Further up ahead, up at the front is going to be Ruben Boutons. He's going to take the start from first place with Lewis Manley. There, oh, good grief. There are 0.003 of a second between the first and second. Ruben Boutons qualifying ahead of Lewis Manley by just 0.003 of a second with 2/10 back to the incredible Ben Paynes. We have not seen him in the top half at all this weekend, and suddenly he's third. Ben Paynes there in the, that's the black suit with the yellow helmet. Fourth is Joe Simcock. Fifth is Ben Picard. Sixth is James Solis. Then it's Nadia Balnega, sister to Selena, who we saw just win. George Braund is 8th, Jacob Fox is 9th, and James Miller is 10th. And there is Ruben Boutons. Now, Steve, we've run out of things to say about Ruben Boutons. Double world champion, 6 times BRKC winner. He's won every European championship there is more than once.
What about the king?
Sorry?
What about the king? Call him that? King?
He's beyond king, isn't he? He's beyond that. That would be merely calling him the king. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to come around and take the start there. So the legend is Ruben Boutons, the Dutchman, double world champion, leads Lewis Manley. Now, Lewis Manley has yet to win a BRKC title in the 10 years he's been trying. He's been very close, but no cigar. And Lewis Manley will see Ruben Boutons as a good and worthy target. He wants to pass and win this race. Lewis Manley wants to win every race, and let's be fair, Steve, he believes he can do so, and in 9 times out of 10, I would agree with that.
Yeah, he would. You could say he's been a little bit unlucky, couldn't you, really? He's been what's the phrase? He's been always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But this year, certainly, he's more fired up than ever. I was speaking to him on Friday afternoon, and he said to me, he wants to be in that final. He wants to be in that final, but this is going to be one of the battles of the weekend. Ruben Boutons versus Lewis Manley.
Ruben Boutons in the number 10 leads the way, as in fact more than leading the way, he's pulling away from Lewis Manley in second place. Now Lewis Manley wants to try and stay in contention there, but it's going to be very difficult, and incredibly he's got Ben Paynes with him. Now Ben Paynes, we have not seen him run this high, and more importantly, Steve, stay this high.
No, we haven't. No, it's a very good qualifier from him, and it shows really an importance of the qualifying lap. If you can do that, if you can get yourself up into a decent position, you've got the chance of gripping onto someone like Lewis Manley or Ruben and going along with them, basically putting a fish hook on the back of the car in front and reeling them in. That's the idea.
And talking of reeling, is it, am I speaking too soon? Is it an optical illusion? But is Lewis Manley actually closing in on Ruben Boutons, the 6-time BRKC winner?
Well, I wouldn't put it past him, would you? He was a 10th quicker on that last lap, but Ruben knows how to play this game. He'll be looking probably.
It's James Solis, the number 20 in the pit lane. He's our first pit stop of this race, and it's a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2, and it's a good pit stop. He's back out on track.
Yeah, and he's getting waved out by one of his crew. So James Solis back into the action. There's Ruben Boutons leading the way, and it was Lewis Manley who was saying how much overtaking at this very hairpin Ruben Boutons has done in finals of BRKC events when he's won. The years when he's won, that has been his overtaking corner, that hairpin there. But Lewis Manley does seem to be closing in. Lewis Manley's the fastest on the track. Officially, by the time he's closing in on the double world champion, Lewis Manley, very much the local driver. He's won so many heat races, he's won semi-finals, but he has never won the grand final. And here he is. He's trying to take the fight to Ruben Boutons, the Dutchman, as they head towards that all-important hairpin, the Boutons corner, you could say. Ruben Boutons making it his own in previous BRKC finals, and it's definitely these two pulling away. Ben Paynes is falling back a little bit into the clutches of Joe Simcock, with Ben Picard trying to join that fight.
Tell you what, when Rubens does eventually retire, I think we should name that hairpin after him. Boutons' turn, that'd be fantastic, wouldn't it, if we say that? But yeah, Lewis Manley is going along with him. These two are absolutely together, one after the other. And if you look at Lewis Manley, it's that face of concentration. If you look at concentration in the dictionary, you'll see Lewis Manley. Because he is just so fixated on Ruben in front. He knows exactly where to put the car, and this is going to be one heck of a battle.
Laser focus, fixated, but it has to be said, and I know he will argue this, but it has to be said, Lewis Manley, one of the more emotional drivers out there. He tends to get up or down depending on the situation, and he will be taking very much the up when he sees that he can close in on Ruben Boutons. Can he close in on the double world champion? He's coming down to the corner that Ruben Boutons has made his own. Lewis Manley is trying to get close enough to mount an attack. The thing is, Steve, it's so important those corners. Yeah, look at that face of Lewis Manley. You can see his eyes. You can see the focus. He's only got one thing. He's reading Boughton's on the back of that suit ahead of him, and that is all he is looking
Into
at.
the pits?
Steve.
Yeah,
In the
certainly.
pits.
Absolutely.
We've got the number 12 into the pit lane now. This is James Miller. Gate number 1 is good. Going in towards gate number 2, absolutely fine. He's back out on track behind James Solis.
So James Miller rejoins the course. He was the one who had that pit stop during the qualifying. That's the only pit stop in qualifying we've seen during the racing. But Ruben Boughton's under increasing pressure from Lewis Manley, the flying Lewis Manley. Ruben Boughton's crossed the line and onto the Snell section once more. They're only a quarter way through this race. There's a lot of time still to go. Lewis Manley is still the fastest, and both those drivers are the quickest on the track. So it's really down to these two. Needless to say, they are running first and second, but they are quickest on the track. No one's sort of making a charge up through the pack. Lewis Manley
Fainting
to the inside.
Fainting. Yeah, the thing is, there's catching was one thing and passing is another. If Lewis is able to find a way past Ruben Boutons, one could say he deserves to win this event because Ruben is such a solid driver. He's not going to leave him half an inch, but Lewis certainly now is showing his intentions. He's weaving left, weaving right, just letting Ruben Boutons know that he's there and he's showing his intent.
Ordinarily, we would use Lewis Manley as a good benchmark of performance. How is the driver doing versus Lewis Manley if they're in combat with him? But Ruben Boughton himself is probably the ultimate benchmark, and we can see how well Lewis Manley is doing as he closes in on the double world champion. Although he has dropped back, it has to be said. Now, that move down the back stretch there, obviously it's probably more for his own mental benefit than a genuine look up the inside there from Lewis Manley. It's a bit early, not quite close enough to make such a move. Tell you someone who is close enough to make a move, and that's Simcock. Here we can see Ben Payne's third. We're looking at now. He's got Joe Simcock right on his tail. Will he make a move at the end of the backstretch? Here it is. And Payne, he stays on the right. He knows he's got enough space to defend that on pure speed rather than trying to move across the track. And Ruben Bouton seems to have opened up a gap. He's now the fastest on the track. Ruben Bouton has increased his lead. He has seen the challenge from Lewis Manley, and Ruben Bouton has been racing in this event against Lewis Manley for 10 years. He knows what he's dealing with, and he knows that Lewis Manley is not a man to be taken lightly in this event. So Ruben Bouton realises he needs to find something, and find it he has. Steve, this is an incredible performance, literally a masterclass in driving from both these guys.
It's a masterclass driving from Ruben as well, and from Lewis Manley's point of view, he's got to probably sit there and think, he's fed up with looking at the back of Bouton's car. They were right together before, and now the gap, like you say, is half a second, 4-5 tenths of a second. That will be affecting Lewis as it would affect anyone, but he's just got to try and keep with him and try and close the gap. Maybe a slight mistake from Ruben or a slight change of line, but yeah, for Lewis Manley, he's just got to keep his head.
And this is literally the sport of being perfect. These guys are laying down the perfect laps. Lewis Manley is looking at the back of Ruben Bouton. It's vital he does not get ragged if he wants to stay with the 6-time BRKC champion in the form of Ruben Bouton in front of him. So Lewis Manley, it's absolute perfection on every point. He's perfect there. He's perfect there. He's perfect to where he is now. It's perfection all the way, Steve. You can't get away from it at this level.
It's perfection all the way, but then there's perfection, and there's the perfection plus one. This is the thing. It's always Ruben Bouton just seems to have that little bit more somehow, but that's just pure class. That is Ruben, as we say, to a nutshell. But Lewis, it's nothing to take anything away from him. What a fantastic fight this is between these two. And Ben Payne still there in third place, ahead of Joe Simcock. I had a good battle with Joe, I think, in my second heat.
Action at the pit lane.
Very quick driver, very relaxed, but...
Right, so we've got Nadia Balnega in the pit lane now. Green light on gate number 1, going into gate 2, and it's all good. Out she goes.
So Nadia Balnega took the pits there. Steve, you were saying about you had a good battle with Joe Simcock. I'm assuming you can vouch for the fact that we're looking at a heck of a good driver there.
Yeah, very quick guy, very quick, very smooth, especially into the bottom hairpin. He was very, very quick. He was pulling away from me there. Whether that was just my bad choice of line or not, I don't know. But yeah, certainly. But Ben Payne's, he's staying in front. He's doing the business, and he's could be on for a very good 8 points here.
Yeah, now when we consider what we've been saying about Ruben Bouton, we consider what we've been saying about Lewis Manley, Ben Payne's is less than 4 seconds behind them with what? 20 laps in now, 15 laps in. So it's sterling job there. There's Ben Payne's we're looking at now. He's got Joe Simcock behind him. Now Joe Simcock is normally better known in the sort of Club 100 circles. That's 2-stroke outdoor karting. So it's a bit of a different game to this, a bit of a different driving style, but adapting well. In terms of the BRKC, he of course was national finalist, Joe Simcock, so he's obviously adaptable to both the indoor and outdoor style. He's really working hard all over the back of Ben Payne's there, keeping Ben Payne's honest. as they come onto the back straight again. There's Paynes. Now Simcock is not close enough. He does need to get closer to Greg. He closes up under braking, but he's not in the passing position in the first place.
No, that's the thing though. Like I say, he was very, very strong into that final hairpin, and that picture just proved it then. Yeah, very quick, very smooth. There's so many different lines you could take into that bottom corner, I feel. There's the kick the back end out and try and fall out of it, or there's the break in a straight line and try and power your way out that way. It's everyone has the different lines, everyone has the different styles. I know Adam and myself are completely different. Adam's one of these broadside into the corner, get it out, I'm very smooth. But yet we're still so similar on lap times. It really is quite incredible.
Yeah, it's literally a case. I think if either of you were getting into a fight, it would be almost a case of you would try and punch him, where Adam would get him in a headlock.
Yeah, very good. You could say that. That's a very good analogy, James.
That's how I see it. But anyway, Ruben Bartels continues in the lead. The two fastest are up to the front. But look how close the third place battle is. Ben Paynes. This says a lot about them. Okay, they're not in contention for the position there against the top two, but they are holding station in terms of time. That's Ben Paynes and Joe Simcock. Obviously, all four of these drivers have got a massive year in front of them. Lewis Manley, as always, will be contesting the local championship here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes. Ruben Bartels will be going on and doing various national championships, those internationals like this, and also the World Championship. Ben Paynes, Joe Simcock, they'll be moving out and doing their Club 100 and various other things that they're competing in during the year. So obviously these drivers together in this event, but kind of blown all over the place when it comes to the main season. Into the pits.
Jacob Fox into the pit lane, it's a good stop, and Lewis Manley also into the pit lane. It's a good stop on gate number 1, good stop on gate number 2. He's out, and that's a nice stop.
And Lewis Manley to second place. He comes back into the race. He resumes in the 4th position, so he will have Ben Paynes and Joe Simcock ahead of him, but they are some way ahead of him because they weren't that far behind him in the first place. So Ruben Bartels has now been released from any pressure. Lewis Manley, he knows
he's pitting.
What's going. He's coming in.
Yep, Ruben Bartels into the pit lane. Let's see how he does. Gate number 1, it is a green light, all good, and they're double stacking. The 11 is in as well, and it's a green light on gate number 2 for Ruben Bartels. It's a green light on gate 1 for the number 11 and on number 2. It's a nice stop for Ben Paynes as well.
Yes, Ben Paynes has been in then, and that'll be interesting where he cycles at. We've got Joe Simcock in the lead. Joe Simcock, is he going to respond to Ben Paynes' pit stop, or does he feel that if he can crack some laps out now on his own, he will be faster and leapfrog his way to third? We're going to find that one out in a second. But Steve pointed this one out, Anthony. How cool did Ruben Bartels look on screen there during the pit stop? Just so cool and collected and calm. Absolutely amazing performance there. Steve, you could almost feel it through the camera.
You could. He's just, like you say, such a cool customer. I couldn't believe it. He was just literally sat there like he was on a Sunday afternoon drive. You know, he's in the pit stop of one of the most important races of his life. And he's there just, you know, like a Sunday afternoon drive.
Look so easy.
He does.
Minimal left long wheel. Let's have a look at him as he turns in. See, there's a real easy turn there. He's hardly working that wheel.
Simcock in.
This is a tight corner. Oh, Simcock in, the race leader.
Yep, he's in the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. Pushes it as hard as he can in towards gate 2. It's a nice stop and gets the green light, and away he goes.
Now, where's he come out? He's behind Paynes, crucially for him. He intended to leapfrog Paynes' 4th position there into 3rd. It didn't quite work out, so the situation resumed. We'll see if we can close in on merit, but just to confirm there, it is Ruben Bartels leading after the pit stops, Lewis Manley 2nd, Ben Paynes 3rd, and Joe Simcock 4th. While we're at it, James Solis is there in 5th place, one of the early pit stoppers. Ben Picard is solid in 6th. Nadia Balnega, the sister Balnega there, in 7th. James Miller 8th, and George Braun 9th, and Jacob Fox is there in 10th. Now they're all on the, no, they're not all on the lead lap. As they come across the line, that kind of trips out another lap, so we'll see what happens in a moment when they've all completed that. I believe we've only got about 1 or 2 of them going down lap. Of course, it gets muddled up during the pit stops.
Good quick shout out, like you say, to James Solis. He was one of the drivers who made the early pit stop, and he is an example purely of how an early pit stop can sometimes work out in your favour. He's now sitting in 5th place, not too far behind Joseph Simcock, and he's obviously worked his way through, came in dead early. All the other karts came in. He managed to get his head down in clear track and put those lap times in, and like I say, that is an example of how it can work to pit early.
So, Steve, when obviously you've been out there racing this weekend, as every time with the BRKC, you're a regular for this championship. how do you go about deciding whether to come in or not, whether it's early, late? Because we've seen you in early, we've seen you mid-race, we've seen you late in the race. What goes through your mind to really pin that down?
Do you ever watch Bruce Forsyth play your cards right? When you get an urge, James, when you get an urge, that's when I'll do it. But I know a lot of it we have is through teamwork, through pit. Adam will stand on the pit wall and he can look, a lot better than me and see on times where I am and where I would come out on the track. A lot of the professional drivers here can do that themselves. I'm too busy concentrating on what I'm doing rather than doing that. But then there is a point where I'll come round sometimes if I can see the pit lane is clear, and if I'm looking round and seeing there's not that many karts in my vicinity, I will take the chance.
Yeah, so basically what happens is you've got Bruce Forsyth helping you out from beyond the grave and transmitting that information through.
When you get a good urge.
Have you got the urge, Steve?
That's it.
I think it's time for the urge, in you go.
And like you say, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but it's having that professionalism to know where you're going to come out on the track, in between traffic or whatever, and that's why the best of the best can do it, and that's why they are what they are.
Teams play a part in that as well, because Ruben Bertens is part of that top Blue Star team. They compete every weekend out in Europe. They're in very often, actually. We see them here in the BRKC. Eliana de Vos, Ruben Bertens, Vika Schlitz, Blue Star drivers. We see them in a sprint race championship like this, but they're actually more of an endurance team. And so they are used to strategy, and they're used to communication as well, and reading the situation. So not only will Ruben Bertens be somebody who can read the situation himself, but he's, despite being the very highly regarded champion he's not above taking advice from the pit wall. He will look to them for backup on suggestions. They will also think nothing of telling him what to do. It's not only down to the driver at that level. So when you're thinking you've got a top driver, a top thinking driver, backed up by a top thinking team, it's going to be hard to make a mistake.
And that's why they are the success that they are. Blue Team, they're one of the best karting teams in the world. And I was stood in downstairs watching when Ruben was out, and Eliana was giving him all sorts of things or whatever, and all you get from Ruben is the nod. He knows what it is, he knows what to do, but like you say, it never hurts to have that other person in the pit or whatever to give the advice in case something can change.
Yeah, so number 10 there, Ruben Bertens continues on in the lead. If anything, he's slightly extended his advantage over Lewis Manley, fractionally quicker on best laps, including that last lap that they've just cycled through. So Lewis Manley, probably his best hope now with just under 4 minutes to go, is a second place, but it's a fighting second place, as you'd expect from Lewis Manley. Going back to the Ruben Bertens situation and the Blue Star team, obviously, that means that people like Eliana de Vos, he's not out in this race, but equally he's not up in the driver's lounge having a cup of coffee. What he is, he's down there reading the race, so he can see things that may help him in future races for him, although vastly experienced he is himself. But this is the sort of thing they do. They're not sort of, I'll do my race and I'll clear off and get on my phone and drink coffees and eat pizza. What it is, they are actually still involved in the event, even if it's not in a driving position.
Yeah, and that's why, like I say, they are so formidable. It really is. It's incredible to watch. They are a great operation. The whole of the Blue Star team. They really are brilliant. Lewis Manley, as we can see there in second place. I just really hope, from Lewis's point of view, he doesn't let his head drop from this, because, like you say, James, I think he's done a brilliant race. He's still well in touch with Ruben Bertens. Yes, you could say towards the end, Rubens has had that little bit of an advantage, but still a fantastic drive for Lewis. And I, for one, would want to see him back in that grand final where he belongs.
Absolutely. Now, to be fair about Lewis's head dropping, he is one of the more emotional drivers, even though he tries not to be. If his head does drop, it tends to go to pieces more than this. So I think we can definitely say he is quite happy. Well, he's comfortable with this. I know he'll want to win, but
we all want to win.
Things will go off the ball a lot more than this if his head was dropped. I mean, we're not talking sort of, say, Johnny Elliott levels, but we certainly would see a worse performance than this had he felt there was no hope.
Now, there was no need to bring in Johnny Elliott there.
I like bringing in Johnny Elliott because
good pass, Johnny.
He's always a good example. He's a good example of a great performance,
certainly.
And he's a good example of when it all goes wrong as well. And I'm sure he'll kind of hate me and like me for saying that, because he'll hate me for saying it, but he won't be able to argue it.
No,
and that's the key point there. So Johnny Elliott, of course, we bring it up because he's one of the great characters in this sport. He's been at it for so many years now. Many times, I mean, the first time he raced in the World Championship, this is Johnny Elliott, was also when I made my debut. That was way back in 2011. So vast amount of experience. And of course, when you're racing, you know, everything you've got is on show. So, and I know I said something before many years ago in the BRKC thing where I said about Johnny, it was Johnny Elliott who, well, I've had put this point out to me a number of times, so I might as well say it again because I've already said it. If Johnny Elliott was a painter, what we'd see would be absolutely brilliant, but a fair bit would have been thrown in the bin. But what we would see was brilliant.
Yeah.
However, he's a kart racer, so it's always on show.
Yeah.
And so that way you can't get away from when it's gone wrong.
No.
And but Elliott, I would say, on his day, he can beat anyone. He can run with Ruben Boots. He can run with Lewis Hamilton. He's not in this race. Have we got him out later on? We'll have a double check. But we've got less than a minute now as Ruben Bountons comes through into the snail section. And he's going to, but look at that ease of effort there. He's almost gliding the car through. Now those are really tight corners, Steve. It's way tighter than what it looks on the TV.
But he just, like you say, he glides round. It's like he's on rails. You know, the car, every lap is the same, every line is the same, and it's, you know, he can eke out a gap, you know, a tenth of a second at a time. There's never a lap goes by that Ruben Bountons isn't on his nail, and that's why the gap now between him and Lewis is 1.291. Let's see if it extends this time. What we're going to get 1.336. Again, it's that, you know, few thousandths of a second every time, and he really is. He's an absolute class act.
Now, the one thing you can't really do is throw an indoor kart around and expect to be fast, Steve, is it? You've got to go on that cornering on rails ideal to not lose time. However, there are gentle drifts going around that we can see. Now, Ruben Bountons is on his penultimate lap now. He's coming around the final corner to start the last one. There's no way Lewis Manley can attack him from here. But it is a confidence builder to know, from Lewis Manley's point of view, that he can run this close to the 6 times BRKC champion. Ruben Bountons in the snail section for the final time. It's a very awkward bit there in the middle. They're on the final lap. Ben Payne's is incredible performance to be third. And Joe Simcock will really take something from this. James Solis there in that 5th place. That's outstanding. Ben Picard right in the mid-pack there with James Miller, Nadia Balnega, George Bourne, Jacob Fox. Now Miller, of course, has come from 10th into 7th because of that situation in the qualifying when he stopped. And the checker is out. Here comes Ruben Bountons. He wins it. Lewis Manley into 2nd place. And where's Paynes? Here he comes. Ben Paynes, an incredible 3rd place by him. He crossed the line. And Simcock to 4th. And Solis is going to come through 5th now as they cross the line. But there's no doubt in the winner. It's Ruben Bountons, 6 times BRKC champion. We can never rule him out for another title. It hasn't happened since 2019, but every year, Steve Bray, it could happen.
It could happen, and it could happen again this year. Fantastic drive from Ruben, exactly what we expected. Again, one of my drivers of the race there has to go to Ben Paynes as well. Fantastic 3rd place. A podium this year, the toughest year yet, is really, really an achievement, and he'll be proud as punch with that. There is Ruben getting out of the car. And
sorry, mate. Outstanding performance, and we're going down to the pit lane to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. 2 very quick drivers there battling with each other, but Ruben Bountons on that top spot there. We'll definitely have a chat with both Lewis and Rubens, but let's see who gets weighed first. It will be Ruben Bountons who gets weighed in first. Shake of the head there for Rubens on that one. Not too sure. He was definitely over the weight class. Rubens, good race, controlled. I'll let you get your helmet off, don't worry. Saw a little shake of the head there when you saw your weight coming in. What's up?
It was too close. 90.3, I don't like it. 90.5 or above is more safe. So.
Okay, so just on that threshold, but still okay for the result. Well, we're talking about you for most of the race on that one. Obviously at the front, it just looked controlled, just on point. That's exactly what we want to see, like sort of a final sort of race. And that's what we're seeing all the weekend, but still a fantastic result for you.
Yeah, it's also what I like to see, of course, but I know with Lewis in the heat, yeah, you have to be sharp because if you make a small mistake, he will punish it probably. So yeah, the qualification was, I think, decisive, very small difference, but yeah, from there on I could control the race. In the first couple of laps, I had to take a little bit of a defensive line, but after like 7-8 laps, I had a small gap and I could drive just my own pace.
It was certainly a good performance. Certainly looking forward to seeing what you can do later on. Semi-finals looking good, and possibly even that final as well. So it would be great to see you out there once again.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Excellent there to Ruben Boutens. Let's jump over to Lewis Manley. Lewis, you're on the tail of Rubens for the majority of that race. What can you say from that one? Because the pace was good, the pace was quick.
Certainly, I gave it everything in that race. I was so heartbroken to miss out in quality by just 0.003 of a second. So I looked at Evans and thought, you're kidding me. So I had to obviously try on track. I had one little go at the snail, but I just thought, give it a go, just put him under pressure, and then just lost a bit of momentum. And as soon as he decided to pull away a bit, that's when he's got dialed in. So at least I was happy I got the fastest lap of at the end there. So to be within 1.6 is very good for me. Kept Ruben honest throughout the race, so I definitely gave it everything. So hopefully the semi-final I can have a really good car and make the final.
Exactly. We look forward to it. Well done, Lewis. Congratulations on P2 for that one. Next one heads out. This is the penultimate heat of the weekend before we go to the semi-finals and, of course, that all-important final. James, back up to you.
Well, thank you there, Anthony. It's very interesting now. We've got 2 heat races remaining, and then that is it for the qualifying heat races. Now, in this one, we have got Sven Hendrickson, we've got Sam Cox, we've got Charles Leclerc, we've got Rob Johnson, we've got Carl Stevens, Matt Clark, Ryan Curtin, the American, Aaron Bell, we've got Robin Kassam and Adam Sheargold. Now, there are so many drivers in this who could spring the kind of result we haven't seen all weekend. This is a wide open field in this race. There's no clear winner. At the moment, we've got them out starting their qualifying laps. We're going to be bringing the checker out on them very shortly. And the American Ryan Curtin, probably favourite going in at this point, but it's very hard to actually bring. Certainly, you can never commit to a top 5 in this, as from a qualifying point of view at least. So they're crossing the line now. Matt Clark leads the way. He's on pole. He's been beaten by Robin Kassam. Kassam fastest. Charles Leclerc to third. It's still Kassam on the pole. Carl Stevens to second. It's still Kassam. Still Kassam and Aaron Bell to third. Oh, and Ryan Curtin tops the lot. He pushes Kassam and the rest down. So Ryan Curtin, the American, on the provisional pole. Sven Hendrickson third as they complete. And what have we got? It's a pole position there in this heat race for Ryan Curtin, the American, Robin Kassam second, Sven Hendrickson, Rob Johnson, Adam Sheargold, Carl Stevens pushed to 6th. A little bit of a surprise now, Steve. Carl Stevens down there. Matt Clark 7th. And then it's Charles Leclerc, Sam Cox and Aaron Bell. A wide open entry. Very evenly matched in this race, these guys.
I tell you what, Robin Kassam, what a dark horse he is. That's again another fantastic qualifying. Front row this time. Well, it would be a front row if it was a standing start, but second place, great effort. Carl Stevens there, my teammate, again the Unthinkables, he's there in 6th position, but Ryan Curtin, he's been quick all weekend. This could be a great opportunity for him. And Sven Hendrickson as well in 3rd place, another guy who's had a good weekend. All of these names, it's every single heat where they've had a good weekend, and this is putting it all together now to try and get the points to get through to that semi-final.
That's Sam Shaw there getting some attention, but Robin Kassam, you were talking about earlier, he's more noted with the outdoor championships. Club 73 with the championship that was formed many years ago now by Clinton Bell, who runs the track down at Buckmore Park. Of course, Kassam, very popular and well known down there in the southeast. He's you do a Club 73 event or race at Buckmore Park, you're going to be up against Kassam, no question, at some point. However, they're about to get started now. It's Ryan Curtin who leads them round from Kassam. As are they getting the green? Yes, they are. And Ryan Curtin races off into the lead, followed by Robin Kassam. It's a good, clean start. They're entering the snail section quite evenly spaced. Not expecting any moves into the snail on this lap as round they go and out. And this is just getting faster and faster, Steve. It just seems to get quicker as the weekend goes on. And it's Ryan Curtin. There he is, the American from the southeast UK driver, Robin Kassam, as they race down the backstretch. There's Curtin getting tucked in. On the opening lap particularly, it must be a very difficult time arriving at that first at that long hairpin. Sorry, not the long hairpin, but hairpin at the end of the long straight, Steve.
Yeah, but yes, that's right. It is. For me, it's the snail section, because you're always expecting somebody, if you leave the tiniest of gaps, to just throw it up the inside. First lap lunge. But no, that was, as you say, one of the cleanest starts we've seen, and it is Ryan Curtin, as you were at the front. Robin Kassam going with him in second. Sven Hendrickson, I reckon this could be Sven's race. I think if he can get his head down and get past Robin, he could give Ryan Curtin a run for his money.
Now, on paper, this is a very evenly matched race, isn't it? I mean, the way, gosh, I'm going to get in trouble again, but we'll go with it.
We're always in trouble.
A rental kart championship, what they tend to do is they test all the karts, okay? And obviously, by fractions, tenths of a second, whatever, some may be a little bit quicker, some may be slower. What they will tend to do, let's say they've got 40 cars to choose from, they'll knock out the top 5, knock out the bottom 5 and run with the middle 30, okay? And rotated in that and that. So that's the way they'll do it. Now, literally, that's what happens with these drivers, because we're not talking about Lewis Manley and Ruben Beltos being in this race. However, we're also not talking about any of those further down the order. This is an ultimate example of the mid-pack of the BRKC, all slap in the same race. So that's why it's so open. At the moment, Ryan Curtin seems to be the one pulling away. A more of a known quantity is Robin Kissam. We've seen him many years, but this is Ryan Curtin's second time here in this championship, and he's looking well on his way to win this race. Now, looking there when Rob Johnson was much lower down the order last year. He was, what, 90th or something like that out of the 100. But this year, he's been running in the top half. And this is a good race for him to get those extra points. Could he make the semi-final? I don't know. I'm not really up on what his actual point score is, but it's looking good.
Yeah, points make prizes, don't they? That's the thing. It's all about getting the points, and you know, 1 position, 2 positions, that is what can make all the difference. It's so competitively close out there. You know, you could throw a blanket over all of these drivers, and any one of them could be standing on that top step at the end of the race. But certainly, Ryan Curtin has got his head down now. There is that little bit of a gap back to Robin Kissam, who's coming under increasing pressure from Sven Hendrickson. Rob Johnson, as you say, what a performance from Rob, running in 4th place, and he is getting dragged along, as well as Adam Sheargold, with Carl Stevens in 6th and Charles Decline down in 7th.
And Steve, obviously from a British point of view, many of the drivers racing in this weekend, obviously this is like an international event, but there is the BIKC, which is like a multi-venue one, a knockout championship, usually organised through team sport tracks. Now, with the BIKC, we're seeing an awful lot of those drivers actually in the BRKC this year. It's kind of we're into the pits.
Yep, action in the pit lane. It's the number 15. This is Carl Stevens in the pit lane, and it's a green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2. Nicely done as he makes his way out onto the pit lane. He will make our 3rd pit stop as Matthew Clark and Aaron Bell have both stopped already as well.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony. The very interesting thing with Carl Stevens is Carl Stevens is a good example of drivers who have run in the BRKC but get better every year. Probably the ultimate example of that would be Sam Slater. Right at the back to begin with, and then race winner after a couple of years. You know, each time it's been the Martin Wooden. Carl Stevens is in exactly the same boat. Now, ordinarily, we would see Carl Stevens running mid-pack and think, yep, good result. Certainly when he was first, he was last in every race virtually, except one. And then he came back and he was running in the mid-pack. This year, Carl Stevens has been running right at the front. More than once he's qualified second. And so huge improvement there, which means that when he now finds himself running in that mid-pack, he's inclined to come into pits. Probably feels like he's been held up still.
Yeah, he has, like you say, I think 2 third places he's had in this event so far.
Yeah, he's been running really good. Yeah.
But just going back to what you were saying there about the British, the BIKC, I remember when Adam and I first started racing, when it was called Kart Champs back then, and it's certainly, that series has grown and grown and grown, and that is why we're getting so many drivers from that series who were on the same level as a lot of these drivers at the BRKC, and it's making it more and more popular. And I think people like Sam Slater have such an influence here, and obviously he races at the BRKC as well. You talk to Sam, you get to understand the event, and they want to take part in this. They want to see these drivers, Ruben Boutons, Lewis Manley, they want to be racing against them, and so many have the opportunity to do that because they are naturally quick.
And the grounding and the increased importance of the indoor rental championships, that's what the UK needed really to push things forward. With the BIKC, the natural step up there, obviously they're competing, it's very tense, but now they're competing at international level in the BRKC, and obviously they've cut the teeth to the BIKC, and the BRKC throws them onto the international scene. Every month there is a major international somewhere. The next one, of course, I've got them written down. So here we are. The next one to look forward to really is in March, the Spanish Championship. Then in April is the German Championship. The Belgian is in May. The Czech is in June with the World Championship, of course. The Danish in August. Then the Polish Championship is now traditionally in September, but it's just over the German border in Szczecin. Italy, they've got an autumn date, but they're not sure yet. France is in October, and Sweden in December. The Belgian year was in May. So just looking at that, there is scope then to sort of branch out abroad 4 drivers who now feel they're not going to be competing against anyone harder than this. It's pretty much going to be the same field, certainly in terms of the international drivers. And into the pits now.
Yep, it's the number 12 that's pulling in. This is Sven Eriksson, and it's a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate 2, looking good, gets the green light back out on track.
Sven Eriksson, well, the balcony underneath us, a roar of approval as he left the pit lane there, so clearly some support for Sven Eriksson.
Got his own fan club beneath us.
Yeah, absolutely. So Eriksson, he sounds like he's Scandinavian. He's actually Dutch. Is Sven Eriksson. Now Sven Eriksson, I believe, pitted from 3rd. Let's drop
to the pit lane.
Another in.
Yeah, it is the 16 that is in the pit lane. This is Adam Sheargold. Now, Adam Sheargold has been doing early pit stops quite recently, but this time around he's doing a mid-race pit stop. It's a good stop, and he's back out on track.
And Adam, that looks like that Carl Stevens round the outside. He's challenging, but Sheargold has the inside. Can Stevens cut back under him? He tries, but it doesn't come off. Yes, so, oh gosh.
Oh, there are contact between those two. Sorry to interrupt, James, but that was, Carl Stevens down the inside of Adam Sheargold. They're still side by side, going down the main straight now. Stevens has the inside line, going into the hairpin. Can he make it stick? Sheargold going right around the outside. Great bit of racing between those two, and Carl Stevens has managed to leapfrog Adam Sheargold in the pit lane. Fantastic bit of driving there, and they're still at it. Look at that, side by side. He's trying to do the cutback with Sheargold, but it wasn't going to happen in the end. Great bit of driving from both those drivers.
And Carl Stevens seals the deal into the snail area, but this is where that move began. That whole position change has practically taken a lap as they head on down the backstretch now. Carl Stevens is expecting some sort of comeback here, but clearly, Steve, by staying on the right, we can tell now that it's not really going to come. But no, there it is. He's back on his case. Sheargold, what a tournament he's had. He's all over the back of Carl Stevens now. One of the more established drivers is Carl Stevens in the 15 there. He's turning in to the snail section. He's trying to cover off Adam Sheargold, who definitely himself in this tournament coming of age. But who's closing in? Matt Clark.
Yeah, there was a fantastic bit of respect shown by those drivers as well going down the back straight. If you're going side by side at 40 mile an hour with someone down that back straight, you need to have the respect and the know that they're not going to just shove you into the wall. But this is a great battle between these three now, as you say. Matthew Clark, who is again another driver who has come on leaps and bounds this event, started off, maybe you could say, not doing as well as he should. Now he's right in this battle looking at potential 6th place.
That's right, as we're looking there at Matt Clark in the black and red, has caught up with the battling pair of Stevens and Sheargold. They're fighting over 7th place. You can see that cheering on for some support there for Carl Stevens, it looks like, as they come down the back straight. Meantime, we're still waiting for a pit stop for the entire top half of the field. We're on that 10-minute point. Anthony, we're going to take a quick run down with you in the pit lane there. Half the field have been in, half have not. Probably be some time before we see any visitors from here.
Yes, it's quite an interesting one. We've seen a mixture of front runners and back runners pitting. Obviously, Sven Eriksson, Carl Stevens, Matthew Clark, Aaron Bell, and Adam Sheargold all pitting. Adam Sheargold and Carl Stevens having the brunt of the battles out there as well. But it's still Sam Cox, Charles Decline, Rob Johnson, Ryan Curtin, and Robin Kassam, who are still yet to pit. And Ryan Curtin and Robin Kassam, despite their best efforts, have got quite a bit of real estate between the two of them in the shape of probably about 2 whole corners. So the gap's starting to increase, and for Ryan Curtin, I think it's just a waiting game now of when he wants to come in. There's nothing pressuring him to do it, but from what we can see, it's just a case of when he wants to do it.
Yeah, that's right, Anthony, as round the final corners, the drivers come through. There's a big gaggle there. That's the Carl Stevens train. He's leading there across the line. It's opened up a little bit now, but it's not entirely secure because Carl Stevens, they're in the snail section now. Carl Stevens, Sheargold, there we are. Adam Sheargold is in the white helmet and the white Norwich suit. In front of him, Carl Stevens. Behind him is Matthew Clark. Now, it's even between them. You have to assume, though, that the least little thing by either of them, and that's going to close up again, particularly Carl Stevens. Carl Stevens is going to want to break away from this group. He could do with the points, and there are 5 people to pit in front of him. Where this cycles out, we're yet to see. Particularly from a Johnson and Klein point of view, I think Ryan Curtin is comfortably clear of Stevens, so is Robin Kassam. But Johnson and Klein and Sam Cox, that may be more interesting. They may find themselves in the middle of this battle. this could be an epic finish, Steve. Great.
Yeah, I think we've learned from all the years at BRKC that nothing is secure until the very last corner. But those three, like you say, the only issue you could say is because they're battling so hard, have they managed to slow themselves down in any way, shape or form, which is going to allow Sam Cox and Charles Decline the opportunity to leapfrog them in the pit lane. It's going to be interesting to see, but Ryan Curtin's still out front, still doing the business for him, and then Robin Kassam in second.
And looking at the time, Steve, we've got Rob Johnson in third and Charles Decline in fourth. Now, at the moment, if we allow for the fact 10 seconds seems to be the given for a pit stop, they would come out in this group here. There is Carl Stevens, there is Adam Sheargold, there's Matthew Clark. The third and fourth place drivers will join this group if they were to pit now, which brings its own pressure. If they can see on the timing screen that's the case, that piles on the pressure to not only go fast now, probably going as fast as they can with the best will in the world, but it also puts the pressure on the blinding pit stop. Because if they come out in the middle of this group, anything could happen.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do it, would you? You'd stay out to make sure that you'd come out at least in front of them if you had the opportunity. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, like you say. We say 10 seconds, don't we, for a very good pit stop, and that's if you get everything absolutely right.
Yeah, and looking at Sam Cox in fifth place, he's probably too far back now to really be part of that. He's 4 seconds behind Johnson and Decline, but Johnson and Charles Decline are going to end up in that group with Stephen Sheargold and Matt Clark. And there is Sam Cox there in the orange helmet. He's being chased down by what looks like Sven Hendrickson. Now, Sven Hendrickson, he has been in the pits. Yes, he has. And really, he's closing on Sam Cox, who has yet to pit, and he passed him for place. Will Sam Cox come in? No.
That was a very good move by Sven there. He read that perfectly, and he just managed to throw it up the inside at the last minute. And fair play to Sam Cox, he gave him room. So a good bit of driving from those two.
And Sven needs to be clear of any sort of problems later on. Any pit stops in front of him, he needs to not be part of that. He can do the leapfrog, of course. Right then, so Anthony down in the pits. Really, we've got 6.5 minutes to go. We've got 4 or 5 pit stops yet to take place. These are going to be crucial ones, particularly from the third place Johnson, fourth place Charles Decline, in terms of coming out in the Stevens battle.
Yes, in reality they've probably got about 4 minutes until the pit's closing light comes on. And yes, you are bang on the nail's head there. 5 people left to do a pit stop, and yeah, it's going to get a little bit hectic. So, of course, we want to avoid those double stacking. We have seen it in the past here at BRKC. Plenty of people have had good pit stops, but plenty have just misjudged it and double stacked. So we don't want to see that, of course, and if they leave it too late and we get a yellow light, it's a race completely ruined. And at this stage of the weekend, it's vital to make sure you're getting good results.
That's right, and we're looking at the race leader, Ryan Curtin, Steve. Now, Ryan Curtin, we always, it's traditional to see the American drivers as pretty laid back. They are actually intense within themselves, but they give off an air of casualness. And it has to be said, even by American standards, casual would be the way you describe Ryan Curtin. In the pits, in the driver's lounge, cool as a cucumber. You wouldn't even think he was at a competition event. Out on the track, though, he's one of the best out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's the same as Anton Schopler. They're both as cool as they want, and yeah, he's proven it here, Ryan Curtin. This is a very level, very, very good drive, and he's got a 7-second gap now nearly to Robin Kassam, so he's certainly got the pedal down and gone, and he's absolutely controlling this, no problem at all.
And Ryan Curtin, when I was in America, I had a little apartment that was in Atlanta. And Ryan Curtin is actually an Atlanta boy, so hats off to the Atlanta man. He's going to hopefully get this one in the bag, and obviously, certainly when I was based in Atlanta, I was racing cars on oval tracks. Not really the sort of place I'd associate a karter to be from, on when you're turning left and right. So
go-karters crawl out of holes anyway, with that sort of breed.
Yeah, he's found his way out of Atlanta in a kart as Ryan Curtin, and he's found himself in the lead here at the BRKC. It's looking good for him. There are 4 minutes to go, but Steve, there are 5 karts to come into the pits, including Ryan Curtin, who we talked about, the American there, who's in a comfortable lead. He's got 7 seconds.
And into the pits.
Oh, in the pits.
This is Sam Cox into the pit lane, then the first of our several pit stops remaining of this race in towards gate number 2. It was a green light on gate 1, green light on gate 2, comes out right in front of Ryan Curtin.
Yeah, so Sam Shaw comes out right in front. It's not for position though. This is going to lap down.
And Kassam's in.
Kassam in the pits, yes.
Robin Kassam in the pit lane. Green light on gate number 1. Goes into gate 2. Nice and late on the brakes. Bit delayed on the throttle, but it's a good pit stop. He comes out right next to the number 12 of Sven Henriksen.
Ryan Curtin getting very animated behind Sam Shaw. He wants them to blue flag him out the way. Out the way. Oh gosh, Ryan Curtin gave Sam Shaw the thumbs down there. He's the race leader. He's got nothing to worry about, but well, we were saying how laid back he was. That was the opposite. That's the least laid back I've seen anyone on track all weekend.
But it's the fact he's got the capacity to go around the final corner, one hand on the wheel, doing a thumbs down. I mean, that shows, doesn't it? You know how cool and chilled he is. Pit lane.
Yep, it's the number 19. It's Charles Decline. It's a green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2, green light as well, and he comes out on track with a piece of clean air.
Now that's interesting though, because he's behind the Carl Stevens battle. Obviously Charles Decline and Rob Johnson, who's now up into second place, are two of the drivers that we were suspecting would end up in that big battle, and as it happens, Charles Decline, no slouch himself, has come out
and into the pits. It's the number 9, so this is Rob Johnson in the pit lane. It is a green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2 sees another green light. He's going to come out with some traffic here with Decline.
He's come out just in front of Decline, but both of them have come out behind. Oh, another one.
Ryan Curtin in the pit lane. Let's see what he can do. Green light on gate number 1. Gate number 2, wait for it. There it is, green light. And now the pit close light has just illuminated. He's left the pit lane.
Yeah, he was, well, that was a pretty laid-back looking pit stop. He's built up the kind of lead that allows that. And Ryan Curtin, 34 laps in, he's got 2 minutes before they bring out the last lap board. And but the pit stops have all been cycled through now. Let's see how it works out. Incredibly though, quite a surprise really, Sven Henriksen has come through in second place now at the expense of Robin Kassam. Kassam now just a second behind, but it's Ryan Curtin leading. There he is on screen on the live stream. He goes away. That's the American with the lead. And then here comes Sven Henriksen. There is Robin Kassam with the green bit on top of his helmet. There is Carl Stevens in 4th place and Adam Sheargold in 5th. As they cross the line now, there's Stevens, here comes Sheargold, and next along will be Matt Clark, there he is, and Rob Johnson, and then Charles Decline. So they left it really late for their pit stops, and they have actually lost out in terms of that big battle in front of them.
I think Charles Decline will be the probably most disappointed driver there, because I think he was up into 4th place at one point. So that's again another example of how, you know, a tactic might not play out. All the drivers now done the pit stops. This looks like it's going to be the order unless anything changes.
Yeah, it's a very even contest going in. You know, this is almost a battle of what we might consider midfield runners if there were some heavy hitter internationals in this race. So it's been a good chance to score, and the ones who've scored best have been Sven Henriksen and Robin Kassam. Carl Stevens, of course, has come through into 4th place. I believe, was it 6th he started, something like that. Adam Sheargold has been in the thick of it. Matt Clark will be pleased. I think he's jumped up, but Rob Johnson and Charles Decline have definitely dropped down there. Sam Cox and Aaron Bell round about 9th and 10th. And we're into the final minute of timing before we get the last lap board out. There's Henriksen going through into the snail section. Sven Henriksen, a good load of points there for 2nd place. Robin Kassam, though, hanging on in 3rd, actually being closed in slightly by, it looks, Carl Stevens, but he's probably going to run out of time. It's going to be difficult for Stevens to bridge that gap and do something about it in the time he's got. Probably 2 laps to go, do you think?
Maybe so, maybe 2, maybe 3. The unthinkable Carl Stevens, though, you know, he's one of our boys now, and yeah, certainly giving Robbie Kassam a run for his money. Great load of points though for Sven Henriksen. He's going to be really pleased with that. A very solid 2nd place, and I think we should have a word with Sam Slater and see if we can get an award for the coolest and calmest pit stop, because certainly Ryan Curtin would be a contender for that one, James.
Yes, he would. That he was looking cool. Which, funnily enough, 2 laps before on the track, he was anything but cool. As he comes round, he's on his last lap now. It's Ryan Curtin. He's led right from the front. He's done what he needs to do. It's a full point score in this, and that is going to push his points right up. Could he find himself in the semi-final? We'll know in a bit when the scores are totted up. We'll have an idea of that. There will be some people following it who will know exactly where he's at. Obviously, we've got so many races to talk about up here that it's impossible for us to focus on everything. As Ryan Curtin comes through, he's going to take the win. It's Ryan Curtin from the USA. He's got it. And 2nd place is going to be Sven Henriksen. A big gap there to Henriksen, and then Robin Kassam. So Henriksen's going to come through. He does. Where's Kassam? Yes, he's coming through next. And not quite that next, but yeah, that's Sheargold. He's already gone through. So Stevens in 4th, Adam Sheargold in 5th, Matt Clark into 6th place, Rob Johnson 7th, Charles Clean 8th, Sam Cox is going to come through 9th, Aaron Bell 10th, and yeah, that was a clear-cut victory for Ryan Curtin, and Ryan is coming into the pits now. Anthony, he's coming in past you as we speak.
Yes, he is indeed pulling in, and well, a nice controlled race there for Ryan Curtin. I'm sure a nice result he will have wanted. Sven Henriksen, though, can't take that away from him. Solid result, and as well for Robert Kassam, 3rd place. Very nice little result. We'll definitely have a word with Ryan Curtin as and when he gets out of his wagon. Helmet's already off, so he's clearly a happy chap. Only a small piece of weight he's got in his carts as well. So nice little run there all the way throughout. Now the next race, as you can see, is lined up ready to go. Now I've been told that they are not going to go out on track until 4 o'clock. So that gives us a whole 10 minutes to talk about some stuff. So I might go back and forth with you here, James, over this next 10 minutes. We'll let Ryan Curtin get himself weighed up and ready to go. And Sven Henriksen's done the same there, which is all good, so he's all fine and dandy. Let's jump in with Ryan Curtin. Let's let him pop his weight down, and there's nothing worse than carrying a load of weight whilst some British idiot is talking to you. Ryan, nice results, solid, controlled. You had full pace on there, and you didn't really need to worry about anything there, did you?
Yeah, well, so actually I'm kind of sick. I've been coming down with a head cold. It's getting kind of hard to think, so I was hoping we could do this interview where I asked you how the race went, and you tell me, because I'm not much for talking right now.
Right, okay.
So how did it go?
It went pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, controlled at the front. You didn't really have much to fight about. Your pit stop was great.
Well, thanks. That sounds good to me.
Excellent.
T-shirt,
Good.
Andy.
There we go.
T-shirt.
Nice T-shirt. Is this your pet at home?
I don't think it is.
No?
I do have a cat, but it's not this one.
It's not? Are you sure?
I'm sure, although I suppose maybe I should have a shirt made of my cat.
Or maybe not made of your cat. That sounds bad, but maybe with a picture of your cat on the T-shirt. Yeah, that sounds better.
Yeah, that sounds good. Anyway, I'm going to go sit down. So.
Okay, go sit down. Thank you very much, Ryan. There we go. Lost in translation a little bit there. Right, so we were supposed to be waiting till 10 o'clock, but there's drivers already taking a seat, ready to get themselves going.
Anthony, for what it's worth, we do have quite a lot to talk about with this next up-and-coming race.
Okay, that's
because it's going to be epic, and we're going to bring you in on this as well, because this is the final heat race of all. It's heat number 40 of 40, the final of 4 rounds. And in this, we have Russell Ending, we have Adam Davis, and of course, Steve Gray. Adam Davis, we know, does want the points, but he's still got that injured arm, has he? We'll come back to that in a moment, just when we finish the lineup here. Sean Briley, race winner. Johnny Elliott is in this. Michael Rayner, Marco Grady, Zach Venn. Mason Brown is going to be out there, the American. Felipe Vieira from Portugal, and Tyler Mays. There are many race winners in this already, but so this is going to be a very tough one, Anthony. It's going to be too close to call. Steve Gray's just going to explain a bit about Adam Davis's arm.
Davis's arm, yeah. No, on the Thursday afternoon we were on our first session. Sometimes the seat catch to move it back and forwards was a bit stiff, and he's ended up basically pulling his arm, and he's strained his arm up into the pharmacist. We've been on the phone to his physio, and unfortunately he is in a lot of pain when he comes off the races. But you know, you could say adrenaline is a fantastic thing, and I'm sure it's not going to hinder him too much. But it's always in the back of your mind, you know. Is it going to be a problem? So hopefully he's going to look at this heat. This is certainly the heat of death that we've been looking at, and if anything, that's going to spur him on, James. But we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you're listening here. This is Steve Gray. He's been driving in this event, and Steve, if we take a little look at this listing here, we've got Russell Ending, who we've seen win more than once this weekend. Adam Davis, your teammate, is in there. Sean Briley, he's been the former champion, 2 years ago, and he's won this weekend. Johnny Elliott, he's won as well, capable of winning against anybody on his day. Michael Rayner's there, we've seen him running well. And let's have a look. We've got Marco Grady, Zach Venn. Now, Zach Venn is is a good example of a driver who's come right up. He's been running at the front all weekend. Mason Brown has won this weekend. He's over from the USA. He has won. We've just seen an American win. It's possible that we could get one in this race, courtesy of Mason Brown. Felipe Vieira, he's won already this weekend. He's
won.
Yeah, absolutely, and a competitor at world level. In fact, if I'm right, a couple of years ago, he was actually second in the World Championship. So he is somebody who can do the job.
You're not filling me with hope here for Adam, you're really not.
And, well, he's got a good excuse with the arm, Tyler Mays, we saw an absolute mare in the previous race when he pitted late, got a penalty on it, and obviously got bundled to last place. But Tyler Mays won for the first time in BRKC this year. Now,
his first time?
I'm honestly surprised because he's been here forever. He's been in almost every BRKC there is. And I was genuinely shocked to realise that he had not won. Because he's been highly touted all the way through. You know, he's someone you talk about as a potential winner. So, Anthony, down the pit lane, we're going to bring you on to this. Of that lineup, dare you suggest a possible winner? Or even a pole position sitter?
Don't even do that to me. How dare you, sir?
Go on, 50 pence on the table. Who's your money on?
I'm going to go Johnny Elliott pole.
Interesting call and a good call. Steve, he's gone for Johnny Elliott.
Johnny Elliott.
Yeah.
Who can I, without being unfaithful to Adam, I'm gonna put my money here on Mason Brown.
Mason Brown. In this environment, you would consider him a bit of a dark horse.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, you would not, but a bit of a dark horse in this case. I'm going to slap my money on Sean Brierley. I've known him a million years, and I know he can get the job done. Plus, he's on paper probably the most likely, but we will see.
The problem is, James, we've done this so many times, and I don't think there's ever been a time where we picked the winner.
No,
we've always put the mockers on him, haven't we?
So we've theoretically got it wrong. Anthony down in the pit lane. Steve Gray's just pointed out that we normally pick someone who then doesn't win.
Right, okay.
So we've got...
that's not saying you'd be wrong, Anthony. I'm just saying...
That rather kills it for poor old Johnny Elliott. It rather kills it for Mason Brown, and it kills it for Sean Brierley. So on that basis, it's a victory for Russell Endine, perhaps.
Or Adam Davis.
Or Adam Davis, if we run down there, if he's got two strong arms. On a serious note, going into this race, is Adam Davis going to be struggling from the arm point of view?
I don't think he will. I think, like I've said, adrenaline is an incredible thing. Once you get out there, once you get on the circuit, your mind takes over. The pains go, and he's going to be fired up because he knows how many quick drivers he's racing with in this heat. So I think he's going to be fine, James.
And it's the final heat race of the British Rental Car Championship for 2024. It's been an outstanding tournament. Normally one or two new names get thrown into the limelight, but this time there's been so many new names. And we're going to go down to Anthony in the pit lane. He's got something for us, Anthony.
I haven't got anything for you, if I'm brutally honest. I'm just sitting on a barrier down here. But other than that, there's Sean Brierley. Sean Brierley's been...
He's looking ready to win it on foot.
He does. I mean, he's been on it, really, hasn't he? I mean, he's always been somewhat in that sharp end. He's talking to the right people. He's currently talking to Mason Brown at the moment. But he's been at that sharp end. He's not won everything so far this weekend, but this is his last chance to gain some good points. And he's been very reserved in the way he's been speaking to us, thinking that I'm not going to hold my hopes up for anything. But definitely a front runner, and I think that's quite cool, calm, and collected. Now I'm seeing over there Tyler Mays getting his led into his wagon as well. So he's obviously already getting himself primed and ready to go in this one. So. There's a lot of thought process that goes in before all of these. A lot of mind games that I think are being played here. Some of these drivers talking to each other. Some may say it's strategy. Some may say it's they're trying to psych each other out.
Strategy and bribery.
Who knows? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting, Steve. You're talking there about Tyler Mays putting the weights in the seat. At this level, a lot of the drivers do run their own weights. The track will provide weights that slot in a position on the side of the kart. Now, obviously, the driver, if they have to weigh up at 90 kilos. Each driver at this level knows that's going to be a case, Steve. They know they've got to come into the pits at 90 kilos. Sometimes you can cut it fine. I mean, on a personal basis, I remember, obviously, when I was racing the World Championships, the first heat race in 2012 in Germany, I came in, I'd gone out 1 kilo over the weight, but I sweated it all out in the race. I came in, I got disqualified, bumped last because I was 1 kilo underweight. I'd sweated out 2 kilos during the race. That is an easy situation to get yourself in, Steve. So you've got to be careful with the weights. You've got to get the right weight, but not have too much margin.
How long ago was that one?
Into consideration, you've got to take the race distance, the temperature on the outside, the temperature inside here, which sometimes can be bolted, can't it?
Yeah.
But no, obviously we try and run. I know as a rule, Adam and I try and run, as you say, 0.9 a kilo, and touch wood, we've been okay. But if you are in a really intense battle and you do end up sweating it out, that's the risk you run.
Yeah, I've got Anthony in my ear asking how long ago that was. It was actually 2012, so we still were dealing with metric weights, Anthony. So
right, okay.
It wasn't. But plus, it was in Germany, so they would have been metric all the way.
I'm amazed it was 2012. I was expecting something like 1994 or something along those times.
No, that was when I was racing Formula V.
That's more modern than I thought. But good stuff for that one. But I mean, these drivers, they don't really need to worry about sweating too much. It's too cold in here to really perspirate. So I think they've been okay, and that actually helps us out quite nicely because all the drivers don't smell bad. So not that I've been going up to them and smelling them, but I'm not getting a stench off them, which is always a plus.
Yeah, so basically, when you're sniffing around, it's no problem with that. We are seeing drivers getting near the carts now, Anthony. Are you seeing people getting aboard? I think we saw the back of Sean Briley lowering down into his seat. He's another one who's going to have the seat base weighted up. Steve, we were talking about this weighting. The track will provide them, but a lot of people, knowing that they're going to be doing a lot of this sort of event at a high level, they prefer to have the weight in the seat at an even lower level and very much more precise, because obviously the weight blocks are sort of like it's kind of a bit of a step from one weight to another, where you can get it more precise with your own weight, correct?
Yeah, a lot of people will get the seat inserts and they'll tape them up and put lead in them and make them that way. I know me personally, I like to have 10 kilos inside the side pod because it balances out the weight from the engine. Whether that works or not, I don't know. I'm not as professional enough to know that. But I know a lot of the drivers, particularly we said it before about Dante Dillon, we think Dante's seat actually weighs more than Dante because he's such a small guy. He literally has to have a lift him in it.
Well, that literally did happen. He's not in competition here in Britain this year. Guillermo van Pamelen, we saw over a number of years. Obviously, he's well known to all the European drivers, competes regularly.
Very quick driver.
Yeah. So Guillermo van Pamelen, when he first came here, he was that small and light that he needed help with the seat weight because half the weight that was going in was lead. It's he'd probably be easier to lift him out.
You could pick him up with one hand.
Yeah. So Guillermo van Pamelen, obviously he's older now, probably bigger, but obviously Guillermo, when he was racing over here for the years he was doing this championship, the lead weight in there was huge. I'm just going to have a little casting look out the window. Andy, would I be right in saying everybody are back in their carts now?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're ready to go. That looks like Johnny Elliott at the back there, is it? Johnny Elliott going to be the last
it
man
is.
to qualify? Yeah.
I'm feeling good about my prediction now for qualifying because he's at the back, he can wait, he can get a nice clean piece of track, and I'm feeling confident.
Well, Johnny Elliott is good enough to win this race. It's as simple as that. He is one of a number of competitors. It looks like Sean Briley, just looking over his shoulder there, that's in front of him. Sean Briley and Johnny Elliott are two examples of guys with lots of experience. Russell Endy, not included in this, have been racing against each other over many years, not only in the BRKC but lots of other kart championships. Steve, this is important to know your competitors, isn't it?
And these drivers they all know each other. They race against each other every couple of weeks, and for some drivers it feels like they're more in a cart than they're not in a cart. Yeah. They eat, sleep, and breathe this sport. It's it's fantastic, and it's why it's one of the reasons why me and Adam come back every year. We're not some of the drivers that are right at the front, but the atmosphere here, the amazing pace that you get is fantastic.
Absolutely. They're going out to qualify now. We're going over to live pictures from the track, and Adam Davis is out there, Steve. Where is he in the lineup? Is he among the first to qualify, or is it going to be
number 19?
Yeah, so is he up at the front, or
no, he's near there. I think third from the back.
Third from the back. Okay, so Adam Davis will be one of the later ones to complete his lap. Now, opening the times is going to be Mark O'Grady. Mark O'Grady crossed the line now. He's starting his qualifying now. And then be followed by what looks like Tyler Mays. Yes, it's Tyler Mays. And then Russell Endy, and then it's Mason Brown, and then we're looking at behind that it's which one is that? It is Michael Rayner, of course. Yeah, Michael Rayner. As the rest of them file through. There's Sean Briley, and there's Johnny Elliott. He's the final one to attempt a qualifying run now. So they're on the at the end of the lap now. That is O'Grady, so he's going to cross the line now. Mark O'Grady is going to go provisional pole. No, he's second actually, as the flag is being waved. Tyler May's currently fastest, Mason Brown second, Russell Ending saying still Tyler May's, but Mason Brown's gone quickest. Mason Brown, his earlier time was his warm-up lap time, which was pretty fast. So Zach Venn, no Felipe Vieira. It's still Mason Brown, the American. Zach Venn in third, still Mason Brown though. And that concludes the qualifying with Johnny Elliott to third. So Mason Brown will start from the pole position there, just 1/10 ahead of Sean Brierley, 2022 BRKC champion, and Johnny Elliott will be third. An impressive performance from Johnny Elliott. Really, with Johnny Elliott, you know, he's capable of running with the best, and this proves it. Felipe Vieira in fourth, Zach Venn in fifth, Tyler Mace has been pushed all the way down to sixth place, Adam Davis seventh, Russell Ending, a big surprise in eighth.
Big surprise. That's
Michael,
great. Who predicted Mason on pole though? Can we just go back to that for a minute?
That would be you, Steve. Yes, indeed. You predicted the pole position there for Mason Brown, the American. Good choice. Sean Brierley was mine, which came in behind, and Johnny Elliott was Anthony's choice in third. So we got the top
Steve,
three.
James, and Anthony.
Yeah.
You know, place your bets now, guys.
Yeah, that's right. The 50 pences are on the table. So Mason Brown is there. He's the one in the front there in the dark suit with the well, he's got stars and stripes on his helmet, but he's prominently white. Sean Brierley will be looking to win this race, there's no doubt about it. He wants to try to book a place in the final as early as possible.
This is a big heat, this really is. For the final heat of the afternoon, this really is a cracker. And you know, it's great to be up here in the commentary box, you know, watching this, but would I like to be taking part in this? Would I like to be in Adam's shoes? Probably not.
From a racing point of view, yes. From a pressure point of view, no.
But he's done very well there to get through in seventh place, I think, you know.
And we're looking on screen. There in the yellow and black helmet is Sean Brierley. This is Johnny Elliott here. He's in the Tony kart suit. Johnny Elliott does so much karting throughout the year. Very varied as well for Johnny Elliott. He's out in outdoor, 2-stroke, 4-stroke, indoor, the lot. So Mason Brown brings him round from Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott. So Mason Brown, he's going for it. They've got the green. Mason Brown keeps it surprisingly tight, actually, to the inside there as they race off towards the snail section. They sweep into the snail, turning in. It's a lot of bunching behind, and someone's in the wall. Someone's in the wall. It's Tyler Mays. Tyler Mays has been bundled into the fence. Tyler Mays in the wall on that opening lap. It all got a bit hectic there, and Tyler Mays was the net loser. There he goes. He's going again. The carts are all the way, and Tyler Mays was the big loser in that one. He found himself shunted straight to the fence in the snail section. There he is on screen. That's Tyler Mays. This could be quite the comeback if he can do it. Tyler Mays out on his own. So Mason Brown has pulled out something of a lead in the confusion. Tyler Mays was nowhere near that situation there at the front, you know, with Mason Brown, but Mason Brown has found some gap somewhere, and he's racing away from Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott. Now, this is very interesting because behind Johnny Elliott there is, you know, World Championship front runner Felipe Vieira and Zach Venn. So this is very close to the front, Steve, but then there's that gap to Adam Davis.
Yeah, just that gap, but he managed to just get past Tyler Mays when he was in the wall. I think that's the first time we've actually seen this event. There was a driver in the barriers there who couldn't get out himself. But yeah, Mason Brown doing the business at the moment there, Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott. Good start from Johnny, again, third place. He'll be pleased with that to try and go with Sean. But Mason just starting to eke out a tiny bit of an advantage now as they go down the back straight.
Absolutely, and it shows the sort of standard we're dealing with here in the British Rental Car Championship. An international event like this, you're talking about A-graders all the way, first to 10. These 100 drivers in this, including yourself, Steve, are some of the best in the UK and abroad. And it shows in terms of the incidents. In other words, you take, you know, a regular ride and drive or some birthday party, and these cars are going to be all over the place. They're going to be facing this way, that way, in the fence, the lot, bumping, boring, all sorts of things. However, at this level, there are no incidents. The marshals have nothing to do from the point of view except observation. They're more on an observation role than they are in an actual getting out there and turning cars around role. So very little heavy lifting for those guys because the standards are so high. As you can see there, it's a surprise to see, in this case, Tyler Mays into the wall because it just doesn't happen at this level.
No, the karts certainly do get a lot of stick, and to be fair, if I was a go-kart, I'd probably be quite glad when this event came around because you know you're going to be driven by professional drivers and the chances of being in a wall are quite slim.
Yeah, which makes Formula Fast equally cool because if you're enjoying this at home and you fancy your chances at indoor kart level, you know, I mean, this is an international race. You see some of the best, and the World Championship. You fancy heading down that route and putting yourself against the best, you are able to compare yourself evenly. You can turn up for Formula Fast, do a regular ride and drive. There is a local championship. Lewis Manley will be racing in that.
I say you could end up racing against Lewis Manley.
Yeah, you could, and that gives you an idea of how well you're doing. And also, you can drive on the same track you're seeing today. This is the standard layout for Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes. So, Sean Briley, he's had a visor warning. Why is that? Well, I reckon it's because that Iridium visor is running. He got one yesterday, Steve Gray, a warning for having his visor down. Now, as you can see from Sean Briley, he's got that visor down as low as he can go, but still peer under it.
We'll move up the inside.
Yes, another change.
Yeah, Zach Venn, that was up the inside of Philippe Vieira. Very late move from Zach Venn there, and he's made that pay. That was a nice, clean move, and certainly a bit of a dark horse himself is Zach Venn. I know he's had a couple of mixed results this event, but looking solid in this one.
Yes, he is. Zach Venn now a force to be reckoned with. Steve, it was in the middle of the snail section there, and the middle of the snail section is one of the key overtaking points in here at Formula Fast. The other one will be the end of the straight in the hairpin, yeah?
Yes, that's right. The first corner, as you're looking at, and what the drivers are coming into now, that's probably one of the best places to overtake. But if you can do that and move the car just over to the right-hand side, you can sneak through. But then coming down the back straight, again, you've got the drivers. There's so many amazing drivers here that they're going to take the correct line and make it very, very difficult for you to get past.
Absolutely, and among the best is Zach Venn there we're looking at now. That is Zach Venn, one of the British hopes in this tournament, and it's been followed by World Championship competitor, in fact World Championship runner-up Felipe Vieira from a couple of years ago. So Vieira, the Portuguese driver there, we've seen him win this weekend, and Zach Venn is showing him the way. It's a black flag for Adam Davis. Oh no, Anthony, we've got a black flag for Adam Davis. Do we know anything about it?
Right, so Adam Davis with a black flag. I've got no idea why. Someone's going to tell me.
Yeah, we're waiting for confirmation. Those at home, we're getting some update. Here's short in the pits is Adam Davis.
Well, yeah, he's in the pit lane now, and I can confirm it was for that incident at the start of the race. Oh, and he's got a penalty on his penalty. Oh, he's going to have to come back in again.
A disaster for Adam Davis, one of the unthinkables. The unthinkable has gone wrong. It's a negative unthinkable in this case, Steve. You are a part of that team. You and Adam Davis have been racing together for so many years now. Adam Davis will be distraught. He got that penalty. He was involved in the Tyler Mays incident. And he's received a penalty on a penalty. So he's got to come in, take a penalty on that, and then do another pit stop for his actual race pit stop. Steve, that means, and he's in again. Talk us through it. Oh, yep. Actually, no, we'll hand over to Anthony.
Well, they're in gate 1, green light, all fine this time around. Gate 2, green light this time around. Okay, so that's him finalising his penalty. Now he's got to do his actual pit stop still.
So now it's as if he hadn't been in at all. So wherever he is, he's 13 seconds behind Tyler Mays, who in turn is 2 seconds behind Mark O'Grady. In fairness, Tyler Mays done a great job of clawing in. Talking to clawing in, there's Johnny Elliott. We're seeing a sterling performance from Johnny Elliott, and he's using his quite lengthy frame. He's a very tall driver, is Johnny Elliott, and that European lean is really helping lift that inside rear wheel, Steve. And Johnny Elliott, one of the finest in the world. On his day, he's capable of tackling anybody. Now he's tackling former British champion Sean Briley, and Sean Briley's having his work cut out. Adam Davis in the game.
Yeah, he's serving his actual pit stop this time around, and it's all good. He's done for the race now.
So Adam Davis is going to take a run through to the finish now. Steve Gray, obviously that has destroyed his result. I hate to put it that bluntly, but I can't think of a better way of saying it. However, yes, it's over, but what can he do from here?
He's just got to keep his head on. It's the hardest thing to do when you're in the position of Adam. I know, and so many drivers have been there, but it's one of those. You want to throw the towel in. You want to come into the pits and say, forget this, I'm going home. But anything can happen. This is kart racing. It's kart racing at one of its highest levels, but still, anything can happen, and he's just got to keep his head on. He's done us all proud. He's racing, as we know, with this injury, and it's still an incredible performance that he's actually got out there in this last heat. But just going back to Johnny Elliott, you say he's quite big frame. He'd be a bit gangly, as my mum would say.
Well, he's tall, Fred. That's the thing. He's tall, Fred. That means he's got a lot of upper body there with which to lean and control the kart. You know, it's sort of manhandling the kart there. You can see he really gets to some extreme angles, and that is partly because of his height. So you can really see he's leaning out. That will help him to turn the kart in the tight corners, such as in the middle of the snail section. Anthony, I just want to throw something your way. You've only had technically one pit visitor. So if we look at the list of pit stops, there's 0 to everybody's name except Adam Davis, who has 3.
Yes, that's correct. It's a very early stage of the race. Obviously, Adam Davis, with that incident at the start, of course, causing that one, and of course it was well, insult to injury, got the penalty on his penalty. So, yeah, he's the only one who's been in the pit lane, but like you say, yeah, 3 times. Everyone else we are still waiting for, so there's been no early pit stops apart from now, when the number 20 has just come into the pit lane. This is Marco Grady coming in. He gets a green light on gate number 1, pulls into gate number 2. No, a bit delayed on the odd throttle there, but gets the green light, and away he goes.
Yeah, Anthony, and guess what? Your pick for success in this race, and one of the perennial favourites here at the BRKC, Johnny Elliott, is now the fastest on the track. He's the fastest on the track. There's Johnny Elliott there in the green and white suit there with the pink on his helmet. And he's challenging Sean Brierley, and in order to get on the win the bits, yes.
It's the number 16 that's into the pit lane now. This is Michael Rayner. Green light on gate number 1, gate number 2. Early on the throttle. That's a good pit stop.
Johnny Elliott just half a second, less than half a second from Sean Brierley. He's trying to take it to the former champion. Just 2 years ago, Sean Brierley became the BRKC champion for 2022. Now he's got his hands full of Johnny Elliott. There he's on screen. Johnny Elliott, the Manchester driver. Obviously, Steve, you're based in the Northwest. Do you have to tackle Johnny Elliott much when you race in Manchester and similar places?
I remember when I was, I think, 15 years old, and I first met Johnny at Daytona, Manchester, which is now known as Team Sport Trafford. And yeah, we got on well then, and I think he got a summer's job as a marshal there when I was there. So he got quite a lot of track time. But no, I really have a lot of time for Johnny. He's a really, really good lad, and you know, he's come on leaps and bounds, hasn't he? As you say, he's one of the drivers who can just, if everything goes his way, he's the quick as anybody, but he does get a lot of bad luck, which is a shame.
Yeah, there's no doubt, and there's always excitement when Johnny's in the race. You don't know quite what's going to happen, and if it does go right, he can race with anyone in the world.
As he's proving now.
Yeah, and he's given a sign there to Sean Brierley. You can see that wave there. That means, yeah, just keep going. What he wants, his big picture thinking there is Johnny Elliott. Obviously, that's the experience of the racing brain. He can see Mason Brown ahead. He knows, okay, if he gets Sean Brierley, that's one position. But if he can big picture think and cause Sean Brierley to not defend, be free to be fast and attack Mason Brown, there's a bigger prize at stake, and that will be the race win.
That's it. They're going to try and work together now. These two might not be in the same team, but they're going to try and work together to catch Mason Brown. This is what it's all about. This is the higher level karting that people don't see. It's literally all of these two are going to work together, even though they might not be in the same team. They might not be, you know, they're good friends, but even still, it's all to try and get to that #1 spot and try and take Mason off his ground.
That's right, and in the #1 spot is Mason Brown. And when we had a similar situation earlier on, Mason Brown was up there, and he referred to the situation between, which was different drivers, but at the moment that we have between Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott, as saying as Johnny, in this case it would be Johnny Elliott, who held the peace treaty, as he put it. So Johnny Elliott waving to Sean Brierley saying, listen, yeah, let's go. He's indicating he's not going to attack Sean Brierley. That's holding the peace treaty.
Yeah.
But as I also pointed out, there's a cigarette lighter in the other hand under that peace treaty. At some point, that peace treaty will be burnt to a crisp.
Correct.
Johnny Elliott's the one holding it and the cigarette lighter at the same time. At the moment, he's content to sit behind Sean Brierley and hope that Brierley can find something to catch Brown. Now, Brown is coming towards some back markers. There've been some... Well, there's been some situations this weekend, we saw with Ryan Kemp particularly, where people have either got out of the way immediately or taken a few corners, even a lap to do it. So we're going to see what Mason Brown does here. Reference, it's going to be Mark O'Grady, I believe, that he's coming towards. Now, if O'Grady were to hold Mason Brown up, could have a three-way fight for the lead involving Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott. They will want nothing more than that.
It all depends on where Mason manages to catch Mark O'Grady. If it's in a good point of the circuit where he's able to make his way through, then it shouldn't be a problem. I can't see Mason Brown pitting at any stage at the moment. He seems very comfortable out front, and it would be not a silly idea. Obviously, I don't know. He could have a plan in his head, but he certainly, I don't think Mark O'Grady is going to cause him too much problems, if I'm honest.
No, O'Grady's been pretty good this tournament. Whenever someone's come up behind play, yes, he's moving out of the way. So Mark O'Grady, he is a sportsman. He's waving Mason Brown through. Next is going to be Sean Brierley and Johnny Elliott. They're starting to get the similar courtesy. O'Grady, it has to be said, he's one of those drivers, he's very aware of what's going around, not only forward and behind him, but also around the track generally. He's got a good sort of racing brain there.
He's just done it himself there. He just had a quick glance to the right, and these two guys are going to be able to get through on the corner or the next. Let's see if it works out.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's going on, because Mason Brown there is in the lead trying to pull away, and Johnny Elliott and Sean Brierley are trying to close in. They've got O'Grady there between them, but O'Grady is already moving out of the way, and so we should see There's Sean Brierley slotting through. He looks across. And here comes Johnny Elliott, but Johnny Elliott's been delayed there. O'Grady's trying to get out of the way. It's very hard because O'Grady's gone from turning left to turning right, and with the best will in the world, you can't be nowhere, can you, Steve? You've got to be somewhere.
You have, and the thing is, O'Grady's doing a great job. He's in his own race. He doesn't want to give too much away, just in case somebody has a failed pit stop or someone is a bit slow. And so he is, he's every right to move out of the way, which he has done. I've got a lot of time for drivers who do that, who are very aware and move out of the way to let other ones through. Great bit of driving.
And the next one they're coming towards looks like it could be Michael Rayner. So Mason Brown's going to catch Michael Rayner. Oh, Rayner's already out of the way. Yeah, he's let the three leaders through. So cracking job there by Michael Rayner. And there is Sean Brierley. Now there's a bigger gap here because obviously O'Grady was going from left to right and couldn't quite get out of the way of Johnny Elliott as he otherwise might had it been a different part of the circuit. Johnny Elliott's got to try and close that gap. Now we're going to see what the real pace of Johnny Elliott versus Sean Brierley is, because Johnny Elliott now will feel some pressure to catch up with Sean. You lose time, you never make it back, no matter what the reason.
No, especially against a driver of Sean Brierley's calibre. You can say the gap now is 0.9 seconds. Drop a little bit away, but that could have been the tiniest of mistakes. We all make them, and it's being that consistent every single lap. We saw Selena Balnega in one of the heats against Gary Jones. Every lap it was the same lap to a tenth of a second, and that's what separates the best from the very best, you could say, James.
Indeed, Steve, and I want to bring Anthony Jordan down there in the pit lane into this. Anthony, we've got less than 6 minutes to go now, but look, we've got 7 drivers yet to pit. This could get very busy in the pit lane. There could be some winners and losers here.
There certainly could be. I'm looking forward to it, actually, because it's been quite lonely in the pit lane, not going to lie. Someone's blessing me with their presence, and it's the number 9 that's come in. This is Felipe Vieira, the Portuguese driver. He gets a green light on gate number 1, comes into gate 2, and just as quick as he came to say hello, he's saying goodbye, and he's back out the pit lane again.
Yeah, he's racing back out in 6th place. Crucially, from his point of view, he's come out ahead of Tyler Mays. That's what he'd have been concerned about. He's got Russell Endine in front of him. Russell Endine, we've not mentioned at all. 2 wins so far in this tournament, but he's down in 5th place there, despite some pit stops. There is Mason Brown. He's been leading all the way.
And more action. It's the number 10. This is Zach Venn in the pit lane, and green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2, a little bit late, doesn't stop fully, gets a green light. That's a lovely pit stop. Now it's more. Now Tyler Mays is coming to the pit lane now. This is what we're talking about. The lull is over. Now we're starting to see it. Green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2, gets that green light again, comes out in front of the race leader.
Yeah, and Mason Brown's yet to pit. Now, when he catches someone with the speed of Tyler Mays, maybe this will be the time he comes in. But Steve, he's got to know, looking across the track and looking at the timing screens, which he can see, he's got to know where he's going to come out. That's the crucial thing here. Mason Brown, in the lead there, will be more concerned than anything about where he comes out of the pits. Is it amongst the battle? Is it something that's going to slow him down and give the win to Sean Brierley behind?
Yeah, that's it. He's got to come out in clear space. That's the only way it's going to happen. And the drivers of this calibre, they know that, and they'll know exactly where they are on the track in comparison to everywhere else. It's why you don't see many mistakes at this level, because they've also got teams. The teams are all there. You can just see them in the background there, the teams. They'll be egging the driver on. They will be giving them information that maybe the drivers don't know. And it always helps, as we said in the previous race, James, to have a team that know that are on your level and can just maybe give that little bit of extra advice that you wouldn't know.
Absolutely, Steve. And, well, your opinion on this one, when I say that to succeed at this level, this world level, it takes more than just world-class steering of the kart. It's yes, you've got to be among the best in the world on the throttle, the brake and the steering, but that's only a part of it if you want to win at a national championship such as the BRKC and obviously the other European ones. Yeah. So, well, there's hardly any time left, and we've still got loads of people coming to pits, important ones. The top 4, Anthony, crucially, neither Brown, Brierley, Elliott or Endine have been in yet. Surely someone's in this time.
Well, I hope so, but no, they've all gone round again. The only person that could come in is Russell Endine, but again, no. I don't think he's choosing to come in. He's coming round now.
Yeah,
no, he's gone round again as well. So yeah, no one pitting just yet. The time is very quickly running out.
Well, that's unbelievable because they've got hardly any time. Surely there's going to be some stacking in the pit lane. The one that concerns me most is Johnny Elliott, because if he comes in the pits behind Sean Brierley, maybe it'll be Elliott who'll pull out here. I think that if Brierley does not pit, Elliott will.
Yeah, no, here we go. It's Mason Brown. Mason Brown in the pit lane, the race leader, and he gets a green light on gate number 1. Pulls into gate number 2, and away he goes. That's nicely done.
but he comes out behind the back markers of Mark O'Grady and Michael Rayner. So Mason Brown, he pitted. Now the interesting thing was that Johnny Elliott had read that. He wanted to come in the pits, but he saw Mason Brown up ahead. If he's forced to follow Sean Briley in the pits, though, he's going to be in the world of trouble. He's too close if he has to pit now behind Briley. Elliott's going to be in this time if Briley's not. Yes, Elliott's in. He's with you now.
Yep, the pit lane closing board has now been illuminated on the start gantry. It's a green light on gate 1 for Elliott. Coming into gate 2 on the throttle, green light there as well. Where's the race leader? Oh, they're side by side.
Oh, and Johnny Elliott nearly took the lead there because Mason Brown can't get past the battling pair in front. It's going to be held up. Johnny Elliott could do this. It could be Johnny Elliott. Mason Brown still struggling. He's been shut off by O'Grady. O'Grady's trying to get out of the way, but he doesn't want to let the other cart through. And Mason Brown
Briley in the pits. Briley in the
Briley.
pits.
And now if they've been fighting out on track, this could give it to Briley if he gets a good stop. Here it is, green on gate number 1. Comes into gate 2. It's going to be close. It's going to be Briley. It's going to be Briley. Look at this.
Here comes Mason Brown. It's Mason Brown. He cuts across. He just about does it. Mason Brown, but crucially, it's 1, 2, 3, and Johnny Elliott still in contention because in position now as we look behind it, still fighting away. There's Johnny Elliott. He's third. There's a minute. There's about 4 laps, I think, to go on time. There's Johnny Elliott. In front of him is Sean Briley, and in front of him is the leader, Mason Brown. So the American leads from the 2 Brits. There's Mason Brown with the white helmet. There's Sean Briley with the yellow, and there's Johnny Elliott behind. So they're really close. It's the closest they've been all race long, and we got a real race in our hands. There's Mason Brown. There's Sean Briley. There's Johnny Elliott. And look at this, Steve. Mason Brown's having to drive his heart out, staying from them. Look at Johnny Elliott to the outside. Elliott could still do something here. It's not over yet from his point of view, and he will be thinking that way.
Oh, it's certainly not over yet. What a great load of pit stops by those 3 drivers. They must have been absolutely on the button, and it's come out as you heard. But look at Johnny Elliott. There's a feint to the inside there. He goes to the outside. But Sean Briley, he knows how to drive this circuit, and he cut him off just at the last minute there. That was nearly a late loop move from Johnny Elliott, but well done to both of those drivers. Mason Brown now just has that little bit of a lead. 7/10 of a second now. That's given him that little bit of breathing space while Johnny and Sean have been battling.
And Sean Briley, he cut him off just in the nick of time there. It was a perfectly legal move, but it takes the calibre of Sean Briley to be able to do that without then causing a further problem. Now, Sean Briley probably is thinking about hanging on second place. He's gone defensive. You can see there he moved to left. Elliott goes wide, then inside, then wide again. And Sean Briley continues to hold him off. Now, we're going to be starting the last lap in a moment. Surely, is this the last lap? No, we've got 2 laps to go. Listen, it is the last lap. Yeah, so it is the last lap. And this is 1 more lap. What about Elliott? He's the outside.
He's trying everything. Johnny Elliott's trying everything to get past now. This is it. Do or die. Last lap, Ricard. Last lap. It's from the touring cars in 1998. But it's brilliant stuff. And Johnny Elliott, Kenny, there's a bit of a hand signal there. He's telling him to go. It's the last lap. Mason Brown looks like he's going to have this. What a fantastic drive by all of these drivers. But it's Mason Brown for the USA.
Here he comes. It's Mason Brown takes the win across the line. Sean Briley, the former champion. Johnny Elliott third. And 4th place is going to be Zach Venn, surely. And yeah, big handshake there. Big fist to fist with Elliott and Briley, no doubt about that. So Mason Brown wins. Sean Briley 2nd. Johnny Elliott 3rd. Zach Venn 4th. Felipe Vieira 5th. Russell Endine has been held to 6th place. Tyler Mays has done very well to come through to 7th from that punt into the wall earlier on. And then, of course, Mark O'Grady, Michael Rayner, and the unfortunate Adam Davis with the injured arm, bring them up at the rear. Steve Gray, thanks for joining us. We're going to go down to Anthony in the pit lane. He's going to have some exciting interviews for sure.
Definitely so. What a race that was. All down to those pit stops between these 3 drivers who are right in front of me now. Mason Brown, Sean Briley and Johnny Elliott. What a drive from all 3. Obviously, first things first, we'll let them get weighed up and sorted out, but words being had between the drivers, all friendly, of course, all congratulating each other on what can only be described as a superb little race. Let's start with our race winner from that one then, Mason Brown. We'll let you take your helmet off. We'll go to Johnny Elliott as well. Don't go too far, Johnny. We'll have a quick chat with you as well. Mason, cracking race on that one. Bit of a scare on that last lap. Sean Briley leaving the pit lane, neck and neck between the 2 of you.
Yeah, I made that one more stressful than I needed to. I saw we were just under 3 minutes, so I thought we'd get the sign. I figured I'd try to trap them where they'd have to stack with each other, and it almost failed on me. You know, I almost got held up too much, but It worked out. I won the race. That's all that matters. On to the semifinals and hopefully the finals.
Indeed, but that scare also came because you had a good little scrap with Johnny Elliott as well when he left the pit lane. It was all down to the last one. You were all leaving the pit stops to the very last moment there, there is a risk to that, of course. You don't want to get that yellow light, but luckily for all three of you, you all had the green light and actually really good pit stops as well.
Yeah, I practiced my stops a lot on Friday and had decent times. I think my fastest was a 9.3, and I said during this I'm going to aim for 9.8. Go half second slower than I really could, and I've been doing that all weekend. And it's been working fine for me.
Yeah, it's worked out well. Congratulations on the win, though, and semi-finals coming up next.
Yeah, let's just hope I get a nice one.
Let's hope so too. Best of luck to Mason Brown there, and congratulations to him on his win. Let's bring Johnny Elliott in, who's just over here. Johnny, it's a P3 for you, but your best result, I think, of the weekend so far. We've not actually spoken to you yet at all this weekend. Stunning result for you, and a very close race there.
Yeah, I've had a really tough grids this weekend. No excuses, but it's been pretty one-sided on heavily, all the champions and everything, and throughout the whole weekend. So this one, it's another stacked one. Managed to pull a good kart, not going to lie, the kart was good, helped me out a bit. And I went in with more relaxed atmosphere because I know that the final's off for me. So yeah, it was just helping, doing what I could with Sean, and yeah, just getting a maximum result out of it, really.
It was a brilliant result for you as well. Do you reckon you've made enough to really get yourself into the semi-finals and possibly even a final?
Not the final unless I win the semi. I think I might have scraped into the semis, but we'll have to see on points. It's going to be 1 point maybe.
We'll hope so. Well, best of luck to you, Johnny, and yeah, we'll see you out there a little bit later. Sean Briley's still over here. Let's see if we can get a word with Sean, who's over here. Sean, just quickly, you're just chatting to Dante Dillon there. Sean, P2 on that one, very close one at the end there, neck and neck out the pit lane. I thought you were going to have it.
I honestly didn't realise I was going to be that close. I didn't find out until I just came off that Mason got held up a lot by back markers, and I wouldn't have wanted to win that way, although it would have been a little bit nice. But no, I knew it wasn't the strongest kart. I was delighted to start second. I couldn't stop it bouncing, which probably cost me pole, but even then I think Mason would have been all over me and probably passed me anyway. So I think coming out that massive heat with so many good drivers in that car, P2, I'm really happy with that, and it's kept me in contention for the championship. So
certainly has. We look forward to seeing what you can do later on today in the semi-finals and of course that all-important final. Well done.
Cheers, mate.
Excellent stuff. Right, well, the legend here, as I live and breathe, Mr. Bradley Philpott, you can't escape me. I heard your dustle tones from the left ear. Bradley, good to see you here. Formula Fast, BRKC. You're not racing, you're not here, you're not doing anything. It's a big shame. It's a shame to not see you out there.
I'm just enjoying doing some casual strategy for my friend and enjoying BRKC as a sporting event rather than being behind the scenes.
Exactly that. And how have you been yourself? Have you been busy? You've been working on some things?
Yeah, very busy, just lots of work. So it's nice to be able to squeeze in coming down here and see the best races at the end of the weekend. So, and hopefully see my friends all get through into the semis at least. So.
Johnny did quite well on that one, a P3, but I think that's been his best result so far this weekend. He needs some more encouragement.
Yeah, Johnny's had a pretty standard Johnny Elliott event where, he's just not had the best luck, and in BRKC you need to be really good and have good luck, or just be one of the aliens that seems to make their own luck. But Johnny, and I count myself in amongst the same kind of luck that Johnny has sometimes, we need the good kart luck and a good performance. It doesn't always happen on the same weekend, but that was a good one.
It was a good one. Go get him some pizza that might cheer him up. Cheers, Brad. There you go. Good stuff there from all of our drivers. Now we have got a staggering 1 hour until we get going for the semi-finals. So, James, if you've got any final words you want to end up with, we'll, or is it half an hour? It says 5:30 for the semi-finals, which is quite some time away. So we'll head up to James, round us out after all those qualifying heats.
Well, we've completed the heat races now, and what a mixed-up set of results it's been. The key thing we can take from it is that no sort of there's been a few people run away with it, but it's going to be very, very tough in that mid-pack. That means that making the cut for the semi-finals is tough indeed. We're going to be totting the scores up in a moment. The fact is the 100 drivers have been competing over the 40 heats. A perfect score would be 40, and they're on down, so they get 10 points for a win, and so on down 1 point for last in each heat race of 10 cars. So the results have been such that a lot of drivers will find themselves on that bubble. The top 30 of those 100 go through into the final, into the semi-finals themselves. There are 3 semi-final races with 10 karts in each, so they will continue to score. And after that, the top 10 scorers go through into the grand final itself. Now, the crucial thing has been to get into the semi-finals, but there will be some drivers who will have made it through with ease, and they'll already be looking at just those few points needed to get themselves into the final. However, there are quite a few people, as Johnny Elliott was talking about, points here and there which might make the difference. There are an awful lot of people who will be maybe a couple of points missing it in terms of points scored, but 10 places maybe either side of making the cut in that semi-final. We'll be bringing you the news as we have it. There is certainly a break. It's going to be at least half an hour, maybe an hour, so please keep checking back with us. We will have the news as we get it, and we'll be getting the 3 semi-finals underway, and then after that it's the all-important qualifying. It's a little bit different, the qualifying for the final. We'll explain that when we get to it, and the grand final itself. Remember, the top 3 win places in the World Championship in Brazil from this tournament, and it's £1,000 on the line, not in vouchers, in cash, for the winner of the BRKC, and that is going to be something to fight for in the final. So please join us slightly later on. We're looking around, we believe, nearly an hour before we'll be back in play for those semi-finals. So we will be back. Please join us then. From myself, James Auld, Anthony Jordan, see you in a bit.
Ready, set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go. set, go. Ready, set, go.